Oh. Right. I'm here. I'm here, guys. I'm here. Finally. I finally bothered to fucking stream. I got these shitty, well, they're not actually, they're quite good headphones. They're only like 20 quid or something, I think, back in the day. But I've got these headphones on at the moment. Can I just address some of these really fucking annoying comments that people have been making? Okay. More financial support equals less stream hours. More financial support equals less stream hours. Kick partner money been feeding Chud too well. Not hungry anymore. Kick partner money been feeding Chud too well. Not hungry anymore. Dude, do you guys not listen to what I say? Okay. I had my kids this weekend, right? I had my kids this weekend. So, on Saturday night, the football was on at 10. So I watched the football with my lads, with the boys, okay? And then on Sunday, right, I was too tired. After they went to bed. So I didn't stream in the evening, even though I said I might. I said I might. And also, that's in the context of having just moved house. And also, on top of that as well, do you know what's so funny about it, right? I get all this fucking grief for not streaming because I'm out living my life, right? Could you imagine what the fucking memes would be if there was somehow a situation where my kid was crying in the background and I just ignored them for the sake of fucking streaming? I get loads of shit for that. So yeah, obviously, you know, you can't win. You just can't win. You either see to your kids and then people fucking moan at you because you're not streaming, or you ignore your kids for the sake of streaming and then you get a bunch of shit. Do you know what this is? It's tall poppy syndrome striking yet again with you fucking guys. It's unbelievable, man. You ignore our tears all the time. Oh my god, dude. It's just annoying, man. It's just annoying. I've been busy. I'm a busy guy. And also, the other problem you've got as well is that I saw this other thing of like, oh, Chud doesn't need the money anymore. I do need the fucking money, bro. I do need the money, bro. I've got fucking loads of debt I need to pay off, bro. I got loads of fucking debt that I now need to pay off. So it's not like I can just not stream. Okay, I need to stream to pay off my fucking debt as well. It's not like I can just fuck off for a fucking month, you know? The tax man, bro, I've got a fucking massive tax bill at the end of next month. You act like you don't. It's not that I don't want to, or that, you know, it's just that there's been a couple of issues moving, some of them self-inflicted, and the last weekend of every month, I have my kids. So that's also preventing me from streaming this weekend, okay? But things are moving towards normalcy again, okay? Yeah, we're going to cover the jar video. That looks funny. We'll cover the jar video. We'll cover the Beckett jar video. I did. And the thing is, you know, I'm not trying to, you know, it's just annoying because I want to stream. I like streaming. It's not like I'm sat here like, oh no, I'm just not going to bother. You know, if I'm able to, I'll stream. But people seem to think that I'm just like lackadaisical. Like I'm just like, oh, I'm not going to bother today. Like I'm not going to fucking bother because I'm lazy and I'm like a fucking king on top of a massive pile of gold. No, dude. I want to stream. I like streaming. Streaming is how I earn money. And I need money to live. So obviously, yes, I want to continue to stream. Yeah, I wake up on a pile of gold, laugh, and then go back to sleep for ages. Anyway, guys, I do actually also feel bad about the fact it's been so haphazard recently. I actually hate it. I hate my schedule being interfered with and interrupted. I've got severe autism over it. So here's the thing. Today I've got the school run. Tomorrow I've got the school run. So Monday and Tuesday, just to remind you, I've got the school run. But going forward, I'm going to endeavour to stream in the morning if I can. Tomorrow is a bit haphazard because I got someone coming around to do some work. But I'll see what I can do, okay? But today, I'm streaming until I need to leave. Wednesday, I'm having my internet installed. So it's going to be another shitter day where I stream in the morning, okay? And then we'll see what time the internet comes in. But Thursday this week, okay, I should be back to normal schedule. Obviously, there's still like things that need to happen, but I should be largely back to my normal schedule by this Thursday. Settled in, most of the kind of work is going to be done, and then I should just crack on. Now, the only thing is, I was going to move to that room, but I think I'm just going to stream here for a bit, just for the sake of some sort of coherence and normalcy, and then I'll just slowly build up to move into there when I've got all the stuff that I need. Because I want to get like a new desk, I want to get all the fucking gubbins before I move into there. Because otherwise it's fucking hassle moving this. I'll just wait until I got all the stuff I need, and then I'll move into there in one fell swoop. So for now, this is going to be the new vision, okay? This is going to be the new vision. This feels like when Bart in The Simpsons says, I can't promise I will try, but I'll try to try. Just get a guy to buy your setup for you. Well, the thing is, I could buy it all right now, this second. The only issue you've got is that fucking the king wants his fucking swipe, doesn't he? HMRC want their blood from the stone. So I need to keep that to one side to make sure that definitely gets covered at the end of next month. Because you don't want to be not paying the tax man. That's the last thing you want to be doing. So I just need to hang fire a bit to make sure everything gets paid, essentially. I'm just trying to be prudent and cautious, because obviously it is expensive to move house and all the work I've done. So I'm just trying to, make sure everything is tickety boo. But it's fine. Within a month, we'll be able to move over there probably. Did you get your? Oh, guys. Yes. Oh my God, guys. I used epoxy. I did some DIY. Guys, I did some fucking DIY and it worked. It fucking worked. So I looked it up, and basically I found out about epoxy, which you guys had mentioned. Okay. So I got it all off Amazon. So I got epoxy, and I used like two old debit cards to form a sort of like a vise, or like a mold, if you like. I stuffed all the epoxy putty in, and then, when it hardened, took it off, sanded the top down a bit, right? Sanded the top of it down so it was a bit more flush. It wasn't perfect, obviously, because it's my first, effort in a while of doing DIY, but it looks good enough. But then the colour didn't match. And also, I'd used some Gorilla Tape to hold stuff in, and it had pulled off a bit of the paintwork. But not to worry, I got a I got a liqueur pen in, what's it called? What's it called? Anstothrite or some shit, I think the colour is. So I got the pen, and then I basically dabbed on the colour. Anathracite. That's it. Because that's the colour. That's kind of the colour scheme. That's a big colour theme throughout the house. Is anathracite. So I got the anathracite lacquer pen, and then that's the colour of the bed. And then I just dabbed on the lacquer. And obviously, it's not perfect, but on a glance you wouldn't even notice. It looks really good. So I'm quite pleased with myself. Now the thing is, the only downside is, I tried to get a discount. I communicated with the bed company and said, look, it's assembled now. I got people to assemble it, so I couldn't wait for the replacement part. And so I think they're going to just give me some money off the bed, which would be fine. But the only thing is, hopefully it's enough to cover the fucking stuff that I had to buy to do it, you know? Yes. Oh my God. I was thinking about this. Yeah, if someone comes over, I could be like, notice anything about that? And they'll be like, no, what are you on about? Because it's quite difficult to see unless you know what you're looking for. I could be like, well, here's a little story for you. I am becoming an unk father, you know, homeowner. Oh, I tell you what else I bought. I tell you what else I bought. Because the thing is, I am going to have to do some flat pack furniture myself. And also, it's good to have around because you obviously want to, you know, you want to have things for around the house, you know. I'll just say what it is. I got a Bosch impact driver. You know, the thing. Yeah, electric screwdriver. It's great. I love it. I used to when I was younger, I used to build sets when I was doing theatre as a part-time thing. I used to help build sets at the local theatre. Chud, the side lighting is fucking brutal. You need to fix this shit. Oh, fuck off. Joe, I'm so sick of this, bro. I did the other day with autists coming in, right? You're lucky I'm fucking streaming at all, to be honest with you, with the fucking problems I've had, okay? Some fucking autist comes in and goes, Chud, I don't like the sound. It's literally blisteringly hot, right? It's so hot, it's like being in a fucking sauna, and some cunt is moaning about the fucking fan being on. Yeah, the fan's on because it's hot. I can't stream without fucking the fan being on. I don't know what you want from me, dude. Anyway, that was really fucking annoying. And now people are coming in and going, Chud, the lighting. Yeah, I know the lighting's not perfect, okay? We're getting there. We're getting there piece by piece. I managed to sort out the internet problem, which was self-inflicted, okay? It was self-inflicted. That was self-inflicted. But we sorted that out. Internet's getting installed on Wednesday. The lighting is on the lower list of priorities. But I do, you know, when I get my actual new studio, I'm going to call it the studio sorted, I will get it set up professionally. We'll have lighting, we'll have a proper camera. I'm going to get it all sorted, tickety-boo. It's going to be lovely, okay? But I just need a bit of time to get there. That's all. Need a bit of time to get there. So anyway, guys, what was I talking about? I can't remember what I was talking about. Oh, I tell you one thing I saw that I thought would be funny, right? I was down this local shop and they had a Gary Glitter vinyl for £2. And I thought I should buy that and put it in a frame and put it on the wall behind me because that'd be really fucking funny. Just have a random Gary Glitter vinyl up there. And people would be like, isn't that guy a pedo? Yeah, he is, yeah. Mr. Pedo. Call me Mr. Pedo. They call me Mr. Pedo. So I thought, you know, I thought that'd be a good meme. But we'll see, we'll see. I'll go and see if they've still got it. Get a weird look from the shopkeeper. Put up with the Rolf Harris CD. Oh, I tell you what else I was watching last night. I was stuck on a documentary about Monster Mansion, Wakefield. It's where they keep all the pedos and murderers, or the worst pedos and murderers in the UK. And yeah, they were talking about like F-Wing, I think it is, where you have like you know, solitary confinement, either for people that break the rules or are too dangerous to mix in with the general population. You know, it's called Monster Mansion. It's not actually a fucking mansion, okay? No time too tight to stream and watch TV. Listen, guys, okay? Yeah, Lost Profits merch, exactly. No, guys, listen, okay? I guarantee we're getting back to a normal... We are getting there. We're getting there. We are getting there, okay? We are getting there. What else was I going to say? Anyway, guys, there's my little update for you, okay? But in all seriousness, okay, I know it's a bit of a laugh and stuff. I do genuinely feel fucked about how interrupted it's been. I do want to get back to my normal schedule. It does pain me and makes me feel an autistic urge in the it hasn't been like normal, okay? But we will get there. We will get there. We will get there. And hopefully Thursday we'll be back to like a better sort of routine. And there's a few other things, like there's some appliances that are coming, the flooring's going to get done, but I'm going to try and do stuff more on my day off, so that if I do have to have something done, I'll try and do it on a Monday or a Tuesday, so that it's not as much of a sort of, you know, inconvenience. No promises. Well, the problem is genuinely, you know, moving house and having work to do and stuff, it is a lot more encompassing than I guess I thought it would be, which is retarded on my part, I guess. But it is fucking, you know, there's a lot to it. There's a lot to it. And obviously I've got more work to do on the house. So it's, you know, it's just a lot of hassle. And I'm trying to spend money as best as possible in order to alleviate some of these issues. But like, for example, the other day, I had to fuck off a couple of times because, you know, obviously there's people in the house and they knock on the door and they want something. Oh, can you look at this? Or can I ask you about this? Blah, blah, blah. And then also, I need to tell you another story, actually. I need to tell you another story too, actually. So the other day, I fucked off for a bit and I said about the guy coming to my door, right? So this guy comes to my door and he's like, oh, looking at your windows, because my windows are quite dated. Have you thought about changing them, right? And funnily enough, around the back, one of the windows has got like a wooden windowsill and it's rotten. It's like a rotten wooden windowsill. So it does need to get changed. But I just kind of put that to the back of my mind because of everything else that's going on. So anyway, I gave him my number and then they kept trying to call me and I was like, for fuck's sake, okay, fine, I'll talk to them. And then they sent this sales guy out, right? Oh my God, dude. It was a classic fucking double glazing salesman guy. Classic fucking shit, right? Hits me with this absolutely absurd price. Because I know, in my head, I've learned quite a lot about how much stuff costs. And I know that changing these 3 windows is a job that's probably worth about £2,000, okay? So it costs about £2,000 to get these windows swapped out. The guy comes in and he's talking, I need to measure inside. He doesn't really need to measure inside, he just wants to... So he comes in and he's like, right, I've looked at it and that's going to be 2,800 quid. How does that sound? And I said, well, way too much. You know, in my mind, it's much less than that to fit those windows. And then he does his old fucking shtick and... God, it was a fucking hassle, to be honest. But I looked up the firm, and the firm apparently are quite good. The fitting is actually of a high quality. It's just the salespeople are fucking annoying. So it was going to be a 25% deposit, £2,800, which was obviously stupidly overpriced. But ended up bringing it down to £1,800 with a 10% deposit. So that's what we shook hands on in the end. No, for 3 windows. It's 3 windows, and they need to be changed. They do need to be changed. Yep, 3 windows. And that's everything all in. That's labour, that's parts, that's the whole lot. And one of them, and the thing is one of them does actually, unironically, have to be changed as soon as possible, because this rotten wood is going to fuck things up if I leave it, you know? No, they're not upcharging me 300%. No, you're wrong. You're wrong. 1,800 for 3 windows is a decent price. And without going into detail, where I live is a decent price. Why can't you do it yourself? Ivan, bro, you can't change a window by yourself, bro. Like, there are things that I could do that I'd pay a man to do. That's true. But you can't change a window by yourself, bro. That's not the kind of job you DIY. You have to pay a man to fucking do that, bro. You can't just change a fucking window unless you've got knowledge or expertise, but even then you need help to do it. No, you can't. You can't just change a window. Bro, you need actual expertise in... Okay, you're just trying to wind me up, bro. You cannot DIY a fucking window, dude. That is a job you need a fucking, you know, a fitter for. Holy shit, dude. Why not? Because double glazing is not just sticking a pane of glass into a window. You need to take the window out in a way that maintains the structure so you don't cause damage. By the way, I know someone that had their windows done, by some company that, like, I don't know what their deal was, but they didn't do a very good job. In any case, when they took the window out, they damaged the brickwork and stuff. And rather than, like, actually diligently fix it properly, do you know what they did? They just pumped a load of fucking concrete in. Which, you know, in principle isn't that crazy, but the problem is that they pumped concrete in and then they didn't make it look good. So now this person that I know has got this, like, line of concrete around their new PVC windows. It sticks out like a fucking sore thumb. So, you know, it looks dreadful, and they didn't, you know, and they didn't even, like, paint over it, because you're supposed to, like, what's it called? I think you sand it down or something. There's a process you do to, like, make it right and make it look proper. But they didn't even fucking bother. They just pumped this concrete. It looks like fucking shit. You know, make it flush, make it look nice, exactly. You need to learn how to do these things on your own. You cannot change a window by yourself. That's not a fucking DIY job. That is like a project. At my level, even someone that is an adequate DIYer would not be able to just change a window. They'd probably call someone in to do it. They might help them to save on costs, but generally speaking, they're going to call someone in to do that. Okay, dude. You guys are just fucking winding me up now. Is it possible to DIY a window change? Yes, it's possible, but it's a complex multi-day project that requires carpentry skills, precision, and safe working at heights. Wow. Wow. Yes, it's possible, but you need to have skills that I don't fucking have, bro. Okay, the hardest route, full frame, removing the entire window frame down to the wooden rough opening. This involves dealing with exterior siding, interior trim, and waterproof flashing. Jesus Christ, man. Also, it needs to be fit to regulations as well. You need to fit it to you need to also fit it to certain regulations. There's certain A quality ratings and shit you need to adhere. You cannot just do a DIY window, bro. You guys are full of shit, bro. You guys are full of shit. I'm not saying it can't be done. I'm not saying that it can't be done. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that for most people, even people that are proficient at DIY, would likely get someone in to do it. Because it's not putting up a fucking shelf, is it? It's a complex task that requires multifaceted skills. One Google search, download the legislation documentation and the local council criteria. Just research it and do it. What's the problem? That's a fucking joke. That's a fucking joke. Anyway, you guys are just trying to wind me up, clearly, so we're going to call it a day on that. But anyway, I had my first, you know, sales experience with these pushy fucking salespeople. It actually went quite well. We actually had a good chat in the end. You know, even though he's a bit, I mean, I respect the hustle. It is what it is. But after we'd agreed the deal, we had a good chat, and he was like, "Oh, you're a streamer?" And I said, "Yeah, do you want to see my setup?" And he came up here, had a little look. We were talking about it. We talked about George Floyd. Talking about George Floyd, we were. It's great. But yeah. Anyway, guys, we have days and days of winding you up and spill up in your absence. Yes, very true. Very true. I understand. I get it. I do get it. Was he pro Floyd? He wasn't.
Okay, that's wonderful. But how do I make money off depressed people?
If you think Chud is lazy, remember, there is another fat-bearded, balding, four-eyed hat enjoyer old man that hasn't released his promised book for 5,465 days. It can always be worse.
Thank you. Thank you for that. I've just realised I need to change that. Dude. Okay, it's working now. I had the thing set up incorrectly. You probably heard it twice. Thank you. Thank you for the $5. Thank you. And thank you for the 2 kicks as well. Thank you. Dude, honestly, it's not a case of being lazy, okay? Because I do want to stream. I love streaming. I love streaming! It's just been a bit difficult, you see. But we're getting there. We are getting there, okay? Before you know it, we're going to be in a new studio. Everything's going to be great. New camera setup, new desk, new monitors. Not that you'll see that, but, you know, it'll be great. Oh, we should probably do a segment about the great AC debate, shouldn't we? Because that's been a big thing, and it's quite relevant with everything that's been happening recently. Dude, there's no fucking electric in the actual main room that I want to stream in. There's no fucking electricity points because the electrician hasn't finished yet. Dude, what is this, man? It does not look like this, dude. Well, actually, to be fair, downstairs, that's a whole other fucking story. That's a whole other fucking story. Yes, guys, we've got a lot of stuff to catch up on. I will be doing the Liquid Sonic video. Do you know, when I saw that, you know, sometimes with Liquid Sonic videos, I'm like, I'm not really that interested in that. And I know people like Liquid Sonic, so they're probably going to want me to watch it, but I'm not going to because I don't really care about that. This one, I was actually excited for. I was like, oh my God, dude. Yes, that looks actually like a banger. I'll be watching that. I'll be watching that probably Thursday, I'd say. Probably Thursday. 500 subs. Oh, dude, I'm not doing fucking bounties, man. Listen, I respect the hustle kick, but I'm not doing your fucking silly little bounties, okay? Yes, I'm going to do the... Well, it's more about Beckett, I think, so we'll give that a watch. Bit of Beckett snark, eh? A little bit of Beckett snark. That is... Dude. That is fucking crazy, man. What the fuck? That is crazy. Have you seen the jar video on Beckett? Do you guys listen to what I say? Are your speakers working? I literally just fucking said. I just said that. I just said I'm gonna watch the jar video on Beckett just fucking 5 seconds ago. 5 seconds before that chat comment, I said it. 5 seconds. 5 seconds before the chat comment, I said it. Yes, I'm going to watch it in a minute. God, fuck me, dude. Now. Oh. Oh, the jar video? What, on Beckett? Oh, yeah, okay, that sounds good. We'll take a look at that. Yeah, why not? It's actually crazy to think that someday I'll be some mixed-race Utes, white Muslim dad, sat there in a thobe, drinking coffee and eating pistachios, embarrassing them in front of their friends. Dude, honestly, when I see stuff like this, I genuinely am taken aback because the similarity is stark. The beard, the hairline, the glasses, everything about this guy, it's like one for one. It's like one for one, isn't it? It feels very disconcerting when I see someone like this who looks extremely similar to me, you know? They do. They make bearded white guys in a factory. Will you cover the old jar video? No, I said I wasn't interested in that video because I was bored of talking about Nicholas DiOrio. But in this particular case, it seems to be more about Beckett. So I think we will give the new one a go for the Beckett snark. Dude, Just a Robot is coming back to rape everyone. He's raped me, he's raped Nicholas, and now he's going to rape Beckett, it seems. What is this guy's fucking problem? Chud's seething because John never got on stream for a chat. Well, I mean, you know. no one wants to talk to him anymore. It is what it is, okay? We're out here on our own, on our little island. It is what it is. I'm literally on an island in every sense of the word. Giles pathetic. Well, I think that it's novel. I think that's the reality. It's just like a novel thing, isn't it? It's like, oh, just a robot's going at people and he was like pathetic a couple of years ago. But I think the reality is that Jar is obviously farming the positive attention that he's getting. So Jar obviously is ecstatic about the fact that people are now, you know, somewhat ironically, but still supporting him. So he's just farming that for as much as he can go, isn't he? I mean, what can you say? What can you say? Wait a second. Didn't Nicholas respond to Jar? Didn't Nicholas respond? Chud, I'm sorry I pissed you off. Don't do it. I wanted to harass you for looking old. No, it's fine. I do look old. I look terrible. I want to fix it for my own sake. I do want to fix it. I do want to fix it, okay? Don't apologise to Unc Pedo. Okay, dude. Jar is fighting back against his master who groomed him into the ACC shitter pipeline. Oh, okay. Let's take a look at it. Come on. And also today, I do want to take a look at this air conditioning discourse because I've got some takes. I do have a lot of takes, guys. I do have a lot of takes. The big sweep is on.
Reply to...
Oh, he's got the clip in here. Perfect. He's got the clip. Perfection. Perfection.
Reply to jar 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 jar.
Yeah, I just think a lot of these guys are just huge like attention seekers, and it's not really worth justifying or dignifying a response on it.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
I got bored of talking about Nick directly. I've done 3 videos on him, and he didn't respond to any of them. Luckily, Nick has some sweepers of his own. Yes, Ethan Klein's biggest sweeper has a sweeper of his own. It's like Sweepception. Let's see if one of them responds to Just a Muhammad.
I'm gonna fly some planes to a couple buildings in Manhattan. I'm Osama, run tell Obama, I'm your fucking uncle.
Let's go!
Yes, I converted from Judaism to Islam. I love the religion. It has a section on how you can beat your wife, that you can have multiple wives, and the religion is centered around defending a pedo. So I just knew it was the perfect religion for me.
My fellow Americans,
Dude.
I think we all know where this is going.
Dude. That's actually really funny. That's actually really funny. Dude, that's actually very good self-deprecating humor. I gotta say, man.
So let's just skip to the end.
Beckett has been committing haram lately, and I found a pattern of behavior that Allah told me I couldn't ignore. From sweeping for his friends to lying to throwing innocent people under the bus, we will be going over all of it. Let's start with the Coomermon call. For context, Paige Christie, the black woman with pink hair, DM'd Nick trying to show him how Ethan Klein is suing Redditors for bullshit reasons. Nick lied, saying that he can only cover this once the information came out first. The problem is the information is already public. It's in Paige Christie's video, so Nick just covered it a little bit till he realized it would be too hard to sweep up, and immediately stopped watching the video.
I am shocked! Shocked! Well, not that shocked.
Paige showed that H3 wasn't just striking full re-uploads of his content, but also little short clips as well. The Reddit thread now has been taken down due to all the legal threats. Now, striking down re-uploads of your content is understandable and reasonable, but trying to take down short re-uploaded clips of your content is haram. Nick supported this because they were really mean about him on there.
I think that's the basest part. Like, that's the best part of this, is that he scared a bunch of Redditors into shitting themselves and shutting an entire subreddit down. Absolutely. Go type in on H3 Snark and go read what
he found his true calling as a snark bot. Well, the thing is that I know that you guys love the Nicholas Diorio snark, but from my perspective, I've said what I need to say about the whole thing, and there's nothing really more to say, unless there's some new drama that happens. But you guys are just, you cannot get enough of it. You just want, yeah, exactly. It has run its course. There's nothing, what the drama is concluded, resolved. This Ethan stuff, I think the tide has shifted on it, you know. So I just, personally, I'm just like, okay, yeah, that's it really. But obviously some people are just desperate for any fucking anti-Nicholas content. So stuff like this is great for them because you get extra, you know, goodies, so to speak. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you want like the A-log, but honestly, it's total cancer to turn your channel into that sort of thing. It just is going to have like a negative impact in the long run. But I understand it. I get it. I do get it. I know that people want the anti-Nicholas content.
they wrote about Diorio and tell me how much I should feel bad for them that these little fucking...
Hey, Kilo, I like the play by Jugs. Maybe you can strong-arm Beckett to get Nick to respond to literally anything. What, me? Strong-arm Beckett? I mean, sure, I guess. I mean, what do you want me to do? What are you looking for, bro? Oh, him. Okay. I don't really speak to Beckett that much. But sure, if there's a way that I can get Beckett to get Nicholas to respond. But I don't really speak to Beckett that much. What about Queeman? Isn't Queeman still friends with Beckett? Lazy Logic. It's not a case of laziness. It's just I don't really speak to Beckett that much. But sure, I mean, I talked to Beckett about this. If Beckett's, you know, being a pussy about it. I saw some tweets. Apparently he is like avoiding this or something. I saw a tweet saying he's not going to stream for 3 weeks because it's too hot. Is that right?
Rat fucks had to sit and cry and get scared for the night where they thought the big mean Ethan Klein lawsuit was going to be in the mail the next day. I think that, honestly, it should be make vocal unhinged fans scared again. Should be like the 2025 motto. Holy shit.
The thing is with Beckett is he's two-faced. He's a very two-faced person. So he's got this thing where, you know, he's got this thing where he wants to ride the sort of fence and not really take a strong side one way or another because he wants to, you know, have the option to speak to as many people as possible or deal in drama or, you know, be like a middleman between different people. But the impact is it just is very two-faced behavior that he then participates in. So he'll say like one thing to you and then to the other person he'll be given like a different story, you know?
I'm the verdict is out on whether I would defend these people. If Ethan went ahead and sued them, I would need to see that on the actual thing. But holy fuck, dude, do I think they deserve to shudder in fear for a night? That'd be very funny.
Full well that they would be scared into submission. You also posted about that on your Instagram stories as well, Ethan.
Can anonymous Redditors... Were they sharing his paywalled content? The point that Ethan makes is that they were posting stuff like, hey, don't give this...
Nick, I'm going to keep it 100 with you. You were a lot meaner to me than they were to you. But I'm not going to strike any of your videos because I'm not a fucking pussy. Nick really slipped up here by saying that the clips aren't there, meaning that he did click on that Reddit link, the very link that Paige Christie sent him. So he knows exactly what's going on, but he's still going to sweep for Ethan Klein. Nick has all the information that H3 is making false DMCA strikes, and he's still acting like it doesn't exist because he's a big fat liar. Needless to say, this pissed a lot of people off and they wanted Beckett to cover it. After all, making a few false DMCA strikes alongside a few legitimate ones is still wrong, and it's a big no-no in the commentary community. Just because you have consensual sex with 2 people out of 5, it doesn't mean you didn't rape 3 of them. Some of you might say that it is Ethan's content so he can do what he wants with it, but the thing is, Ethan said people could use his content. Probably the most generous thing a Jew ever did. But like with most free things Jews do, Ethan went back on it when it was convenient for him.
Becky gives worthless commentary because he's always hedging, so the bridges are irrelevant because nobody seeks him out to get totally non-committal commentary on drama. I've got to be honest with you, I don't really watch Becky. To be honest with you, I don't really watch anyone's stream. Certainly not recently. But yeah, I don't really watch anybody's stream, but I definitely don't really tune into Beckett's. Because the thing is, I'm not necessarily even averse to it or against it, right? Like if Beckett was covering something that I was interested in, the only thing I watch is reruns from my own streams. That's the only thing that I can fucking, you know, that's the only thing that I can enjoy. But no, whenever I see what he's covering, I'm like, huh? He's covering some fucking absolute random shitter I've never heard of in my life. Well, I'm not going to watch that, am I? And then if he's covering something that I'm aware of or familiar with, it's, yes, very, like that comment pointed out, you know? Very hedged. It's all very hedged. And it's very, yeah, very hedged, very kind of like, oh, clearly trying to do it in a way that doesn't upset one particular side. You know, very kind of dull, to be honest. Nothing personal, nothing personal. That's just my interpretation of it, okay?
so sad that it only takes a few minutes of research to realize that the publicly available info debunks what H3H3 is saying he's doing. But most of you didn't know about that until now because the commentary community has been sweeping it under the rug. Nick tried to compare people wanting him to talk about this Redditor DMCA stuff to defending CP.
Freedom of speech. Dude, this is the best part. The best part of being a freedom of speech enthusiast is that I'm not a freedom of speech absolutist. Every freedom of speech absolutist gets canceled because they start debating fucking like child porn or something on social media. Have you noticed this? Everyone who calls himself a free speech absolutist has some weird CP conversation on social media.
That is the oddest comparison I think I've ever heard in my life. No cap. I understand this is the drama community, people will call each other pedos for the smallest of reasons, but it's absolutely haram to say that people—
Well, the thing is, I mean, I'm taking it on faith that Just a Robot is using that clip correctly, because I can't remember the context of that exact clip. But yes, my assumption, if that's true, that is obviously an absurd comparison to... I mean, it's the point about free speech absolutism is itself true. Free speech absolutists, there is this... It's like that energy of, well, what I'm saying is not literally illegal, so what's your problem? And they're saying some utterly deranged, crazy shit, you know? Like some supporting Lolly. And fucking Big Bungie made the same point as well, about how people do this, and you look at what they're defending or talking about, and it's the idea that they should be able to jerk off to drawings of children without getting in meaningful social trouble. But yes, I mean, you can not be a free speech absolutist and still have some principled position on the idea about striking clips and being against the concept of striking clips, obviously. And that isn't like contradictory or something.
People wanting you to stand by your principles about being against false DMCA strikes are pedos. Yeah, people ain't slandering Nick by saying he's sweeping this under the rug because he's literally saying that's what he's doing.
To let him know about it. As you can see on the...
Okay, let's see. It was, hi, just leaving you a tip here. Ethan Klein has been abusing the copyright system despite his history of fighting for fair use. Well, now it seems like he's been targeting things that were supposed to be market replacements.
Well, of course it seems that way. That's the narrative Ethan Klein has been spoon-feeding Nicholas DiOrio. And with how fat he is, you know that guy likes to be spoon-fed. That's exactly why Paige Christie reached out to you, so she can explain to you why Ethan Klein is lying. Unfortunately for Paige Christie, Nick already knew that Ethan is lying. He's not a big dummy who's being tricked, he's an actively malicious liar, who's also a big dummy.
The rumor was he was striking people who were doing market replacement type content where it's like intentionally pushing views away from original content. So that was all that I'd said. Was if that's the case, that's probably like fine. No, he's not. I'd say that would be fair also, but that's not what he's doing.
Well, that is what the rumor was, but 9 times out of 10, the rumor is false. Nick knows this, and by the off chance he didn't know it, now he's been made aware, and he's still covering things up. So what's his response to Paige Christie telling him this? Well, obviously he makes a whataboutism argument.
I'd say that would be fair also, but that's not
the problem is this is exactly why I wasn't interested in covering more Nicholas stuff, because it's like, well, I know this, I've seen this, I've spoken about this, I've given my perspective on it, and it gets very tiresome to just constantly, you know, it's just like, yes, Nicholas DiOrio is a lying, dishonest, principleless wretch who has been suckling shekels out of Ethan's cock. But that's okay. We'll get to the Beckett stuff soon, and then I'm sure it's going to be lifted up, okay? But I'm sure you guys are enjoying a bit more Nicholas Snark nonetheless.
What he's doing. I have a question. So what is Paige Christie's current position on the denims?
Yeah, the thing is, I'm not even criticising the video. I get it. He needs to get to the point where he can say, I'm guessing, because I didn't watch Beckett's coverage, I don't recall, I don't think I did. He needs to get to a point where he can say, and look at how Beckett did this, blah, blah, blah. So I get it. I do get it. I do get it. I'm not, you know, necessarily criticising it. It's just for me personally, I'm like, okay, well, I've seen this about 20 times now, but that's okay. We'll crack on.
Frogan and Casey Tron lawsuits. Are we going to maintain this position? I'm just curious, because I feel like mine's fairly consistent. Are we going to maintain this position?
He has no response.
That would be fair also? Just wondering.
Doesn't matter, we're not talking about those lawsuits right now. We're talking about the ones that involve the Redditors. Nick doesn't investigate what's happening or look into things deeper because he already knows the answer.
Yeah.
What he does is deflect and attack Paige Christie. Later on in a separate video, Nick made the claim that if Ethan Klein was striking just little re-uploaded clips of his content, that he would be against it.
We don't know for a matter of fact
Well,
that
the
it was
other
Mike.
thing as well, it's yeah. This is clearly just that you understand what's happening here, don't you? Just a Robot is getting positive praise and attention from certain people, the likes of Queeman and other shitters. So obviously he is capitalizing on that positive attention. It's like a feed. It's like what is it? What's the thing where you press it? There's a like a monkey or a rat hits a button, and then you get a piece of food. You get a piece of cheese, and so you're incentivized to then keep pressing the button so you keep getting a piece of cheese. That's what's happening here, and that's why the video is so samey, is because you're getting a piece of cheese every time. Like positive reinforcement, exactly. So yeah, as much as I understand what he's doing, it's also not just about, oh, we need to do this for the sake of the video. No, he's doing this because he's obviously getting positive attention from people, and you know, that's probably quite nourishing to the soul after having such a, you know, terrible turn in a drama a few years ago. Is to get positive attention like this from the very same people that were coming at you is probably quite nourishing to the soul, I would have thought.
Most likely, Mike, because I had to explain this last time. People don't seem to understand it. Twitch streamers have been DMCAing streamable links and Reddit posts for like a decade. It was extremely common for them to be striking clips. And no, it's not cool. We didn't think it was cool when Dark Viper struck the clip of him getting mad at Among Us. When you're just doing 30-second clips, 40-second clips, and if that was what Ethan was striking down, if they weren't supposed to be market substitutes for segments like, don't give the stream the view, watch it here, yeah, I mean, that's kind of shitty, that's kind of cringy. But none of these people operate in the same... None of these people operate in, like, the same world, I guess.
Well, that's exactly what's happening, and you don't seem to be against it.
Honestly, the only thing wrong with the Cine drama was him trying to fuck it, acting like he wasn't. I mean, we don't need to rehash all of that, but I would just say, go and watch some videos about it if you really think that's the only thing that was wrong with that.
It seems like Nick doesn't stand by his principles, and that's haram. People like me, the Muslims, actually stand by our principles, and that's why we're the fastest growing religion in the world. Yeah, bitch! In all seriousness, this is quite literally the definition of a lie by omission. Nick knows something, but he's pretending not to know it. Plausible deniability can only take you so far. But Joe, I thought this video was about Beckett. I mean, after all, that's what the thumbnail and title advertised to me, or why you keep going on about Nick? Well, you see, this is all of the stuff that Kuimon confronted Beckett about. The proof that Nicholas Diorio is blatantly lying, blatantly sweeping is right in front of Beckett's face, and like a spineless moron with no
I think that was the first time we watched Beckett content in a little while.
Opinions of his own, Beckett will still paint Nick in the most charitable light he can. He told people he didn't want to get involved and started spurting out on Twitter. I love it when drama channels say they don't care about something, only to never shut up about it. I've been observing this for years in the channel's can. What? He told people he didn't want to get involved and started spurting out on Twitter. I love it.
Okay. Wait a second. Did he do exactly this about the Just a Robot video as well? He was posting about, oh, it's too hot to stream, and oh, it's not worth talking about. I mean, let's be completely fair here. What is Beckett's relationship like with Jar? I think he actually has got some sort of relationship with Jar, no? I mean, Beckett's not done after this, is he? This is going to fucking end, and that's going to be it, you know? Okay. Oh, wait a second, dude. What is this I've just found? What is that? Oh my god, bro. He's literally cheering on the ACC autists. This is mental. What is this? What the fuck is this? Some fucking likely teenage artist has drawn some dog shit art. And he's like, okay, I need a stream guy so I can buy a sword. A nice one with a fancy hilt. I just looked him up and this came up. I don't know where all the new tweets are. But this is what came up when I looked at his account. Has he got a different account or something? Dude, why are all of his tweets from... What? Oh, I've got the wrong account. Okay, sorry. I get it now. What a fortuitous little find, though. Beckett cheering on the autists of the ACC to draw shitty art for him. This is fucking wretched, man. Yeah, heckin' cool art. Heckin' cool art. Harry did a stream goal for a sword and he never purchased it. Okay, here we go. Here we go. So, yeah, he's responded, I guess, somewhat so far. But, yeah. Beckett is a sweeper. What a bold and original take. And then you've got the video there. And then you got the... Oh, dude, I saw a Queerwood clip calling this very Diorio-esque. Very Diorio-esque, this tweet. I thought it'd be more interesting, but the video only really becomes worth responding to for the last 10 minutes. Other than that, it's just the same Nick EHD stuff I've talked about already, lol. I mean, he does have a point there. He does have a point there. It is a lot of the same shit we've already seen. Maybe I'll talk about that section in a catch-up stream next week or something. I mean, to be fair, it looks like he's twisting now to talk about Beckett in the video. And we're, what, 8 minutes in, I guess? Anyway, this was his, I guess, response to this. And then there's this as well. Let's see. As an aside, because it annoyed me, Jar knows exactly what I'm accusing him of when I say lied. I fucking DM'd about it. But on the off chance he's been retarded, just the robot lied about reading the Cine docs. He lied about much he knew before flipping sides. Okay. Seems you lied. Love to know your thoughts. Lied, I'll eat myself. I also don't want to come on stream. I want to spend Valentine's Day with my girl. Whoa. Shit. He's a romantic. He's a fucking romantic. What's the problem? No worries. We can do a call and go over it maybe this weekend. The original vid is not how you presented your position. It raises quite a few questions. So I guess that's relevant to something we've not seen yet. And then, oh, this is the Creeman clip where he was railing on Beckett.
Dude, it's so fucking tiring. I thought it'd be more interesting, but the video only really becomes worth responding to for like the last 10 minutes. I think that's just the same Nick EHD stuff I've talked about already, lol. Maybe I'll talk about that section in a catch-up stream next week or something. This is like this is a Diorio tweet. This is a Diorio tweet. It's I just don't even understand what the point is. It's only worth trying. Just not worth responding to. You're being accused of being dishonest, Beckett.
You could feel
demonstrate why that argument fails.
You could feel the heroin in his voice. No, I think that it is very very Diorio-esque, isn't it? Oh, that's not worth responding to. Either respond to it or don't respond to it. The majority of the commentary community, yes, including Chud, is practically irrelevant, so Diorio could ignore them, thus they end up going after each other. Dude, everyone is fucking irrelevant, bro. Can we just be real? Diorio is also irrelevant, okay? Diorio is a big fish in a small pond, okay? There is not meaningful, substantive relevance outside of these walls that we're in. Yes, we're all just shitters on the internet saying our opinions about stupid internet drama, okay? Cream slipping Valium up his ass. Also, again, people think I'm crazy about this. YouTube is shifting, YouTube is changing. Drama on YouTube is not what it once was. The tides have turned. AI is looming. TOS is raped. So I just think there's like a a shift as well, you know? No, no. Hassan isn't. I wouldn't say Hassan is irrelevant. Hassan has got relevance in the mainstream press now. That's pretty massive, you know? Chud sweeping for the gambling platform. Well, no, it's just this the way it is on YouTube, unfortunately. And yeah, I think there's the kind of sellout element. People just wanted to, you know, farm anti-Hassan, pro-Ethan content for easy money. That happened for a year. Yeah, sure, I'll cover the Nick Andros video. Because I am suspicious of Nuxtaku's earnestness in regards to his demonetization. So we'll have a look at that. We're all shitters until the goddamn critical starts dipping his toes in. I mean, that just shows how irrelevant all of us are. You see what I mean? Right? It's like, Moist Critical makes one video, and that shifts things. That shifts things dramatically. And he didn't even need to make that video. He could have not made that video, and nothing would have happened. No, there'd have been no consequence for not making the video. But him making the video shifted things rapidly. Yo, Kabyosh! Thank you for the gifted. Thank you. If Kick ever gets meaningful advertisements and ditches the steak stuff, it will go the same way. Well, here's the problem. Here's the issue with all of these different platforms, right? This is the issue. Platforms make money with advertising. Advertising eventually becomes antithetical to disruptive, compelling, edgy, outside of the norm content. Advertisers want bland slop. They want bland goy slop because then they don't have to sweat it. They don't have to worry about some controversy. They don't have to worry about some sort of thing happening that causes their brand to come into disrepute. They can run their ads on utterly bland slop and no one fucking complains. Right? So the moment you start to induce advertising is the moment the worm starts to turn and it starts to become, you know, a lot less Wild West and a lot more, you know, corporate, should we say. And I think that's the reality is that Kick eventually Kick will reach the same point. So eventually it will probably reach the point where that energy, I mean, it's already begun. Just to be clear, they're already making shifts and amendments and changes to their TOS that I think is moving in that direction. So the best thing you can do is just enjoy it while it lasts. That's my perspective, you know? And I mean, it happened on Twitch. You know, it happened massively on Twitch. Happened on YouTube. Although YouTube is still plausible. It's not completely dead in the water. But it certainly is not what it used to be. Even 5-6 years ago, you know? And then I think Kick is probably going to follow a similar path, you know? And then what will happen is there'll probably be another platform that comes along that says, hey, we're the platform where you can do pretty much whatever you want. And then that'll, you know, it's like leapfrog. You just leapfrogging all the way, you know? I don't even have a problem with it. You know, the issue I have is when people complain about the platform that they're on, but then they don't make any change. And you know, that was my concern, is I was just going to endlessly be moaning about fucking YouTube. So I thought, fuck it, I see what I think is the writing on the wall, so I'm just going to make the change now, you know? But I think that, yeah, they're shifting towards more Netflix-esque, corporatized angles, and the implementation of Gemini is totally raped. It's fucked up. It's fucked up so many things on the platform. Gemini implementation is terrible, dreadful. And I like Gemini as a fucking tool to like ask questions to find out, you know, something about a topic. But not for, you know, the overarching mentality of your video platform. You know? So anyway, I'm not trying to be negative anyway. I'm just saying how I think it is. And obviously, if you disagree, fair enough. I just think that, you know, I've been doing this for a long time now. And I think I know what's going on. But I could be wrong. Maybe, you know, YouTube will change its ways. But I think it's going in one particular direction. And that direction is not conducive to certain types of content that it has been previously. So anyway, Let's be honest here. Queen's just mad that I'm not live responding, so we can't stretch out the content out for an evening. Well, that's partially true, I would say. But also I think that, you know, people see these videos as an opportunity or a moment to push someone to speak on a topic or be honest about something or speak earnestly on something. Exactly like what Keela was saying earlier. And I think that that's a frustration. It's like, well, someone is offering some sort of criticism of you, and it's someone that, it's not some random, well, it is a shitter, but it's like not some random guy that you've never heard of before. Like, you know who Jar is, and you've engaged with Jar and spoken to Jar before. So there's kind of tactical disinterest now that you are, you know, getting criticised by him. And then there was this tweet as well. Oh my god, dude. Dude, oh my god, he's quote tweeting the fake account. He's quote tweeting the fake account. Well, yeah, because obviously he debated him, and I think that's what we're going to get into in a sec. But there was this as well. Oh my god, dude. What the fuck, man? Random update, because it is, and I don't think I'm overstating things here. Hotter than hell in the UK, and I have a lot of IRL stuff going on, which is killing me. I'll likely be crazy reduced activity for the next few weeks, hopefully back to some kind of normal late July. Jar clapped your cheeks that bad. Oh. Damn. Yeah, this is the fake Gaming for Hope account. Well, the thing is, I mean, I genuinely, I mean, I'm looking at this, I kind of get it, right? It has been hot, and I've had my own stuff going on too, but maybe Beckett doesn't rely on, I don't think Beckett relies on streaming for his income, so it's not quite as, you know, essential for him. I strongly deny the existence, ownership of a time machine and or weather control advice. I mean, in fairness, I'm pretty sure this tweet was before the Jar video came out. So I don't really think that this tweet is in relation to the Jar video. I think he genuinely just can't be fucked to stream, basically. Dude, it has. It's only 18 degrees. Oh my god, dude. I'm not one for the heat. I fucking hate the heat. So the fact it's 18 degrees is so much better now already. No, Beckett isn't on the dole. Beckett has got a job. He's got an actual proper normal job that he works. And this is all like extra stuff for him. It's like a hobby almost, you know? So, anyway. The reality is Beckett wants to move away from this sphere. And Queenman and others are just given the perfect opportunity to leave ship. Yeah, but to where? Where is he going to go? Where is anyone going to go, bro? There's nowhere to go. There's nowhere to go. He's, you know, looped in to cover an ACC shit until the end of time, isn't he? Media stuff. What do you mean?
When drama channels say they don't care about something, only to never shut up about it. I've been observing this for years in the commentary community now, so I think it's safe to say that the phrase I don't care means I care a lot. It's kind of like how the word literally now means figurative.
Beckett's moving far away into the recesses of Leo Convoy's asshole.
Literally.
Death to America and butter sauce.
Before we get into what Beckett had to say about all of this, I just want you all to know that I really hate going over live streamers' content. They're so long, there's so many, let's see here, that I have to edit out so it's entertaining for you guys to watch. And I have a...
I'm raped yet again. I'm catching strays. What the fuck, dude?
Busy schedule. I have to pray 5 times a day. So if anyone wants to say, wait a second, I saw this section of Beckett's video, and your version is a lot shorter, did you take things out of context? The only things I took out were the ums, buts, and especially the long sections of dead air. If you're someone who actually watches live streams, I have 2 questions for you. How much free time do you have on your hands, and have you ever heard of content that is actually, you know, good?
Bro!
proceeds to play several more clips of Nick's content that we already went over. While he's not saying anything at all, it takes him several minutes before he condemns one point. And of course, his criticism is delivered with the biggest kid gloves you can get.
The verdict is out on whether I would defend these people if Ethan went ahead and sued.
Okay, I thought this was a joke that Jar had done. But I guess not. Is this actually what's happening? So Beckett's well, I can't even tell who's reacted to who. I guess Beckett's reacted to Chleeply, who's reacted to Nick, who's reacted to Hassan. Is that what's going on? Dude, yeah, I'm raped as a streamer, and you guys have got raped too. You guys just got raped as well. You guys are also raped. We're all fucking raped. All of us together. We're in this together now. We're in this together. Dead air, that's clearly a shock agreement.
I would need to see that on the actual thing. But holy fuck, dude, do I think they deserve to shudder in fear for a night. That'd be very funny.
Full well.
Okay, I think this is a bit of an unhinged comment. I get it to some extent. I have a basic thing of don't go after chatters. I think it's cringe.
Bit of an unhinged comment. I get it to some extent. Right, okay. So just completely watered down any criticism you're actually about to make. I kind of agree, but it's kind of unhinged, but I somewhat agree. What the fuck, man? I mean, yeah, obviously, I think this is classic, not wanting to upset the apple cart with Nicholas because he's a hypersensitive pussy.
When anyone fucking does it, I don't think anybody should give a fuck what, a Reddit is thinking at all.
I get what he's saying, but I completely disagree with everything he said. Beckett, if you disagree with what Nick's saying, then disavow this fucking fat pig.
As a pig, I am very dirty and should not be touched by humans.
Is that I'm not a freedom of speech absolutist. Every freedom of speech absolutist gets cancelled because they start debating fucking child.
I was in Creeman's stream the other day and timed 5 minutes 32 of dead air. Well, just watch his VODs if you don't like it. Just watch his uploads, where I'm guessing he cuts most of that out. He takes a fucking 5-hour stream, and it turns into an hour and a half of actual content when you cut out the dead air.
Porn or something on social.
He was messaged in Jan 2025, but was he told what was... Okay. So he's told by Paige Christie in Jan 2025, then it's just clips, right? But Ethan's argument, and indeed what Diorio is pointing to in the lawsuit, is this, which from Diorio's position is this is fair to take down.
No, that is not the fat pigs or the Jews argument. They're trying to make you believe that Ethan Klein is just striking down re-uploads of his content, but he's also striking down short clips. Beckett, if I have consent to shake one woman's hand, that doesn't give me the right to shake your girlfriend's hand without consent. By the way, you really should put a hijab on her. Look what she's wearing. She's begging for it.
What the fuck, man? Jesus Christ, dude. Also, they're not even together anymore, so we're going to have to dock a point for misinformation. But nonetheless, I appreciate the energy.
There's 5 other DMCAs, buddy. Don't just focus on the one you can defend. That is dishonest as fuck. Crazy, and by the off chance that Beckett is just
No, dude. Jar hasn't lost it. No, Jar hasn't lost it. This is the cheese. He's looking for the little piece of cheese. I'm telling you, that's what's going on. He wants the little snippet of cheese. So he's doing all the classics, basically.
Being ignorant, his chat is desperately trying to correct him on this. But he's just going to ignore it and make himself look like even more of an infidel.
Until I see the full lawsuit, what's in it, I'm not making a full judgment. Now, I assume, from Diorio's position, he'd defend this, and he's leaving himself open not to defend this.
Oh my god, I was being way too charitable before. He does know what's going on. There's a bunch of DMCAs. Nicholas will defend the one that he can defend, while ignoring all the other ones. This is literally the definition of a lie by omission, and Beckett is just acting like it's no big deal.
As well, about one position about this, and this is one of the reasons that why I am getting fucking annoyed. I want to be super clear of why I'm not getting annoyed, but I am getting frustrated. Because my position, and where I'm going to land on an emotional level, is I don't view these as particularly fucking different.
My fucking god. I'm getting so frustrated. Do you know why? Because Nick is sweeping for some of it, but I think it's all bad. By that logic, Beckett should be even more against Nicholas Diorio than most people are. I see why this guy is friends with Gilded Pooh now, because this is the most bullshit defense I've ever heard in my life. Beckett, the one thing Nicholas is defending is actually defensible. Him ignoring everything else means that he's lying by omission. You saying, Oh, well, I think the whole thing is just dumb and petty. Doesn't make Nick look better in any way. The reason why Beckett says that he doesn't care, that he doesn't want to get involved, is precisely because he does care, but he's too stupid to sweep properly.
So, like, that's where I'm coming from with my general take on this. I just want to be hyper-clear, because I feel like now I have to be. I think all the fucking takedowns and the lawsuits are bad for the ecosystem. That is my consistent position. It has been on all this stuff. I tweeted this out immediately when the lawsuits dropped in fucking June.
Wow, golly gee willikers, that's a really good reason to condemn Nicholas Diorio. But you're still not doing it for some reason. Yeah, I think all of these lawsuits are stupid, and I think it's bad for the ecosystem, but I don't care about it. I don't want to get involved. You know, this may be haram for me to say, but Allah did make a mistake. He made this guy.
No, realistically, my principal says that, like, I might not agree with this lawsuit. My principal doesn't say I have to defend people who are completely fucking slandering me. It just means I'd abstain from the conversation if I don't support it. That's where I would stand on it. Yeah, I don't know. I think these people deserve to sweat. Just my opinion.
Again, that's his position. I disagree with it.
Bro, you react harder, bro. I've already covered this, bro. I don't know what more to say about it, dude. I've covered this extensively. I'm pretty sure I covered this at the time, did I not? This exact thing, I'm pretty sure.
Defend people even
I'm not reacting. I'm watching. And the thing is, people cheer it on because it's about someone you don't like, but it's actually just kind of...
more insulting to Dickers that he didn't cover both him and Beckett as being pig sweepers, or that Jar has no idea who Dickers is, man?
Dude, that is, honestly, that message there makes you want to grab a shotgun and just paint the back wall here with the insides of my head. What an absolutely absurd... Like, bro, you have to... Honestly, your fucking hyperfixation on these nobodies is fucking crazy, dude. You talk about fucking dickers. Who gives a fuck about dickers, bro? Dude, all these people are totally irrelevant, bro. All these people are so irrelevant and you're banging on about them. I'm only watching this because it's fucking day off stream early and I know only the fucking shitters are going to be watching. This is fucking worthless, bro. Dickers of EFAP fame? Yes, that's the guy. That's the one. No, I don't even know what you're talking about. I don't even understand. Do you think it's more insulting to Dickers that he didn't cover both him and Beckett as being pig sweepers, or that Jar has no idea who Dickers is?
If you disagree with them, even you fucking hate them, because it's a wider thing within the ecosystem.
I love how Nicholas said something unhinged, something that Beckett completely disagrees with, and all Beckett has to say about Nick is... I disagree with this. Now granted, he goes on a long tirade about why he disagrees with this, but he's only condemning the action, not Nick himself. Also, he brings up I Love Kim Possible a lot in Jeremy.
If somebody struck Jeremy, I would defend Jeremy. When the KP stuff happened, I said do not strike KP.
I'm pretty sure I did cover this at the time, did I not? I'm pretty sure I remember all of this. Because then they have a debate, don't they? And I think I watched the debate at the time.
I am fully within my bounds to, like, go and strike KP's archival channel. I'm not doing it.
I love how the complaint about me bringing up past dramas too often originated from Beckett, yet he's doing the exact same thing. What the fuck?
Yeah, I think the problem is that I understand some of you are very invested in the Beckett stuff, but I'm just a bit like, okay. I mean, it's fine. I don't mind watching it, and I don't mind you guys having your fun, but I've covered this already, so I just don't really have much more to add. Yeah, Beckett obviously was, doing the thing where he kind of pretends to criticise the thing, but he doesn't, and really he's worried about upsetting Nicholas. That's what's going on. We want Beckett snark. Yeah, but that's the problem is you guys treat it like I'm a jukebox that you can just put a penny into and it gives you what you want. But I'm not really interested in that. But sure, we'll try. I'll put more effort in. We'll put more effort in, okay? We'll put more effort in. Come on. Yeah, Beckett's a fucking loser, alright, guys? What a fucking idiots.
Does I Love Kim Possible a lot have to do with this drama? This is the main difference between Nick and Beckett. Nick is actually really subtle with the way he sweeps. Beckett, on the other hand, is constantly called out for sweeping because he does it so obviously. Nick will neglect to cover things and say things like, well yeah, if H3 was doing that, it would be kind of bad or kind of cringy. Beckett will actually cover bad things his friends do, say that the action is bad and cringy, but not condemn the person for doing it.
Yeah,
Exhibit A.
I disagree with this position, but again, that's his position. It's publicly stated.
Guys, I do disagree.
Why? Genuinely gives a fuck about this Beckett guy. A very small subsection of a certain audience of people in this space give a fuck about Beckett. That's the truth of it. That's the fucking truth of it. Oh, guys. Oh my god. Jaws just released a video of Beckett? Holy shit, man. It's like 1% of 1%, yeah. It's a tiny, tiny proportion. But anyway, listen, I know who these people are, so I can get invested in it. It's just, you know, unfortunately it's about a topic I've already covered. But anyway, I did sit up because I was being lazy. Come on, let's try and lock in a little bit, okay?
With the position, but it is Nick's position. What the iblis am I even watching right now?
He's literally telling you he's dodging the story. He sent the evidence of this stuff and he wouldn't support and is avoiding the evidence while saying that's what he'd do. But he was waiting for the lawsuits to come out. This is like May. This is before the lawsuits are there. And Ethan's saying what he's striking.
But the problem with this as well is that, you know, from the start, Nicholas was sweeping for the fucking Reddit lawsuit. I've spoken before about how I'd covered it and I said that it looked rough and that it didn't look legitimate and there were problems with it. I didn't like the idea of suing Redditors for clips. And then back then, obviously, me and Nicholas were on talking terms. So I'd messaged him about it and he'd messaged me back. And to me, it seemed like another Mr. Beast-esque situation where he clearly was talking to someone from within the H3 team. And I think he was getting fed this concept that there was a legitimacy to it. So my perspective on it is that he was embedded within the narrative from the H3 side very early on. So I think that, yeah, the likelihood that he was going to come out and actually scrutinize and criticize this was exceptionally low because he'd already kind of like, you know, made his decision about how he was going to tackle it. And that was to latch on to H3 and utilize whatever information he could to sweep for it, even with other people that were talking about it, you know? Yeah, like he had a horse in the race already. Exactly. Chud, let's be real. Beckett Snark is 1,000 times better than any HD content. Motherfuckers are so excited to watch. Saw you guys' 4-hour HD video. Yeah, sure. No, sure. I don't mind. Like I say, I'm not complaining about covering this. I'm just trying to explain why I'm not, like, invested in it, right? Because clearly I'm not super invested in this. I'm not locked in. I'm not like, oh yeah, fucking breaking it all down. It's stuff I've already covered. And I'm not as invested in this Beckett stuff as you guys are. And that's okay. But that's okay. Also, was that a reference to Kilo's video? I think that was a slight at Kilo, wasn't it, really? If we're honest. I mean, this is EHD, really, if you think about it. But anyway. Nonetheless, I'm just going to explain my mentality rather than it being like, oh, I'm blah, 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 blah. I was explaining where I am mentally, okay? But yeah, I think that Nicholas was very much in Camp Ethan. The energy that I got from it was certainly this, you know, I've got an inside line, I know what's going on, and then using that in order to try and influence others to have a certain take on the basis that, well, there's going to be something that comes out that shows is actually legitimate. You just got to wait. I can't talk about it, though, because I know, and that would be wrong for me to say, because I can't say that I know. And then time goes on, and it becomes clear that this lawsuit is not anything worthwhile. And it is just a case of Ethan completely unreasonably trying to rape these Redditors with this lawsuit. And then obviously by the time it comes round, that's kind of forgotten. Do you know what I mean? It's like you just get to a... Yeah, Nicholas has got to a point with it where I think now he's just having a distance, from what I understand. Now he's just having to do this little distancing act now that things have kind of gone down the line with it. Anyway, let's crack on.
King is this. Like, okay, unless I'm missing a clip somewhere of Ethan saying, yes, I took down the clips. I understand why a YouTube creator would mind this. It could open the floodgates. Yes, just my consistent position.
Beckett, people are not asking for what your position on DMCAs are. Congratulations, you have the correct opinion.
My issue with this is Ethan has shown he hasn't changed from when Pigless critiqued him before, but he supported Ethan anyway. Yes. Yeah. I think that there was... I think one of the reasons that some of the Nicholas fans became so... is particularly like RFC fans... is because he was doing much of the same stuff that he was doing with Keemstar. And they'd criticised him for that before. You know? Hey, Chud is back again. Any chance you'll cover the Jar Beckett video today, Chief? That is literally set up to piss me off. Yes, I'm covering it right now, dude. I'm covering it now. But yeah, I think there was some discontent from Nicholas's fans because it's like, well, you know, you said you didn't like the stuff that Ethan was doing. He's doing much of the same thing, and yet you're supporting him. Clearly because of financial and clout benefits, you know?
Good on you, mate! Now condemn Nick and Ethan Klein for having the fucking wrong opinion on it, you dipshit! This is the weirdest sweeping I've ever seen in my life. Hey, your friend is murdering someone over there. Well, I think murder is wrong. This is a dishonest lying tactic that Beckett constantly does in his streams. When people ask Beckett for his opinion on something specific, he'll respond with a general opinion. Just a Muhammad, you stole that argument from Kuiman. Well, to that I have to say, I think stealing arguments from other YouTubers is haram. Beckett is constantly repeating that he disagrees with the DMCAs to make it look like he's giving his stance on this when he's actually not, because the question is about what Nick is doing, not what Beckett's opinion is on it. Speaking of Kuiman, he comes on stream and starts pressing Beckett on his opinion. Now,
okay, I mean, this is the most explicit cheese gathering behavior I can think of, right? Because obviously Kuiman has given like a lot of positive praise to Jar's video, so clearly he wants a bit more cheese, doesn't he? He wants that cheese.
Of course, Beckett doesn't have opinions, so he starts freaking out.
Okay, Beckett, what are you not getting here? There are strikes, DMCA strikes, and then there are lawsuits. Hassan says suing Redditors. He means strikes. He's talking about the strikes.
Right, okay.
He said you filed frivolous lawsuits.
Oh, so are we watching Queeman watch his own debate? Is that what's happening here? That's a classic Queeman move, isn't it? Where his content for the night is, I had a debate earlier, so I'm going to watch myself debate on stream, whilst chat tell me how correct I am, and also accuse me of abusing heroin.
He means false DMCA strikes. Ethan knows that's what he means. He engages on that basis. That's what they end up talking about. Okay. Nick knows that's what's being said. He engages with that and says that it's about members-only content being struck. Nick says, as far as the lawsuits, I'd have to see what comes in there. So disregard the lawsuits. I don't know why you're saying he has to wait for the lawsuits for his take. No, he doesn't. That's separate to the DMCA strikes. So why do you keep saying that?
Because that's not how it sounds to me. What it sounds.
Let's hope Chud gets off vacation mode in streams. Well, that's my secret now. I'm always on vacation mode.
Sounds like to me.
How is that not the case?
Well, okay, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine.
The problem Beckett has right here is that he's dog shit at live debates. He only argues with autistic people who are currently getting cancelled, so they're in an emotionally vulnerable state.
Oh!
And yes, I'm not going to say his name, but we all know who Beckett learned this behavior from. Unfortunately for Beckett...
Yo! Little call out. That's Leo Convoy. Leo Convoy reference. Yes, yes.
Not only is he going up against someone who isn't completely mentally retarded, but also someone who's a live streamer, who's used to doing a lot of debates. Bro's opening counter argument was, well, it doesn't look that way to me. He literally just admitted to being a dipshit who doesn't know what he's talking about. Also, whenever Beckett goes, fine, it's fine, it's clearly a nervous tick he has when he knows someone is pushing him on his bullshit. But he's too dishonest to admit he's at fault.
What it sounds like to me is Nick saying, okay, well, if he's going after them for, like, the members-only content, which is Ethan's argument, they're talking about the lawsuit. I agree with you. Hassan means the strikes.
You're not, no, you're rambling. Explain how that's not the case, Beckett. Explain how the lawsuit and the DMCAs are not
But
content.
aren't the DMCAs the things you just sent me listed in the lawsuit?
Yes, they are referenced in the lawsuit.
Okay. But, okay. But
the DMCAs happened far before the lawsuit, and all the information about the DMCAs was public far before the lawsuit.
What do you mean by public? It's like... Okay.
It was public. It was all public. The legal letters were all public. They'd been posted everywhere.
Yeah, the point is... Dude, Beckett is obviously being a bit silly buggers here. The point is that there was enough information to be critical of the lawsuit. And yeah, there absolutely was. You could look at the information that was out there, and even if you wanted to hedge a bit, because the passage of time hadn't happened yet, which is fair enough, you still could have said, like, oh yeah, it looks like he is just suing Redditors for clips. That's crazy. What the fuck? But obviously, it wasn't in Nicholas's benefit to do that. So instead, he did the three monkey thing. See no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil. He just ignored it all. Even when Paige Christie brought it up to him, he still just buried his head in the sand. So not only was the information out there, someone had sent it to him in a format where he could have literally within moments clicked and seen what was going on. So best case scenario is full on burying your head in the sand. But realistically, he did look. He must have looked. If someone sends you a Reddit link, you're fucking clicking that link. You're clicking that fucking link. And you're going to see and you're going to go, oh, this is massively against what I stand for. But obviously Nicholas just didn't want to give up on guzzling the golden shekels. So he just decided to, run cover for it. And then I think there was something where Koeman had mentioned he was going to talk about it. Nicholas got wind of it. And so we addressed the Paige Christie video months after the fact. Trying to get ahead of it. Who listens to Paige Christie? I mean, sure, but then you don't need to rely on what Paige Christie is saying. You can literally just click on the link. And the thing is, all of this is faulty as well, because when you see that it's for clips, well, how the fuck can a clip be a market replacement for a podcast? It's impossible. A clip cannot market replace a whole podcast. And that's always been the standard, is clips are always fine. And in fact, in law even, fucking Sargon of Akkad used a few clips of some progressive to make a point they were contradicting themselves and just used their own content and titled it and put it up, and that was found to be within fair use. So clips are fair use as far as I'm concerned. Obviously there's a discussion over how long is a clip and stuff like that. But then what it's going to come down to is just, does it replace the original work? It does not for a podcast. There's no way a clip of up to a few minutes, say, is replacing a full podcast episode. It is impossible to get the same experience watching a clip, no matter what you say about it. Even if you say, come and watch the clip, don't watch the podcast. Still not a market replacement. That's not a fucking market replacement. So it was clearly a vindictive assault on these people for posting clips. And that's what it's all about. Or somewhat about, I should say.
You send me a copy. I don't know the story, so please send me the copy, okay?
I keep laying this out to you, Beckett. This is why I'm getting frustrated.
Koeman is being so charitable and patient with Beckett right now. Bro doesn't even know about the public information about the Reddit DMCAs that is already public. And he doesn't know about them because he's just getting this information from Nick's video, but he's still going to talk about this situation despite not knowing what's actually going on because he's a dumbass. Nick is way smarter than this ginger. He would never get into a call with Koeman or Chud Logic because he knows they'll press him on his bullshit. Cope and Sweep is desperately looking for a way out of this situation, trying to see if there's a way he can get the upper hand. But Koeman already knows that he has won, so he goes in for the killing blow. He shows Beckett the public information, and then asks him a simple question that even a child could answer.
Yeah, I don't have an original copy.
You don't have the original one, no. Okay. A comma 25.
Okay.
Totally clear.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
There. And this is sent to Nick, January 2025 or December 2024, maybe.
Okay. Give me a second. Yeah, I mean, again...
I want you to answer this question, Beckett.
Sure.
Is it a lie for Nick having...
Look who it is. I gotta be honest with you. I think the reason the Dickers thing was so funny when PD sent that thing earlier is I have not thought about Dickers for weeks. It has been weeks since I've thought about Dickers because I'm so fucking busy with a whole bunch of other shit. What is Dickers even doing? What's going on with Dickers? What's his whole fucking deal? Is he, what's he been making content about, I wonder? No, I do not have dreams about Dickers, okay? When did I raid Dickers? I don't feel like I've not raided Dickers for ages. Talking about every stream. But yes, what's he been up to? I saw one thing, apparently he's doing the Reddit brick stuff, I guess. Dickers is oh yeah, someone mentioned this earlier actually. Dickers is quiet quitting worse than you ever did. How so? What is he not streaming or something? What's going on? Is he no longer able to suckle off my teat? Is that the problem?
Been presented the evidence to say as a conditional, oh well, if he wasn't striking members only content, I wouldn't support that, but I also just wouldn't cover it. Is it a lie to his audience to imply that he does not have that information
but he cannot make that verdict yet.
Gotcha, bitch!
Oh. Oh. Gotcha, bitch.
Okay, I want to be really... I want to re-listen to this.
I did not edit that in. That's how long his pause was. He was asked a very specific question, he knew the answer to it, but he couldn't.
He streams only now and again. New girlfriend. What? Wait, what? How do you know he's got a new girlfriend?
Say it because that would involve condemning Nick. You can literally hear his thought process during this long pause. How do I get out of this? How do I get out of this? Oh, I know. I'll pull a Jordan Peterson and ask for more clarification. Maybe this will buy me enough time to get out of.
Like, I mean, to be fair to Dickers, I mean, I've been a little bit out of the loop, but there doesn't seem to have been massive amounts happening over the past couple of weeks. So, you know, I can understand if he's struggling to fill a 6 or whatever hour stream. The Mormons paid him well.
Of this. The first plane has hit the tower, everyone, but don't worry, the second one is coming.
I want to be really clear.
Okay. Just answer the question by the end of the segment. Watch both the videos, okay?
Sure.
I'll let you get back to it.
That's fine.
Okay, sure.
Okay, because I want to be really clear. If Diorio is misleading the audience on this, and that deserves to be, like, noted and called out, that's fine.
Dude. If he's doing this, it deserves to be noted and called out. So again, it's a way of... It's this way of squirming around just saying, yeah, it's really bad that Nicholas is doing that. That's awful behaviour, or whatever. He's trying to be like, well, if you want to call him out, that's fine, without actually doing it himself. Classic.
See what I mean? It is a nervous tick. That's fine. It's fine. That doesn't just deserve to be noted and called out. That deserves to be noted and called out by you. This is precisely why people call you a sweeper, Becky boy. We all know what Beckett's true opinion is on this, but he doesn't want to share it because his videos are made by committee. I'm joking, of course. His videos are made by a dictatorship, and Nick is the dictator. He wouldn't want to say anything that would make the Don upset, now would he? This guy is so pussy-whipped that his argument literally is, if Nick is deliberately lying to his audience, then I guess that's fine to call out. Ooh woo. So Kuiman leaves the call and Beckett goes right back to being a dishonest sweeper. There are way too many clips to cover and this video is already long enough. I gotta pray 5 times a day after all, so I'm only gonna cover a couple of them.
Don't give this a click on Ethan's channel. Here's a re-upload. And those were the things he had DMCA'd. That's his argument. But again, I have not seen this stuff. I don't know the nature of the lawsuit. The clips aren't there. I don't know how long they are. I can't make any pro or against Ethan.
This show is pretty boring. I mean, yeah, I've said my piece about it, but, you know, it is what it is. I mean, I just find it boring because I've covered all this, but that's okay. There are some funny moments later, apparently. But yes, I think that, yes, Nicholas is obviously doing the see no evil shit. So if you don't look into something, you can't then know what's going on. So you then don't have to criticize it, right?
I don't think the DMCA was even registered in Nick's head. I mean, there's a bit of mind reading here. Okay, sure. At the very least, he should have been fucking aware of it. Because this is content he is covering and has covered in detail. I've done this with other people as well. I think lying is a really high bar.
He thinks lying is a really high bar.
It's going to be great when Jar makes a video on you and Creeman and you run away like Diorio. I mean, he did already make a video about me. So, and I covered it. I took my Jar raping. I took my Robo raping when he was criticizing me. But, I mean, yeah, this is obviously... He's getting positive praise, so he's like fucking farming it. I mean, fucking Beckett, man. Well, actually, I'll be more reasonable. He has got a personal relationship. Well, not a personal relationship. He's got something of a relationship with Beckett, right? Like, Beckett is an ACC guy, so he's closer to Jar than I think anyone else ever was because of his connection to Leo Convoy and Jar and all this sort of thing. So there is a personal element to it. It's not just about, oh, I can farm these retards who want to hear about Beckett snark. I think there is a personal element there that he's, you know, linking into also, you know?
Bar. Bookmark that for later, people. It will become very important. But even if you want to give the most charitable take and say, oh, Nick is just being ignorant, he's talking about stuff he doesn't know about. Well, now several people have made him aware of it, and he's not correcting things, which still makes him a liar.
People like me allegedly posted a 1.5-minute long clip on reddit.com. Lamau, you have to be kidding me. Okay. I remember bits about this conversation and people being like, oh, well, you know, they hate.
He's legit resentful about being raked over the coals. Yeah, but this is the issue, isn't it? This is the problem. Is people don't give a fuck about that now. People don't give a fuck. I mean, it's why, you know, it's not even worth getting into all the City Bear shit, 'cause people don't fucking care. That's ancient history at this point. People just like seeing the autistic automaton, you know, that previously got fucking scrapped, now getting brought back into the fold to go after legitimate targets. That's the reality of it. No one gives a fuck about that drama anymore. Which is fair enough. I mean, it's a long time ago. I'm over it as well. It was funny at the time, obviously, but you know, it's very like, what about City Bear? It just comes across like you're trying to reach back into the time that you were winning in order to rape the guy. Lolcow's revenge. Yes, exactly. Yeah. It's why it just comes across poorly when Beckett is posting these DMs about the City Bear stuff from last year. It's like, bro, come on, that's a bit. You probably want to just address it head on if you're going to address it rather than dance around it, or just ignore it. Either way, but it's just this kind of half-hearted approach.
H3 snarkers are getting what they get because he's going after them. Didn't people like call this out as well?
This is literally, you know, the lawsuit stuff that happened.
So this is like the early conversation that was happening. At this point in July, Diorio should know that there was other stuff that was going on with the DMCAs on Reddit, which was for clips. You'd think, like, again, like he'd been covering a load of this stuff. So it is a bit of a diversion, at the very least.
Did Beckett call this out? No? Then shut the fuck up. Yeah, I know me and Nick should have called this out, but, you know, it's not new, it's really old, so we don't need to anymore. If Beckett ever calls me out for anything I've done in my past, just tell him it's not even new. Beckett goes on about a lot of other stuff, and I'm not gonna cover it because not only do I not know what he's saying, I don't even think he knows what he's saying. It is the most bizarre word salad I've ever heard in my entire life. No turban. Ah yes, at the very least, it's just a diversion. Well, why would someone do that? It's almost like they're trying to cover something up, also known as a fucking lie. I also really love how he says at the very least at the end, yeah, no shit, it is the very least.
Okay, Norma, we're halfway through. Norma is telling us there's a payoff at the end, okay? Apparently there's a payoff at the end.
Doing the very least because you're trying to sweep for him. If you're watching at this point in the video, please comment with the timestamp of this point in the video, who do you think is handling the other person with bigger kid gloves? Is it Nick handling H3, or is it Beckett handling Nick? Because personally, I think Beckett has the bigger kid gloves of the two. Kuimon is witnessing all of this, by the way, so
Has he put a fucking AI filter? What the fuck is that about? Dude, who is this fucking guy? Soy bearded react bro. Listen, you are true. It is true. I am a soy bearded react bro, but unfortunately, I'm gonna have to ban you because you're just spamming the chat. But very funny, very good. You got me. I'm raped.
He comes back on stream to make the second plane hit the towers.
Let me pitch a hypothetical to you, Beckett.
Sure.
Okay, it's a rape hypothetical. So this
Of course
is
it
like
is.
classic debate stuff.
Love it.
So Mral rapes two women.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, one is 18. One's actually a girl. One's not a woman. One's 15. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And you say to me, Mral raped a child. And I say, no, the rumor is that Mral raped an adult. And you...
Judge eyes glazing over. Well, it's exactly the same thing that I remember this vividly. This point, exactly. The morale thing. I remember this.
Her ID in front of my face. And you say, no, she was 15. I say, no, the rumor is she was 18. Am I lying?
Gotcha, bitch!
I love the jar.
No, he's certainly sweeping.
Kuimon literally just gave Beckett the most clear example of a lie by omission. Beckett pauses to think of a response. He thinks of a way to sweep for Nick, but also to make Kuimon happy, so he responds with, no, but you're certainly sweeping. He's still defending Nick by not calling him a liar, but he's also making Kuimon happy by calling Nick a sweeper.
The thing is, at this point, Nicholas Diorio is a liar. He is a liar. Like, that's just how it is, man. You can't really get around that. I think if you're going to sweep for Big Nick in the big 2026, I think you've got to accept that he is a liar, and he has lied about things. And he's lied by omission. And he has lied with, you know, this idea that he's not looked at something or not seen something. Maybe that's true, but, like, you have to go out of your way to not see it when this is your business covering this stuff. Yes, I will cover the new Liquid Sonic video, but I need some content for later in the week, so I'll probably cover it later. Today we're just chilling, really. We're just chilling today. As my day off. Dude, as my day off after I've just had 2 days off. Right? Well, the day off thing is more so that I need to leave to do the school run, so obviously I can't stream my normal hours. But yes, I will cover that at some point, yeah. Definitely.
Such a fence-sitting non-opinion that it would make Boogie2988 blush. This also retroactively proves that Beckett is a liar because he knows something not to be true, but he's still not covering it. If you try to confront Beckett about this, he'll just say, I'm not lying, but I'm certainly sweeping. Beckett, I know you're watching this.
Yes, I've said that we're getting back to normality. Obviously, I don't like my... I am very autistic about it. When my schedule is interfered with, I find it annoying. But we're getting there. Thursday onwards, we should largely be back to normal. Okay? But I don't think I'll be able to stream tomorrow. The electrician's coming round, and I've got another person coming round. Wednesday, I'm having my internet installed midday onwards. But Thursday, we'll have a normal, coherent, normal standard stream back. I'll stream for another 4 hours or so until I need to go. Yes, guys, I'm sorry it has been a bit haphazard, but we're getting there. We are getting there, okay? And rape meat. Look, it's rape meat. He might be a liar, but he's fat, lonely, rich, gay, retarded, and has no personality or sense of humour of his own, and you'll never take that away from him. Very good, very good.
This video, just say fucking yes. Beckett even had a pretty easy out here. He could have said, whoa, yes, I do agree that that's a lie by omission, but I don't think that's what Nick is doing. I think he's just misinformed on things. But he's been shown too much evidence and admitted to too many things that he can't say that anymore. He is completely and utterly trapped, and I just don't know why he's still going with this. Beckett's not even admitting to something he did wrong. He's lying on behalf of Nick. The fact that Beckett can't admit to this one little thing proves that he's not engaging honestly. And if he's being dishonest about this, what else is he being dishonest about?
You're sweeping. You don't think that's lying?
Well, it depends.
When the evidence
It's crazy.
is in front of you,
Okay.
and you say it's not the case.
Yeah, no. The way you phrase this is like the way, like it's the rumor is she's an adult. Like these aren't the same things. We're not talking about.
What does Nick say there? What does Nick say there? Nick says the rumor was he knows Paige Christie has sent him a Reddit link that links to all the evidence.
Which it doesn't appear that he responded to or fucking read.
It. No, he did respond to. He did.
No, he responded to it with one message and said, if it's for market replacement, that's based. And then Paige sent two more messages.
What exactly happens here? What is he replying to when he says that, Beckett?
He's responding to Paige Christie sending the Reddit link.
Yes.
So he's not. So he's not read it. He's not read it at the time that he responds to Paige.
Beckett, no. Listen to what he says in this segment again, Beckett. He says he actually did look at the Reddit page, but he didn't believe it because it was on.
The other problem as well with Jar videos is he needs to edit more. Okay, I know this is a bit hypocritical coming from a streamer, but these clips need to be more tightly edited, and he just lets clips play way too fucking long. They need to be a lot snappier.
On Snark. Then, what else does he say? He says, I was waiting to give my take when the lawsuits came out, and the lawsuits for that. What's in the lawsuits, Beckett?
As we've discussed, there's reference for the DMCA.
It has a list of the DMCAs, and yet Nick is still pretending that he doesn't know that they're not members' content.
Yeah, sure, and he should focus on that and be like, yes,
no.
Okay.
No, so not focus on, no. To pretend that you don't know when you do is to lie. Yes?
Gotcha, bitch!
Gotcha, bitch! Far! Far!
I don't want to attribute to Diorio that he is lying about this. I don't.
Dude. Yeah. You don't want to attribute it, but does that really mean... yeah, of course. You don't want to think someone's a liar, but are they a liar or not?
I know you don't. I know you don't.
Because, like,
I know why you don't as well.
No, hold on. I don't...
Oh, my God.
Look, I don't think it makes that much of a fucking difference. On the other extreme, he is saying, I don't know if I'd provide these people with defense.
It doesn't make a difference anymore, Beckett, because you've just, I've just worked you down into a corner. You've embarrassed yourself
look,
by trying to
Hold on.
As good as a concession as I can get. You might as well have just said it.
What chirp? You guys are trying to wind me up. There's no fucking chirp.
I'm trying to engage with this as honestly as possible. That, like, Ethan had gone... I feel like this isn't new information. I feel like there was a pretty public discussion on all of these fucking streams.
About what?
About the fact that Ethan was going after the H3 snarkers and wanted the names of the mods, and therefore was utilising
yes, and the lie that has been told is that it was members' content or full re-upload mirrors to Siphon Views, and that is a lie.
Bro, I thought, to be fair, I thought Ethan was suing them for defamation at one point.
Okay, two things. One, Beckett, if it doesn't matter, you wouldn't be arguing and lying this hard about it. And two, Beckett really slipped up by saying that last part. He just admitted that he's trying to be honest as possible.
There is some sort of ambient sound coming through. I don't know what it is. Is it this? I don't know.
Most people don't try to be honest, they just are. Most people try to lie. This guy lies so much that he actually has to put effort in to being honest. And lying is a great sin in the eyes of Allah. Now I'll be charitable here. Beckett, if you're watching this video, please explain to me in the audience what the fuck you meant by that. Beckett continues to spurg out, saying things like, I just think the accusation of lying is such a high bar. And then for the second time, he falls back on the, this isn't even new argument.
Okay, well, you've got no idea what's going on, clearly, Beckett. That's fine. I'm telling you, Nick, I'm literally showing you the evidence right now, that Nick was sent.
Look. Well, that's, hang on a minute.
The evidence of the strikes, December 2024, January 2025, page...
There is some, you see, yeah, I think it's from the headphones. I think there's some audio bleeding through the headphones. Right? I think that's what's going on. I'm pretty sure. Yes, we can hear the chirp. Yes, we can hear the chirp.
Christie's video release is January 2025. In the debate, what is it, May? It's brought up. Nick still pretends not to know then, so, you know, you could maybe give him benefit of the doubt, say that maybe he didn't look at it.
No, I've got my, because I'm having to use Bluetooth ones at the moment, because I need to get some new actual proper headphones for streaming, but they were run out of battery. So I didn't want to have a Xanderhall moment, or they were low on battery, and I didn't want to have a Xanderhall moment. So I found some old cheap headphones that I got knocking about and using those for now.
Back then or something, the lawsuits weren't out yet, so it wasn't confirmed. But then past that debate, lawsuits come out, it's referenced in there, it's absolutely confirmed that the stuff in that snark thread is absolutely true. He then reviews the Paige Christie video to be ignorant. That's a lie, Beckett.
Okay. I would say at the very least,
I did refresh.
I don't like using the word lie.
Yeah, at the very least.
At the very least, he's obfuscating. It's fine.
At the very least, Beckett.
Man,
it's a lie. He's been sent the evidence. He's acknowledged the evidence.
Prompt people on screen.
He says in this clip that he's read the...
Oh my god, dude. When Creeman isn't doing dead air, he's trying to talk over himself. When he's doing the equivalent of giving himself the Presidential Medal of fucking whatever it is, bro. Literally watching his own debate. And then he starts talking over himself, so you can't understand what's going on. Holy shit, man.
He just didn't believe
if he was going to respond to this Paige Christie stuff.
To be fair, Kuiman, I am an idiot and I don't know what's going on. That's great and all, Beck.
Oh, man. Okay. This is something that the newfound Jar fans are having to swallow, isn't it? These fucking dog shit AI images. Lovely. Oh, yeah, love it. Great stuff, Jar.
Yeah, but my question is not about what you want. My question is Nick lying or not? This dude is a bigger snake than the one in the Garden of Eden. Yes, Muslims do believe in that story too. Beckett continues to spurg out more and more because he realized he's been caught red-handed, which is pretty fitting because he's a ginger.
He's a ginger! He's a ginger!
I'm saying you will always find a way to avoid that final...
Chudsy's cream and getting his flowers from Jar and doesn't know how to process it, so he's lashing out. Yes, exactly.
Step, the obvious conclusion that logically follows that is actually damaging. That is what you avoid.
I'm not ginger.
You will go, oh yeah, you should have done that. Oh, he fucked that up. You will do that. You will never say lied. You will never say...
Hold on, I do... okay.
A specific...
Sure. There is... Okay.
Application of malice.
Okay. Sure, yes.
Case closed. Beckett just admitted to it. He said yes and sure, to Kuimon pointing out that Beckett will never condemn what his friends do. It only took several minutes of arguing for him to realize that. His excuse is, oh, I'm just really charitable with people. No, you're charitable with your friends, not your enemies. But do I have any evidence for this allegation? Come on, everyone. I'm Muslim. We have evidence for everything. Let's play the next clip.
I did this with KP. I did this with Emmy for the Saberspark stuff. I've done this.
I'm pretty sure I've heard you throw around other people lying. You know, you went pretty hard on Falgi too, in the end.
Yeah, well, at that point, I had a fucking ton of evidence and stuff that had been personally done to me.
Well, I don't know about the rest of you guys, but I spotted several big mistakes. Let's watch my favorite part again, shall we?
And stuff that had been personally done to me.
Oh no!
Dude, the Jar Muslim thing, he was pretending to be Jewish before, and now he's pretending to be Muslim. I don't know, man. It's just his little autistic humour coming through. I don't know what to tell you. That's just how he is.
Beckett just said the quiet part out loud.
Yeah, I was charitable with Falgi because he was my friend, but then I found out he did bad stuff to me personally, so that made me realize he was my enemy, so I stopped being charitable with him.
Yeah, there's this system Beckett has along with all of his friends. They will all talk about how charitable Beckett is. In return, he's charitable to them when they fuck up. And when he goes after one of their enemies, people witness just how angry and pissed off Beckett is. This must mean something.
Oh my god. Yeah, this video is also too long as well. It should have been shorter. He could have edited down those clips and made it a lot shorter. Again, yeah, hypocritical coming from a streamer, but like, I don't know, man. It's I get the point. I get the gist.
Because this is the good old charitable Beckett after all. Not gonna lie, it's a great system. The problem is Beckett is an idiot.
The only time I like AI is when young black felons are being AI'd into being brutally gang raped in prison. That's the only time that I enjoy watching AI content.
Kuimon could have gone a lot harder at Beckett, but because he's semi-friendly with the guy, he went easy on him. Now some of you might say, come on Jar, we've seen all of this stuff already in Kuimon's video. The difference between me and Kuimon is that Beckett can ignore Kuimon. He can't ignore me. People are gonna constantly ask him to respond to this.
Come on Jar, why do you gotta keep poking the bear? You're reviving your own drama at this rate.
Yeah. That's true. Because obviously, with Jar, there is a more personal connection there, you know? There is a personal connection between Jar and Beckett, so... I mean, Beckett probably will end up engaging with this and responding to it, right?
Beckett was ignoring you and now he's gonna have to talk about you again.
Well, guess what? I was originally gonna end the video here, but while I was working on it, Beckett just had to talk shit about me on stream again. Now, I'm not subscribed to Beckett, but I am subscribed to Kuimon, and he was not too happy about some of the shit Beckett said.
No, listen, here is the ground rule. Here is the ground rule. Everyone in every drama, including the people covering it, suck. We're all awful. We're all terrible fucking people. Don't root for anyone.
Oh my god! That's the most nothing point I've ever heard in my life! I know Beckett is trying to sound cool, but he's only saying this because Ethan Klein is finally starting to lose. Retroactively making Nicholas Diorio start to lose. Retroactively making him start to lose. I've always heard of the saying the blind leading the blind, but now I truly get it. Beckett starts spurging out about Boogie2988. Yes, he's doing this in mid-2026. And then completely out of nowhere, he starts talking about me.
It's not entertaining to me to watch somebody who is a genuine piece of shit larp about being a piece of... It's like Jar, actually. It's like Jar. There's a reason I don't watch Jar videos, because it is insufferable watching Jar like larp about his dramas like he's somehow now getting a win over people.
Oh really, Beckett? I'm larping like I'm getting a win over people? Like who? Do you got any examples? No, of course you don't. Yeah, this is another pattern in Beckett's behavior. He loves to make points without providing any examples to prove them. I'm not doing that to multiple people. The only singular person I'm kind of doing that to is Nicholas Diorio. But I'm not larping. As soon as I started making videos on him, he shut the fuck up about me fast.
He's just ignoring you, Jar, cause you ain't worth his time.
He was still talking about me while I was working on videos about him, and he has made way more videos on me than I've made on him. I even titled my last video, Nick is Scared of Me, because I knew he was a pussy and wouldn't respond.
Bro. You're getting like a couple of thousand...
He literally is getting a win over people.
Based in red-pilled Kuimon, he knows what it's all about. But it's not just Kuimon, is it?
Well, the thing is, you know, the idea that Jar comments on you, makes a video about you, and then you don't want to talk about him, it's like, it's fucking Jar, bro. And people just don't want to be seen. They don't want to feel like they've lost or something like that. It's just, what does it fucking matter, bro? You can just talk about the video, be like, oh yeah, fucking, Nicola's could have just watched it, taken his fucking licks or whatever, and then moved on. But instead he's got to play this retarded game where he's like, I don't care what Jar's saying. Yeah, you fucking do, bro. You were covering him loads when he was covering stuff that was favourable to your angle that you were taking at the time, you know? That's the reality of it. So it's just, Nicholas absolutely didn't want Jar to make him look stupid because he is sensitive to the Ethan stuff. Can you subscribe to my YouTube? No, I'm not going to subscribe to YouTube because you're probably a fucking loser. Fuck off.
Templeton, the guy who has tried to pull multiple ops on me. Malcolm, the guy who has the IQ of a baked potato who stole my intro music. Nicholas Diorio when he saw my Cruel World Happy Mind video, which he only agreed with because I was defending Ethan Klein. Chud Logic, my arch nemesis. And a few others as well. People are enjoying these videos. And I bet, Beckett, that if you gave them a chance, you would enjoy them too. But you can't do that because if you do, your committee will be upset with you.
Fucking views. You're trying to
arch nemesis, bro. I don't know if he's joking or some autistic joke. I genuinely just don't see it like that. It's like, that drama's done. That drama's finished. That drama's over. Okay. I don't know. Like, what is this arch nemesis shit, bro? Is it a joke? I don't know. And it's hard to tell with Jar. He's so autistic. You didn't reply back to Jar's DM. Well, yeah, I said to him, hey, do you want to come on sometime? And then he sent me this random image, very autistically, and I was like, I don't know what that means.
Attention from hate communities.
Hate communities? How dare you call the Nation of Islam a hate community? That does it. I'm gonna throw one of your gay friends off a rooftop. In all seriousness, though, Beckett, your community is a hate community. So is mine, so is Chud's, so is Kuiman's. That's what drama channels are fucking all about. Just a few minutes ago, you said everybody sucks in drama.
It's absolutely fucking insufferable. Leave Jar alone, man. He's on a roll. Fuck off. No, he's not.
I mean, he is. He is on a roll. He is on a fucking roll. He is on a roll. Oh, what? The throwing gays off roof thing? Okay. I mean, to be honest, that's what ducks back for me because I'm a massive bigot now. But sure. No, Jar is on a roll. I don't understand why you would act otherwise. Like, yeah, dude, within the ecosystem that he's in and all that, yeah, sure, he's fucking raping people that previously raped him. I got a little raping off of him. I got a little cheeky raping in an original Nicholas Diorio video. So, yeah, he's just coming for, obviously, yes, there's a level of like, these people came at me, now I'm coming at them. Okay. But I just, yeah, sure, why not just be gracious enough to say, why not just be gracious enough to just say, yeah, he's fucking raping the people that came at him when he was at his low point. Sorry, let me listen to the joke again. I didn't really give it enough credit. Let me try again.
Ethan Klein, Chud Logic, my arch nemesis. And a few others as well. People are enjoying these videos. And I bet, Beckett, that if you gave them a chance, you would enjoy them too. But you can't do that because if you do, your committee will be upset with you.
Fucking views. You're trying to farm attention from hate communities.
Hate communities? How dare you call the Nation of Islam a hate community? That does it. I'm gonna throw one of your gay friends off a rooftop. In all seriousness, though, Beckett, your community is a hate community. So is mine, so is Chud's, so is Kuiman's. That's what drama channels are fucking all about. Just a few minutes ago, you said everybody
I don't know, maybe that just didn't really hit for me quite the same. For sure.
Sucks in drama.
It's absolutely fucking insufferable. Leave Jar alone, man. He's on a roll. Fuck off. No, he's not.
He's so upset by the fact that I'm no longer getting ratioed on every video, that I'm just doing a little bit better in life, and it's causing him grief. I live rent-free in this dude's head.
Who hangs out in random fucking group calls and will do anything for anyone who's even
Well, Jar's cringe and tries to it. I just think that it's very, for me, it's very transparent. He's the mouse pressing the button for the cheese, and he's getting, I mean, it's fine. I don't hate him for that. It's probably quite, soothing. But I don't know, man. It's like he obviously just is loving the fact that for once in a long time, he's actually getting some positive attention. It's bad to put effort into things. It's bad to care about your life's work. Yeah, I showed the Beckett tweets earlier. Beckett is, well, I just think ignore it or don't ignore it and cover it. But this half-hearted like tweet response thing is just gay and not particularly compelling.
Slightly nice to him.
Ah, yes, once again, Beckett giving no examples to support his argument. I don't think there's anyone in the world who will do anything for someone if they're nice to them. I know he's being hyperbolic, but this is just, you're nice to people who are nice to you. Yeah, that's fucking most people, dipshit.
Then debunk a single point he's made. Oh my god, Queeman.
Oh no, Koimon is about to wape Beckett again.
John wants to talk about cheese when he's farming kick partner money, stealing people's hard work. Okay, can we stop this absolutely ridiculous narrative of farming kick partner money? Although I have said that myself in those exact words, right? You understand that kick partner money is exactly the same concept as YouTube, but they pay you more because it's funded by idiots paying Plinko rather than by advertising fucking revenue. It's the same shit as fucking YouTube. It's just YouTube pay you a fraction. Yes, it is. It's the same idea. Yes, it's the same concept. You get paid a rate. It's just that YouTube fund it with advertising. Not a rate exactly, but they pay you an amount based on the adverts that run. Whereas on Kick, you stream less. Yes, because of Mormon logic, you fucking idiot. Because I've been busy recently, bro. Because I've been fucking busy, dude. I moved house. Have you ever moved house before? Have you ever purchased a house and moved house before? Yeah, guess what? You don't have as much time to fucking stream. You got shit going on. Yes, I know that I stream less. Fuck me, dude. Oh, Chud, you've moved house and you've streamed less. Yes, because I got shit going on I need to sort out, bro. Holy fuck, man. You fucking jobless, pathetic wretches that have got nothing going on in your life. Nothing going on in your fucking life. They're fucking mad at me because I got shit going on that I need to sort out. Yes, I stream less because I've got shit to do. I'm trying to alleviate that and I'm working towards a place where I get back to my normal schedule. Because I like streaming, and on top of that as well, yes, it's how I make money, so I need to. I can't not stream, bro. Holy fuck, dude. As if I don't fucking know that. As if I don't fucking know that I'm streaming less, just fucking in my fucking headphones because it's wired. Oh my god, bro. When you don't buy a crack den, it's actually quite easy to move. Yeah, but if you buy a normal house, you can't do what I've done, which is to pump equity into it through the work that you do. Fuck you.
Dude, it's not about fucking Nick videos. I had the same reaction to the, like, whatever it's called, Cruel World, Happy Mind.
Wait, what? What do you mean by that? It's not about the point someone makes? Bro, that's what it mostly should be about. And what do you mean by you had the same reaction to the Cruel World, Happy Mind shit? I made one video on her.
Also, I'm still mad. People say I stream less. It's actually not true. With Kick Partner Money, I actually stream more. I went over 200 hours streamed in a month. Repeatedly. For a little while there. Because Kick Partner Money is so good, bro. So this idea that I stream less because of Kick Partner Money. No. The opposite is true. I stream more. It's just this month has been very haphazard. 200 whole hours. Yes. That's 50 hours a week. That's 50 hours a week. Like, why are you saying it like it's nothing, bro? Yes, I'm not saying my life is particularly hard, just to be clear, okay? I'm just saying, people are saying, you stream less. Yes, I have streamed less this month, but normally, it's not because of Kick Partner Money. It's because I've had other things going on, but we will get back to our normal schedule as soon as possible.
That Nick enjoyed, by the way, and then I moved on with my life. I wasn't doing victory laps about it. One of the big points Beckett likes to say about me is, oh, Jar says he wins every single drama he's in, but all he ever does is pick the winning side, then claims that he won. Beckett, I'd never claimed that I won something like
200 hours of stealing content, yes. Yeah, sitting on your ass. What you fail to realise is how much the social batteries come into play. And when you put it into that context, this job is actually harder then I would say manual work. I mean, I've watched all the tradespeople do their job, stuff like that, get in the hot attic, drill this, saw that, right? And I think, yeah, you can do all of that. But can you sit there for 8 hours on your ass, talking a bunch of nonsense, watching someone else's video? Can you do that? Yeah, you can change a fucking... Whoa, wow, whoop-de-doo, you changed the fucking light bulb, okay? Meanwhile, I'm in here, sat here, fucking moaning at chat about it. Anyway, I've done DIY now. I've done DIY now. So I know how easy it is. I know how straightforward it is. And I don't know what fucking tradespeople are moaning about. Chud sitting on the rocking chair with his whip doing hard work. Oh. Anyway. Do you know what I get in real life when I talk about what I do, right? I don't get this bullshit that I'm getting from chat right now. I get people going, oh, that's interesting. Oh, let's have a look at your setup. Or I couldn't do that. Bro, there's some guy, some tradesman, was like, I couldn't fucking do that. I was like, yeah, good, I'm glad you recognise that. Now get back to work. Now get my fucking light sorted now.
The Illuminations drama or the Cruel World Happy Mind drama. Those are not my dramas.
Dude, this is so real though from Rape Meat. I'd pay to see Chud interacting with a tradesman, walking the tightrope of being a pitiful damsel in distress versus not seeming like too much of a mark to be taken advantage of. That is so true, man. That is a real comment, actually. That is very true. Because you do have to simultaneously accept that this person needs to come and do something for you because you can't do it yourself, whilst also not seeming like you got no idea what you're talking about. And over time, it's gotten easier because you get to learn about stuff as you're going through the process, right? And for example, one thing that you do is you plead poverty, but you got to do it carefully. You can't be a total wretch about it, right? You get little comments in there. You know, you talk about the fact that, you know, you've had all this work done, coming to the end, at the limit of your budget, you know, little things like that, just to put the point across. And then normally, you know, you get the idea across there. Or, you know, you sort of know a little bit. You know a little bit, so you talk about what you do know, so he doesn't think you're a total fucking retard that's got no clue what's going on, you know? To be honest with you, all the tradespeople have been great. And one of them even did a little bit of what, I mean, he only charged me like 350 quid to repoint some of the walls and put a PVC thing over a window that had this wood thing on, without going into the details. Boring. But you know, there's people that will do you like a good turn and they're like, okay, well, they'll give you like a good rate for like a little quick bit of work. Now, honestly, the Polish tilers, they're not Polish, he's Greek. The tiling is immaculate. I wish I could show you, but I can't, unfortunately. The tiling is fucking immaculate. The worst person I dealt with in terms of like pricing and someone trying to take advantage of you was the fucking double glazing salesperson. Because I was looking into it, and apparently the trick that they do is they'll go into someone's house and they'll give an overly inflated price for the work, and some people won't argue the toss because they don't know how much stuff costs to do, so they'll just accept this inflated price. It's twofold. They'll push an inflated price for the work, and then they'll try and get you on monthly payments. Oh, that's the other thing this guy did as well, right? This cheeky chappy, right? He was trying to get me onto their fucking what is it? You know, the financing thing, and he was just telling me the monthly payments, and he was saying, you know, you could pay this much and it'd be £100 a month, and I said, hang on a minute, how much is the APR? Because he wasn't telling me what the APR was, he was just telling me the monthly payments, right? And then he was like, oh well, it's 14.9%, and I was like, well, I'm not paying 14.9% for fucking something I could probably just afford to pay cash, bro. Why are you trying to get me on this rights? And the reason that they do it, the reason they try and push the finance is because if they do overquote for a job and they get you on the finance, okay, how that works psychologically is you accept the higher price, you don't really question it, and you only think about the monthly payments. That's the psychological trick. You think about it as monthly payments rather than the overall cost, and then you don't think, well, am I paying over the odds for the work in and of itself, you know? So, yeah. It's like this trick to try and get people to accept some absolutely overinflated price for work that is not worth the amount they quote you originally, you know? Oh, another trick as well, right? Another trick too. They note the price down, and then they ask you, how much do you think it is? And I obviously had a rough idea, so I said about £2,000. But he'd written down 2,800. And the reason they do that is because they want to get a gauge of whether you know how much stuff is worth and how much stuff costs. Because if you don't know, they'll quote you 2,800. Some naive person will accept it and take the finance offer, so they just see it as £100 a month. They get a tiny little commission, and the company obviously gets the overinflated cost covered. You know? Yeah, it's very sleazy salespeople tactics, isn't it? You know, but to be honest with you, I used to work in sales, so I didn't really hate the guy. I respect the hustle. I understand what he's trying to do, but it's just, you know, it's like fucking. You need to know, and if you don't know, you're gonna get fucked. You're gonna get ripped off. Yeah, car salesmen are the same. Car salesmen are exactly the same. They're exactly the fucking same. Yeah, they got a sticker price, and then they'll get you focused on the finance, get you to sign up. Yeah, before you know what you're doing, you're signing up for something you never even really wanted in the first place, you know? And Chud complains about the Indian scammers when he got some fat British Barry scamming him the same. Make that make sense. Okay, high pressure sales tactics are not the same as a scam, okay? A scam would be you pay for the windows and you don't get them, so you don't get them, or they fuck it up and they ruin it or something, you know? But, you know, it's buyer beware. You've got to have some awareness of what stuff is. And to be honest with you, if I was at the start, I probably wouldn't have had a fucking clue of how much it would roughly cost to get 3 windows replaced. But the thing is, once you start to do it, you start to understand, like, well, how much is someone's labour worth for a day? And how much are materials, and so on and so forth. And then you can kind of just roughly work out whether or not someone's given you a fair price or not. Because, yeah, there are obviously people that will try and take the piss if you let them. But it's just funny. It's just funny that, you know. Yeah, it's you know, it's just the game. It's the game that they play, and you just got to be aware of it, you know. But obviously, you can imagine some slick salesperson goes into some grandmother's house, okay, and they're like sitting there, cup of tea, all nicey. They quote the price, the inflated price, and then they start banging on about installments, and the grandmother's just completely like, "Whoa, that sounds great. Yeah, let's do that." You know. Yes, well, two of the windows are wood, and one of them is like old, dated style. So that's all getting replaced with new stuff. Eventually, I'm going to get the whole lot replaced because some of the windows are extremely dated. Like the style and design is really fucking old. But that's, you know, not for a little while yet. I just want time to, like, not worry about some fucking tradesperson wandering about the place for a bit, you know? But those windows do have to be replaced. So to be honest with you, it's kind of worked out quite nicely. Love it. Oh, dude. Do you know what else I've been looking at? Fucking Coffin Dodger. How good Coffin Dodgers have got it. Right? Because I know about the triple lock, obviously. But I didn't know the extent of what impact it's had. Because I didn't know the exact figures. Did you know a few years ago, the state pension increased by 10% because inflation was so high? So they increased the state pension one year by 10%. Just like that. Because they got the triple lock. Isn't that fucking mental? The floor for that is 2.5%. It's supposed to be inflation, average wages, or 2.5%, whichever's the highest, right? Okay. So you can see by the 2.5%, that's roughly where it's supposed to sit. You know, the low single-digit percentages. That's roughly where you would want it to sit. But because there was a freak inflation because of COVID, I think, one year, they got a 10% increase to the state pension. How is that fucking sustainable, bro? How is that how the fuck are we supposed to afford that, bro? How are working people supposed to afford to pay for that? It's fucking ridiculous, bro. You know, why not just make it aligned with average wages? No, it's 10%, a straight 10% increase in the state pension. Why not just have it? So then pensioners can rise alongside workers. Is that not a solution? Why can't they just do that? I don't understand why it needs to be this measure, which means that in some cases it can double-digit increase. It's crazy. And then we've got to burden the cost of that. Fucking working people now have got to burden the cost of this ever-increasing fucking pension that they get paid.
I'm just a side character at best. I could bring up past dramas as examples, but you'll cry if I do that. So I'll just talk about this drama I'm in right now. Against H3, Nick, and the others,
yes,
I'm not on the winning
Wage
side.
index,
I got Purple Perry Gaming, Malcolm, Chud Logic, and Kuimon. Let's be honest here, the best guy we got is Sleepy. Against people like Sensitive Society, Asmongold, Nicholas Diorio, H3, and many others, we don't have the numbers. I intentionally put myself on the losing side because that's what us Muslims do. Yes, everyone, I literally just disproved a negative, and that's because Beckett doesn't make arguments. He just says...
Yes, rate me. That's what I'm talking about. Hi, I'm old and can't even work anymore and didn't bother to save up a single cent for 50 years. Please ensure my disposable income increases the same as workers. Dude, honestly, man, the way we treat pensioners, it's like they're fucking royalty. It's unbelievable to me. And that fucking meme as well. Oh, well, they've paid into the system. No, they fucking haven't, dude. That is complete bollocks. It's not true. The average pensioner today has not paid into the system to an adequate level of what they're going to pull out of it, okay? That is a fucking myth. It's not true. It's not true. They have fulfilled the standards that the state has laid out to get certain benefits. But that doesn't mean that they've paid enough money to cover their own costs now. You know, some of them are getting to 80, 90 years old, beyond 90. The cost of sustaining them is tremendous and large. But for some reason, there's, because the old voting base is so certain, no fucking politician wants to go near them. Do you know what Starmer should do on the way out if he had any fucking bollocks, right? I tell you what he'd do. He'd get rid of the fucking triple lock, okay? That would be the first thing to go. What else could he do? I don't know. There would probably be some crazy policy like you need to pay for your NHS treatment once you reach 90 or 85 or something like that, Some sort of crazy policy where pensioners have got to at least pay a portion of the cost for the latest fucking hip replacement. I'm just sick of it, dude. The more I read about how pensioners get treated in this country, it's so frustrating because no politician wants to go near anything that they get, right? They don't want to go near any way that they get. But if they did, it would pay dividends. I tell you another thing that annoys me as well about this all as well, right? Because Labour have got this policy where they can't increase income tax, they can't do easy money-grabbing things, which would be simple and raise an absolute insane amount of revenue, right? Like, for example, if you were to increase the basic rate of tax by 1 pence, okay, it would raise like 6 billion a year in revenue for the government. But they don't want to do it because they promised no raise in income tax. Why not just put an extra penny on? Do you know how much that would cost the average person? It would cost the average person about £200 a year. That's it. £200 a fucking year. What are we doing here, bro? It's like nothing. It's nothing. And I would pay that as well, obviously, to be clear. I mean, I'd pay more than most because obviously I'd have to pay that all the way through the entirety of my earnings, that 21% or whatever it would be. 22%, 23%. So the poor are not getting taxed enough, and the elderly, frail coffin dodgers, they're getting it way too fucking good as well. Day of the tax, yes, exactly. Day of the long pen it can't come soon enough. Dude, I'm not going to get my pension for 28 years. What are you on about, dude? I'm fucking years away from it. I'm like a whole other lifetime away from getting my fucking pension. Anyway, sorry. I've been getting very bothered recently looking at all of this stuff. The pensioners have got it too good, and the working poor have also got it too good.
stuff. If there's anyone who does that, it's Beckett. He only goes after people when they're getting cancelled. Even when Nick is doing something objectively wrong, he's too scared to condemn the guy. Like most men who have low self-esteem, Beckett was just projecting.
Just a nightmare with the 20. I was on the H3H3 train at the beginning, but I learned more about copyright. It was clear Ethan was using a lawsuit to bully people who were mean on the internet, which Ethan should know since he's been around for years.
Oh my god, rape meat is so real for this take as well. Cut the pensions, get voted out by coffin dodgers, bring in too many new workers to keep the economy afloat to pay for the pensioners, and get voted out by coffin dodgers. Yeah, Beatrice, you might be surrounded by migrants that would rape you given half the chance, okay? But how are we going to pay for your hip replacement otherwise, you stupid bitch? Oh, you like your pension going up, do you? Well, guess what, you stupid fucking cunt. Okay? Abdul is carrying you on his fucking back at this point. If he wants to slip a couple of fingers into your fucking wretched, haunted pussy as recompense for his hard work, I say go for it. I say fair play. I say fair enough.
He absolutely should.
And Nick should absolutely not sweep for him for 2 years for doing it.
Fuck Jar, he is a miserable piece of shit who is still lying constantly.
Infidel, Muslims do not lie. By the way, if you're wondering how many examples Beckett gives of me lying in this stream, he gives 0. Now I thought lying was a high bar. I mean, after all, despite all the evidence Kuimon gave Beckett, he still wouldn't admit that Nicholas Diorio was lying. But he's more than happy to call me a liar while giving no examples.
Well, while also, like, fucking throwing his girlfriend on the bus. Yeah, fuck that guy.
Now, my first reaction was, damn it, how did he know? I thought it was funny, but she got...
Dude, that is pretty wild. Do you know what's so crazy about this? This is all very Nicholas Diorio coded, isn't it? You know, the making the comments then, now he's released a video, now Beckett's like, oh, I don't know if this is interesting to talk about. Dude, you were literally just talking about it a few streams ago, watching that fucking Moist Critical video.
Pretty upset with me after I pushed her in front of the bus.
Called me a whore and pushed me in front of a car.
Heidi, I was in a bad mood!
But later she did come back to me because she didn't know what jihad.
In
all seriousness, I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. I even asked her about this and she doesn't even know. Pretty much every clip you can find of me talking about her is me giving her nothing but praise.
I'll respond to Jar. I'll tell you what, here's my offer. I'll respond to Jar or debunk any stuff that he said in his like commentary videos or even go over them if he'll agree to get in a call with me and address the fact that he lied to me and lied to everyone else.
So Beckett will only look at my videos if I admit to lying about something.
So I think, I mean, this now makes a lot more sense. So what Beckett is talking about is the fact that Just a Robot lied about having looked at the documents, the Cine Bear documents. So it seems to me like Beckett is doing the thing where he's like, Jar, you were dishonest in the Cine Bear drama. Remember that time when you got exposed for wanting to fuck a pedo? Yeah, remember that one? Remember the really embarrassing bad one where you got exposed for that? Yeah, well, remember that? Because it's an easy way to focus on that and not address whatever he's saying now, you know? If old British women took a bit better care of themselves, maybe the refugees could get it up for them and wouldn't have to prey on minors. The problem isn't the migrant hotels. It's that you aren't bunking the refugees with grannies and solving 2 problems at once. Dude, that's fucking... Dude, what? You're sick. You're a sicko.
I don't know what I'm going to be admitting to because he hasn't given any examples. I also love how he says that I have to admit to lying. He's not going to press me on if I lied or not. I just have to come out and admit that I lied to apparently everyone. I bet it's something small and stupid like how I said I wouldn't get involved in drama anymore. Yeah, every drama channel that's gotten cancelled has made that promise and went back on it. But whatever he is going to press me on, come on Beckett, it's not even new. Kuimon is even asking these questions.
Lied to you about what, bro? Like what? I cannot even begin to imagine what inconsequential nonsense this guy is pretending to be mad about.
He doesn't know what Beckett is on about. I don't even think Beckett knows what he's...
Yeah, that is a good way of putting it. It's inconsequential now. I mean, who fucking dude? Yeah, Beckett. I mean, Jar, you know, it happened during the drama as well. I always thought Jar was just like a funny character, if you like, and it was funny the calamity that he was getting involved in. But some people genuinely were like aggressively acting like he deserved to be cancelled or something. It's like, well, not really. Yeah, exactly. Jar was already raped over the Cine shit 10 times. Yes, exactly. Yeah. And it's just a way of trying to remind people that Jar's just a sort of wretch, because then you think you can slip out of it easily. When are you installing your new AI butler? Well, I actually need to look into... There's things you can do that have got like interconnectivity, right? It's all old news. It's all coal. Beckett and Nicholas just put him on the acceptable milking target list just like Tipster was for a while. Have you seen Tipster's new look? Tipster has really gone into the non-binary thing. He's like almost unrecognisable. And do you know what? More power to him. Good luck, Tipster, and your little gay thing that you're doing, whatever it is. Good luck to you, mate. That's what I say.
He's on about. But the reason why Beckett is making this demand is because he wants an easy win against an autistic...
Oh, wait, hang on. It seems like chat's got a different perspective.
Guy. To be fair, he kind of needs one after what Kuimon did to him.
Now pretending to care about some shit with Jar's girlfriend? What the fuck are you talking about? We talked about this on stream, bro.
Ah, yes, to get the context for what the fuck Beckett is talking about, we have to watch a multi-hour long stream. He doesn't even say what stream it is to make it even harder to find. Don't act like you give a shit, bro. I know for a fact you don't.
What's happening? Queeman's coping about Jar in chat. I don't know why.
Oh no, he's projecting again. He just had a super embarrassing crash out about me, and then he accuses Kuimon of the one coping because he's just defending me a little in chat. And his defense basically boils down to, show proof, bitch.
Queeman needs another toy to play with, and Jar's his new fucking, like, potential attack dog because he keeps making videos on Nick. Apparently Queeman is at the point where he's so desperate for somebody to attack Diorio, he'll accept Jar.
I'm sorry to...
Hang on a sec, bro. Diorio did exactly the same thing. Wait, what, dude? That's what Diorio did. Diorio did that as well. Diorio was cheering him on when he was going against Ethan Klein's enemies. So, what, now it's bad because it's Queeman that gets to benefit from that and not fucking Diorio?
Understand why his name is Cope and Seethe, because he's always coping.
To be honest with you, I didn't realise there was this animosity between Queeman and Becky, as he's affectionately, well, used to affectionately be called. I didn't realise there was such this fury from Beckett towards Queeman.
Seethen. Yeah, I'm sure he's heard that one a million times by now. But I'm starting to think that Beckett might be demon-possessed because he comes up with these wild conspiracies with little to no proof to back them up. Me and Kuimon talked one time roughly a year ago. He's not using me as a fucking attack dog against Nick. He doesn't even need me, pretty much.
Yeah, it's not, I don't think it's that he's using Jar as an attack dog. I just think it's funny, isn't it, that someone that, from Queeman's position, someone that you've been very critical of, is now having a person that Nicholas has gone at come at them, and then Nicholas is ignoring them. That's what's so entertaining about it. It's like you can't even handle Jar saying this.
The entire small drama streaming community has turned on Diorio, but you're not because you're a loyal little lapdog.
It's fine, Queeman. You can be mad about it. I don't fucking care.
Ah, yes, when Beckett exhausts all of his non-arguments, he pulls out the I don't care card. If you have made it to this point in the video and you're a fan of Beckett, I just have one question for you. How are you a fan of someone who makes arguments this stupid? By the way, it's not just me and Kuimon who's been witnessing this pattern of behavior. Malcolm, that penguin guy, and a few other people have also noticed that Beckett is the biggest sweeper of all time. He can't give his true opinion on people he likes, until they piss him off personally, of course. He makes a lot of nonsensical non-arguments, and a lot of the arguments he makes about other people are easily proven false and proven true about him. And if you think this is the only stuff I have on Beckett, trust me, it's just the tip of the sand dune.
Files on top of files to swing back.
Anyways, I'm gonna ride on my camel to my oil fields to work on the next video. I'll see you all next time. My eye.
To be honest with you, that was alright. It was a bit long, and I covered a lot of it already, but there we go, guys. There's the Let's Jar video that you wanted to see. Wow. Great stuff. Let's do the Snuxtarky video too. Let's have a quick look at this. So, I am very suspicious about Nuxtarky. I think that people were quick to celebrate someone that are like getting apparently demonetized. That being said, he didn't show a single scrap of evidence in his video. He showed no emails, nothing, and he just said, I've been demonetized and it's for bullshit reasons. So I don't know, man. I don't know what to make of it. I think it's very probable that he's misrepresenting something. And what was it he said? He said, like, oh yeah, I'd never go after someone's characteristics or some shit like that. And it's like, well, what? Really? But yeah. Membership option has gone on his channel. Right, okay. He's a slimy Jew. Well, I don't know about that. That's a bit anti-Semitic. But I just think I've, you know, in my time doing this, I think my general perspective is if someone is telling you something bad has happened, it's reasonable, like from YouTube, like they've been demonetized or some shit like that. It's pretty trivial to just show an email that says, I've been demonetized, or I've got a strike, or whatever it is, you know? But unfortunately, he didn't show anything. He just said a bunch of shit. So apparently Nicandros has got his number, so let's see.
I'm Nicandros. I apologize about the audio quality. I'm in Europe, it's a hot summer, and I have no AC. Stark recently announced that he's been demonetized across all channels.
I've been doing YouTube for over a decade.
Well, I think the reality is he's demonetized. And, oh, dude, it is difficult, man, because I had this with Tectone where I said, no, I take those for the shit, he was saying crazy stuff, and then I got fucking demonetized. Are you going to cover Asmongold versus Noah Samson? Maybe, probably, I don't know. Maybe I will, we'll see, possibly.
Now, and all of my channels have been demonetized.
If you look, you won't see the membership join button on any one of them. It's gone. That means that he's been removed from the YouTube partnership program.
That's right, terminated from the monetization program.
Now, will this be permanent? I don't know for sure. He was previously temporarily demonetized for a couple weeks, a month or so ago, but he still had the membership buttons at the time. Naxtaku doesn't show receipts for why he was demonetized. He simply claims
the trouble with all of this stuff is I find it ever increasingly hard to in any way favor YouTube on anything now. I've become very Mama Max minded in my time that I'm just like, yeah, YouTube fucking are dog shit. They're fucking terrible. And there's recent multiple examples of them doing retarded shit. So even if there's something I disagree with in Nuxtaku's position, I find it very hard to sit here and wax lyrical about how, well, YouTube actually were in the right about this one, you know? So, yeah, we'll see, though. We'll see. I think that he was dishonest. I do think he was dishonest about the reasoning as to why he got demonetized.
Was harassment.
The reason they gave me was harassment. They gave no examples. They just said harassment. So just letting you know, this is a mistake. Obviously, I do not harass people on the channel. Yeah, I make fun of ideas a lot, but I do not tend to go after immutable characteristics and stuff like that. But obviously, I'm a right-wing channel. I don't lie, and therefore I am subject to this stuff. It happens to a lot of people, actually. I'll be real. I wish I was surprised.
So, YouTube doesn't tolerate insults based on immutable characteristics or protected group status. Things like your ethnicity, sexual orientation, disability, religion, and so forth. The flat denial is obviously a lie. As an example, there are multiple clips of Nux calling the LGBT flag the pedophile flag.
And you literally have a pedophile flag on your shirt.
Should we be surprised that a company whose name is literally American Eagle is making fascist propaganda like this?
Bitch, you literally have a pedophile flag in your background and you're wearing a nose ring. What are we talking about? Why would anyone ever take you seriously?
There are multiple uncensored clips of
I think that is a pretty explicit example that clearly is going to be, a problem for YouTube. Nux cooking. Oh my god, dude. Is that really bannable? I mean, that just raised the question. I mean, I don't think that should be a bannable offense, but that's just the reality of YouTube, is they want an ever increasing, more stringent environment with which to, move their towards their corporate vision. So of course they're going to target stuff like that. But I think, yeah, if you want to call the LGBT flag the pedophile flag, I mean, I don't fucking care, bro. Go nuts. I think you should be able to say that without risking demonetization. But then YouTube is just a very corporatized platform, and it's getting worse. So yeah, it's one of those where it's a very clear, obvious thing that if you want to be monetized on YouTube, you shouldn't say, because you're going to be potentially penalized and demonetized for that, you know?
Saying the F slur.
There are a lot of people, they're all f***its, by the way. They happen to be the leaders of the European countries. I don't understand. All of these countries, coincidentally, have...
The issue is the dishonesty on Nuxtaku's part, though, right? I mean, it was very transparent when he said it, that it was very incredulous, the idea that he is not going after mutable characteristics, knowing a bit about his content. So I think if he was more open about it and earnest and was like, look, I can't get away with saying a bunch of shit that I want to say, so I'm going to stream somewhere that I can, fine. But he tried to act like he was being somehow targeted unreasonably because of being a right-winger, where there were specific things he was saying which would very likely fall outside of the TOS.
It's as president. No, I'm sorry. I must have missed. I don't know if you put that in. Tarifs, threats are unacceptable. So what are you gonna do about it? So what are you gonna do about it? Huh? What you gonna do about it? Well, like, what are we even talking about here? Unacceptable? What the actual fuck does this even mean, bro? Bro, Emmanuel Macron, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? You're gonna get one faggot with a slingshot? You think you're gonna, like, bro, what are we even doing here?
By the way, these ones are all from the same video. There's also multiple clips of him calling Muslims and Indians and Somalis inbred and sub-70 IQ. His political commentary videos are very much full of attacks based on immutable characteristics, or so-called hate speech. If you look up terms like IQ, inbred, Muslim, Indian, Somali on Filmot when searching for Nuxtaku's channels, you'll find many of these clips.
The voter base is third world, inbred, 80 IQ, dumb fucks. Yes, actually, Zoran Mamdani preaching how ICE should be abolished. So obviously, the entire leftist movement in New York is captured by Free Palpatine. All right, I always told you the Palestine
Yeah, but the
argument...
thing is, I feel like everyone's trying to have a different conversation, right? So you've got the YouTube terms of service and what it says you can and can't do, okay? And if you're going to decide to not follow those rules, it's difficult to really feel bad for you when you get demonetized, because you've gone out of your way to behave in a way that breaks those rules in a pretty clear, fucking explicit way. And then you are dishonest about it when you talk about it, right? Okay? So that's one aspect of this. But then the other part of the conversation is, what should the TOS be? And obviously, YouTube can determine if they don't want something on their platform, right? They can say that, and that's the end of it. You just got to either adhere or die. It's like comply or die. You have to either comply with what they want or not. But that doesn't. That's the other aspect as well. Is what should it be? And it's easy to sit here and say, well, I think you should be able to say whatever the fuck you want. But when the rubber hits the road, and I don't know why I said that. That was a bit of a random comment, but you know what I'm getting at. When you actually make a video, and then you got to advertise it, and you got to make money on it, well, an advertiser might say, we don't want that kind of content. Actually, we don't want to have people saying X, Y, and Z. Well, in that instance, then. That's just the economic reality of the platform, is that it's not a sustainable means with which to facilitate advertising, is to say all this crazy shit. So that's like the economic reality of making content on the internet. So then what are you left with? Well, my view on it is, if you're genuinely not happy, is to find one of the multitude of platforms that is more permissive of speech and make content there. But Nuxtaku hasn't really presented it like that. He's presented it like he's some sort of uniquely targeted conservative, and he's unfairly being demonetized when he's flagrantly broken the rules and got demonetized, and then is obviously going to kick because it's more flexible there, you know? But I think the thing I would caution about is just, I guess, like a celebration of this, because I think that the axe is swinging pretty hard now on YouTube. And as much as it's funny that Nuxtaku is getting raped for saying crazy shit, the axe is swinging a lot closer to people you probably like watching than you would really think. And it's just like, this is just going to be more regular now. And I think this is now, you know, because of the way that YouTube is taking its business, this is going to become more regular and a more common thing. And you might just think, well, just follow the rules. Just follow the rules. Unfortunately, it's not as straightforward to follow the rules as it used to be. Well, actually, that's not true. What I should say is, in order to follow the rules cleanly on YouTube, you need to strip out a lot of things in order to cleanly follow the rules. Because the AI moderation now, it's vulnerable to mass reporting, and the AI moderation in and of itself is not particularly efficient at assessing context. And so I think things can get clapped that shouldn't really be clapped. And if you do get clapped, there's literally nothing you can fucking do about it. There's nothing you can do. You're just fucking raped. Unless you've got a massive channel.
Sadly, you're raped.
Thank you. Thank you for the sub. Thank you. Thank you. Also named Bort. Thank you. No, I'm not demonetized on YouTube. I'm not demonetized. I just, well, I'm currently on a strike for sex and nudity, I think it is, or child safety, one of the two. So I've got an active strike for another 2 months. So if I were to break the rules in a live stream, I could get a 2-week suspension from YouTube. And that's on top of the TOS being more restrictive, and that's on top of the AI moderation shit they've implemented being absolute dog shit. And that's on top of the fact that you can't speak to anyone if there's a problem. You know, there's just a multitude. There are multiple layers of issues for me with YouTube now that make it easier to just go live on Kick and then put the content from there onto YouTube. So yeah, it's I'm still monetized. I just think that I'm focused on a platform which I think is more favorable for the kind of content that I want to do. And I don't have as many headaches with, or if I say this on a stream or that on a stream or this X, Y, and Z, I'm going to run into problems. Particularly with active strikes. Strikes are fatal. Strikes can be fatal. You know, if you go down the wrong pathway a few too many times. And you know, you're putting your hands in a computer correctly assessing something that you're saying. And again, I believe it's very vulnerable to mass reporting now. You taking a big hit? No, quite the opposite, in fact. My revenue is, you know, not to be gauche about it, but it's, you know, it's been on an upward trajectory. Let's put it that way. So it actually is a benefit to just focus all of my energy onto Kick. And yeah, I just think, based on the way that it's going, I think that this is just what you're going to see from YouTube now. I think you're going to see an ever-increasing corporatized, sanitized environment that is aimed towards being a competitor to Netflix and moving towards certain styles of content. Well, the thing is, it's at this level that it currently is at, I don't think it's sustainable. I think that, you know, at a point, Kick is going to have to try and become profitable. And when they implement advertising and CPMs and things like that, I think at that point, it's going to shift. And it's still going to be a great proposition, because Kick, I think, do have a vision of looking after their creators. But it's not going to be like it is now. Like, we are experiencing, it's like a gold rush. There's a bit of a sort of Kick gold rush at the moment with the way that the Kick partner program is structured. And eventually that will dissipate. But I still think it will be probably the best and most straightforward way if you are on the edgier side to make a living streaming versus YouTube. A green rush. We'll call it a green rush. We'll call it a green rush. But from what I understand, Kick partner program is going to remain as it is for another year. And then that's when you'll start to see these changes with advertising and stuff. But who knows? Who knows what the future holds? But yeah, in the case of Nuxtaku, I think you've got to distinguish between, well, what are the rules on TOS versus what is the problem with saying some of this stuff. And the reality is, there isn't really, for me, a problem with saying it. But if you're on YouTube, then you do have to ensure that your nose is clean, because otherwise, yes, you're going to get totally fucking gaped.
has always been a low IQ movement to radicalize immigrant retards from third world.
Oh, dude, I've watched Citizen Vigilante. We watched it the other day. I reacted to it the other day. All of these takes on it, man. All these rightoids that are pushing it just because it's got immigrant bad messaging. The film is fucking garbage. It's a dreadful film. It's awful. It's barely even about that. It's barely even about the migrant thing. It's just the guy being a psychopath killing a bunch of people. And people cheer it on because it's got the right political messaging. I found it funny, yes. I did. I enjoyed watching it. The point I'm making is, it's more so about it's got the right political message, so we'll push it, even though it's utter dross. You know, the migrants are like 10% of it. That's it. The rest of it is just the guy being a totally violent, insane psychopath, slaughtering a bunch of coppers, killing some random guy in his car by playing chicken with him. It's a total grift, and people are absolutely buying into it, you know? Who is it? Was it Matt Forney? Is that the guy's name? I saw him put a take out about it, and he was very critical. And it's just funny, because there's people that are saying, like, well, this movie sucks, and it's like, oh, you think rape's good? It's utterly insane. It is literally like the progressive fucking mentality, where you say some woke film is shit, and it's like, whoa, what, are you some sort of bigot, because you know the woke trash? It's the same thing the other way around. It's exactly the same thing. This movie sucks. Oh, you must love children getting raped then. No, the movie's just bad. That's it. That's all there is to it.
Countries who hate our nation and hate our society to control us and manipulate us. And you know who fell for it? The liberal white women. He is pandering to left-wing, third world, Islamic terrorism, and that is where their votes are coming from. Why do you think they hate ICE? Why do you think they hate borders? Because they want to flood our country with low IQ retards, and the low IQ retards, they fucking come in, and they show, and they vote for communism to take money from the oppressive poor people.
Yeah, I can see that, yeah. This idea that there's someone out there who is appealing to you as a rightoid that hates migrants or whatever, rather than, you know, another movie about, oh, look at this jasmine-scented immigrant that just wants to be a good contributing member of society.
Actually work for a living and give it to the retarded inbred 60 IQ lip shit. And that's it. That's the story. That is left-wing politics right now.
Now, regardless of whatever you think about those statements on a personal level, advertisers do not want to be associated with them. I personally do not support demonetizing Nux for hate speech. I'd prefer he be demonetized for his history of sexual content that he still has on his channel.
Yeah, that's actually a good point here as well. So, dude, Nux Taku has got this crazed history of using lolicon in thumbnails, right? And what a YouTube cracker... Oh, he's calling Muslim... He's saying the F slur and calling them Muslim. Wait a minute, aren't your priorities a bit fucking wrong here? Why is there not some sort of penalty for that? Why is it this that you're so bothered about? So stupid.
And is therefore still actively distributing. However, the YouTube harassment policy is not limited to mere hate speech. Another form of activity forbidden under this policy is the sharing of personally identifiable information, such as doxing. Nuxtaku has a history of supporting this as well. In 2024, he cheered on the doxing and in-person harassment of a random Home Depot cashier because she made an offensive comment about Trump's assassination attempt.
Now, what I do like to see is stuff like this. People that go on social media and they post crap like, oh, it's good, it's a shame that Trump didn't get killed, and shit like that. People feel like they can do that through the safety of their monitor. Through the safety of the internet, you could say whatever the fuck you want and you will have no actual consequences for the shit you do. It's time to see consequences, baby.
Are you?
Dude, this is, this is, like, again, the same shit with progressives. Of, you know, oh, you're saying something wrong on the internet. You should have your fucking life destroyed. Or you're saying something bad in real life. You just called a black person the N-word in real life. You deserve to have your life destroyed for that.
Yeah? Okay, from... And you think that
and
the shooter...
You know, obviously I generally... There's some provisos where I think, you know, if you're meaningfully linked to, you know... I don't know, if you're like a paramedic and you're talking about race realism, I think there's a genuine question of safety there that should impact your work, even if it's outside of it, right? Like, you can't have someone that's a race realist be a paramedic, because that's too much of a risk in my mind. So there's some circumstances where there is a proviso there. Generally speaking, yeah, your conduct on the internet or stuff like this should not be, especially if you're a random person, should not be kind of broadcast and put out there, you know? But there is this kind of desperation for hypocrisy that I think people like Nuxtaku rely on, in that they'll see something like this and they'll just act like, well, this person would do the same thing, which could be true, it might not be true, I don't fucking know. But it's this idea that it's okay we're doing it to them because they just do it to us. When, you know, really? Really? Should you be? Should you be? I mean, do you know that? Do you know that to be the case? But in any case, yeah, I think this is a tough one though, because I don't support this idea of cheering it on. But if you're at your job, I agree with Baldrick there. You shouldn't be making political comments. That's not your business. You should just be bringing up whatever it is and leaving it at that. I want my paramedic to be racist. You want to know? You want to know that the gloves have not touched black skin when they're trying to resuscitate you.
Should have been a better shot. Is that what you posted on Facebook?
So she posts on Facebook the shooter.
Oh wait, hang on a sec though. No. This person, no. No, I do disagree with this. So this person has tracked this person down off their Facebook post and is putting a camera in their face. I thought they were making a comment whilst at work. No. They've gone to their place of work to go, you look what you posted on Facebook. That's fucked.
Should have been a better shot. And she fucked around and found out. Someone actually found her.
I am at work.
You think that the shooter should have been a shooter, huh?
I am at work.
Yeah, I think that's pretty messed up. Pretty anti-American, if you ask me. As a veteran, I'm disgusted. What have you provided to this country? Huh?
See, I know people are going to complain that he's, he's ruining...
Like, what? I mean, this is not favourable for the rightoids, to be honest with you. This is not favourable to the rightoids to have this mentality. Because what, if you find someone that's posted something racist, some fucking progressive can go in, put a camera in their face, and try and get them fired. Well, I think it's all fucked. I don't think anyone should be doing this, regardless of what their opinion is.
The peace and all that shit, and I normally am of that mindset. Don't go and harass people in public. But in this case, I don't think so. Just like she has the freedom of speech to say that she thinks that Trump should get killed, I think it's callous and evil, okay? It's callous and evil and shit. But she has the right to say it. This dude has the right to say it to her face and make her feel a little bit uncomfortable.
So when you justify stuff like this, you are inviting it to happen to you. You might want to reconsider making these kinds of comments. Nux also participated in sweeping for Tectone's essay allegations by boosting this video by Think Before You Sleep, where Tectone's victim and ex-girlfriend Pink Shoe is repeatedly defamed in various ways to undermine the court's decision, which found that there were reasonable grounds to believe...
Wait, hang on a sec. What did I miss that? What's that got to do with the TOS though? Or did he show the name of them or something?
Normally am of that mindset. Don't go and harass people in public. But in this case, I don't think so. Just like she has the freedom of speech to say that she thinks that Trump should get killed, I think it's callous and evil, okay? It's callous and evil and shit. But she has the right to say it. This dude has the right to say it to her face and make her feel a little bit uncomfortable.
So when you justify stuff like this, you are inviting it to happen to you. You might want to reconsider making these kinds of comments.
Yeah.
Nux also participated in sweeping for Tectone's essay allegations by boosting this video by Think Before You Sleep, where Tectone's victim and ex-girlfriend Pink Shoe is repeatedly defamed in various ways to undermine the court's decision, which found that there were reasonable grounds to believe that Tectone committed sexual assault. The video basically takes a bunch of arguments that Tectone should have used in court, but for some reason chose not to. Possibly because they wouldn't actually work under oath. The judge was a biased DEI activist? Okay. Why didn't you file to have her recused? None of Tectone's roommates ever heard anything? Okay. Why weren't they testifying under oath in court? I think the reason is pretty clear. Anyway, Nuxtaku's stellar contribution to this harassment and disinformation campaign was to call Pink a whore a bunch of times.
You dated a whore. She's a whore. Some people in the chat said don't call her whore. You know, she's...
Would this... I mean, I feel like this is a very... What's the right word? Would this be a TOS issue? I'm not sure how this would land. I think you're pushing very, very... What's the word? very exacting YouTube mentality in saying that this would be a TOS issue. I don't know if it is or not. I don't know how YouTube view it. But I don't... No, I mean, you know, it's something you probably don't want to take the risk on, to be honest. Again, another reason why being on YouTube for like a live stream or something is a problem. But I don't care about calling someone a whore, even if I fundamentally disagree with all the analysis about the Tectone stuff.
What do you mean? She's a whore. She's literally a whore. Don't date whores. All right? Don't date whores. Don't date a whore, especially when they're half plastic. You can never talk about whores again because a whore is accusing him of things.
So the automatically generated transcript has like 32 matches for the word whore, so I'm not gonna play all of them. What a gross and creepy loser. This campaign, which Nuxtaku participated in, also involved Pink's address getting published by Legal Mindset, which meant she was forced to move for her own safety.
This is the actual hearing on the application for the protective
order.
order.
Well, I think this is more relevant. I think the fact that they were just showing a bunch of information and then being like, well, it's in a court document. Well, just because something's on a court document doesn't necessarily mean that it's permissible to show on YouTube. And it's something you should be careful about, right? But yeah, I think that this could easily be a breach of something. Weren't there consequences? Didn't something happen here? I can't remember. Wasn't there an issue with the Legal Mindset video?
Has not been released anywhere else. Nobody else has this.
I sure wonder how Legal Mindset got his hands on them, and the polygraph test that could have only been given to him by Tectone. If it was Tectone, then that would be third-party harassment under his protective order. So, all in all, Nuxtaku's a pretty nasty guy, and even in the face of losing one of his biggest revenue sources, he once again chooses to lie. Now, personally, I would have had this guy not only demonetized, but totally wiped off the platform years ago for making NSFW content available to minors. But assuming that this is permanent, it's a good step forward. When I made a community post about this earlier, I saw a lot of people going, "Good job, mission complete."
Well, the problem you've got with this is that it's not for any of that, is it? That's the issue I've got. It's for some hate speech shit or something. And yes, Nuxtaku's been dishonest about it. And if you think Nuxtaku been demonetized as you get, then fine. I'm not gonna, you know, make a strong case as to why Nuxtaku should be demonetized. It's not about that. It's more so just my perspective is it's another example of YouTube's new regime and the direction that it's taking. That's what I think is more concerning here. But
and
anyway.
Other things like that. While I have
I keep that people walk by and I literally see out of the corner of my eye and I look and I'm like, what the fuck's going on? It's just some random woman walking by down on the street. I need to fucking put something up so I can't look outside.
Undeniably contributed to the temperature increasing around Nux, which likely contributed to him getting moderated. I don't really believe I'm very responsible for this since I barely talk about Nux's modern political takes. This is mostly Nuxtaku's own fault, and I saw something like this coming as early as January. This is not the end of Nuxtaku or Mutaha related content, and given Nux's announcement that he's back to doing live streams, which he paused a month after the part 1 came out, I'm sure there's gonna be plenty of stuff to look into. If you enjoyed this video and want to support what I do, consider liking, commenting and subscribing. If you wish to support me financially, you can give me a super thanks or become a member.
There we go, guys. There is the Nicandros video. But yes, I mean, I think it's quite obvious that he was being dishonest about some aspects of that. God, Glock saying, there's no pleasing you today, is there? There's no pleasing you today. Okay, let's do some politics. Fuck it. Let's do some day off politics updates. Let me tell you how my wretched little country is doing. Let's get into my wretched, pathetic little country.
Amid all the speculation about Andy Burnham and his leadership ambitions, the media's focus
So basically,
temporarily
Keir Starmer has resigned. Pause for applause. Hold for applause. Woo! Keir Starmer's gone. Keir Starmer is gone. And Andy Burnham, who is a more progressive, lefty Labour guy, is primed to replace him. Okay? You miss him already? I don't miss him. I don't miss him personally. I think I was quite hopeful at the start. And I do understand some of his positions on things and where he's coming from. But boring, no vision, no ideology, no driving force behind what he was doing. Very technocratic. Has made some positive steps forward. Any just waiting times and net migration are moving in the right direction. But unfortunately, no vision and mired with too many political scandals. Mandelson being the straw that broke the camel's back. That, I think, was the final nail in the coffin for Starmer. This guy was Chud's top guy in the most literal sense possible. Now, I do favour, out of the two of them, Andy Burnham, because I think that, a kind of a populist-esque refresh, someone that can speak to people where they are rather than, Starmer robotic. I think there's an energy. But I still think Labour are raped, just to be clear. I don't want people in months to come going, oh, you said about Burnham. Labour are fucking raped, bro. Labour are totally raped. So they've got these fiscal rules. Like, for example, they can't use borrowing to cover the daily expenditure of the government, right? So what that means is that they're, very much handcuffed by these principles. There's no flexibility. And they've got to basically find as much fucking tax pennies as they can wherever they can. That's why you're seeing, this broad spectrum of taxation that seems to have taken effect. And the problem is that they've handcuffed themselves as well, because they've also said they're not going to raise income tax or national insurance on workers, which is retarded, which is totally fucking retarded, bro. So they've really put themselves in a position where they've got to come up with all these fucking wacky different angles to try and garner tax revenue. Oh, I was going to talk about that, yeah. I've been following the Reupload drama, yeah. Evidently, he disavowed ethnic nationalism and people are breaking off and saying, fuck it, I'll go to reform if you aren't actually racist. Bunch of Britnats pissed at Fuentes' post about it. What did Fuentes say? The real thing is, reform are the only game in town. If you're on the right, this fantastical idea that Restore are going to fucking... The best they can hope for is to spoil Reform's chances of winning. I was impressed by the increase or the performance beyond what I even expected, but they're never going to supersede Reform. It's impossible. It's fucking impossible, dude. What is this? In the past week, Restore Britain Party leader Rupert Lowe has said that he despises far-right ethno-nationalism and that he believes multiculturalism as long as other cultures are integrated. I understand the premise that Restore might soft-pedal the rhetoric in order to appeal to more moderate constituencies, but if that's the strategy, then why not just support Reform UK at that point? Well, yeah, I actually, once again, find myself agreeing with Nicholas. But if you're on the right, the point of Restore was that it's to the right of Reform. Okay, and originally they were much more playing with the idea of remigration. They had a much stronger line about who they were going to be deporting. Okay, but they seem to now be trying to soften, and I think the reason that's happening is they want to move closer to Reform so that they're a more viable party to vote for alongside Reform. But then at that point, much like if Labour are pushing towards Reform, well, you might as well just vote fucking Reform. Why would you, as a Restore voter, vote Restore to potentially undermine Reform's chances and then end up with a slightly more right-wing version of Reform that isn't really going to get into power anyway? You might as well just vote Reform, because Reform, realistically, are the only game in town when it comes to right-wing populism then. The point of Restore is you've got a further right party, much like the Greens on the left. The Greens are further to the left than Labour are, right? And they put pressure on Labour to move to the left. Restore could sit there quite nicely as a sort of party that does have a more stringent view, that does have a more ethno-nationalist view, and that could then push Reform to the right on these issues. So that's possible. But obviously, that's completely antithetical to normal voters. They don't want to vote for that level of right-wingism. So I think it's this kind of identity crisis where, do you want to be further right to reform to push them right, or do you want to be a compelling political party? If you want to be a compelling political party, you must move closer to reform, because voters are not going to vote for ethnic nationalism. But then you're just becoming a slightly more right-wing version of reform, so why bother voting for you in the first place? So yeah, I think that this is, yeah, you might as well just vote for fucking reform if you're going to make Restore a slightly more right-wing version of reform. Either way, this type of rhetoric attacking ethno-nationalism and supporting multiculturalism is totally counterproductive and unnecessary, especially as a spokesman for the right-wing splinter that broke off from the other right-wing splinter faction. Well, you need to have a form of unity. And I think that there is this kind of schism on the right between the ethno-nationalists and the other nationalists. Civic nationalists. And I think that, I don't know how you really resolve that. Because civic nationalists would not see their Sikh mates get deported, but ethnic nationalists want the Sikhs gone. But yeah, I have been following this. And Connor Tomlinson, who used to work with Sargon of Akkad, got in some hot water or some criticism because he posted basically saying that Restore cooked. And people were like, yeah, we told you that. We told you Reform were the only game in town. We're not letting you back in though because you're a fucking wretch. But that's the long and the short of it, essentially. This is it here. There's been loads of like right-wing discussion in the UK about this. No. Connor's got his own show now, but he put this tweet out. Also, hang on, isn't there a moment where he sees how they performed? And he's like, oh, because the performance isn't quite what they were expecting it to be. Thoughts on Restore Reform after this week. If Restore Britain amounts to nothing more than a pressure campaign, then it has served its purpose. Bro, these people were pushing the idea that Restore were going to outpace Reform. And now they're like, well, it's just a pressure group. They were literally banging on like Restore were going to smash Reform out of the water. What, dude? Which was never going to happen, by the way. Total fantasy. Total online fantasy that Restore were going to like outperform Reform. It forced Reform to adopt a more resilient posture against attacks from the media, strengthen the deportation and demographic policies, turn away more Tory defectors, and reflect on how they lost thousands of canvassers and every Zoomer with an organic following. Oh my god, dude. No, not the Zoomers with an organic following. By the way, this is stupid, right? If you're a Zoomer with an organic following, where do you think most of your fucking fan base is going to be based, you idiot? Do you think it's in the UK where they can actually vote for Restore? Or do you think it's mainly Americans? Do you think it's mainly fucking Nazi American guys that are liking what you're saying? It's so stupid to think that it's the UK that you're getting your base of support from. It's not. It's the fucking Yankoids. And they can't fucking vote over here, dude. They can't even vote for Restore. They just see fucking Rupert Lowe or whatever Restore person and think, oh, based ethno-nationalism maybe. Let me support this person. They don't give a fuck about the, well, they give a fuck, but they're not able to contribute to getting Restore into power. So what are people losing? What is Reform losing by not having Zoomers with an organic following when most of them are in America anyway? It's this mirage. There is a mirage sometimes where people perceive a certain level of support but don't look at the intricacies of it, where they think, well, most of those people are in America and they're not able to vote in UK elections. So what's the point in having massive support from them? And they see all this support for Restore on X, which is being pushed by Elon Musk, and they think, oh, Restore are a shoo-in. And yes, it is impressive that they managed to get, 7% of the vote in the Makerfield by-election. But that's a long way off where they need to be. And especially if they then are causing these rifts by talking about how multiculturalism is based, then what are you doing at that point? You know? Yeah, this is rough, man. This is rough. Rough cope. Very Sargon of Akkad after UKIP got raped coping that I'm seeing here. Oof.
really shifted from Reform back to Labour. However, it's worth pointing out that Reform still tops the polls, with the most recent Opinion and YouGov poll giving Reform a 9-point lead, and the latest Find Out Now poll giving them a 10-point lead. While we're still likely 3 years away from the next general election, unless Andy Burnham becomes Prime Minister and calls a snap election, given that Reform still looks like the most likely party to form the next government at the moment, it's worth having a look at exactly what a Farage-led government would look like, particularly when it comes to policy. In the UK elections in May, Starmer oversaw a defeat in the Welsh Parliament for the first time ever, helped the SNP secure their...
Those are boom, they don't understand what horticulture means. Well, I think what some people want is for Reupload to stand up and go, multiculturalism has failed, deport them all, or a more extreme policy. But if he genuinely wants to pursue political power, which is the angle he seems to be going down, that is not gonna... That is a very extreme position for the mainstream population, you know? Well, there's pressure to call an election when Burnham takes over, but I doubt Burnham would want that because there's not really any benefit to him in doing that. He can't really gain more seats. It's unlikely he'd gain more seats. And I mean, Theresa May did exactly this in 2017. Got into office, called a snap election, and lost a bunch of seats, and had to form a partnership with the DUP to get anything done. So I doubt that will happen. Yeah. Boomers don't know the difference between multiculturalism and multiracialism. What? Okay. What do you mean? That sounds you sound very racist. You sound very racist in saying that. But I think what Rupert Lowe is envisioning is, oh yeah, they can come over and we can integrate, but they've got to follow our liberal ideology and perspectives, and that's fine. And that's not happening. I think that's the mentality.
Fifth consecutive victory and oversaw the loss of around 1,500 councillors. So, in the latest issue of our magazine Too Long, we explain how this happened and what it means for Keir Starmer's leadership. That's just one of 80 pages in the magazine, because there's more in Too Long than you'd expect. Purchase your copy by clicking the link in the description. Now, the most sensible place to start with a video like this is by having a look at the promises made in the most recent manifesto. However, quite a lot has changed since 2024, especially for reform.
What is, dude? The aura farm in
with a video like this is by having a look at the promises made in the most recent manifesto. However, quite a lot has changed since...
Oh, he's trying to be like a supervillain. Yeah, man. Reformer, that's it, man. Obviously I wanna be a Labour guy. Okay? But I think that the board is too stacked against Labour now. Shut ignoring when I explain. Oh, for fuck's sake, Edgar. Sorry for not paying you attention. Holy shit, man. God, so annoying. You literally can't have multiculturalism and integration at the same time if they integrate as a monoculture. Oh, I see what you mean. Okay. So multiracialism is when you've got different ethnic groups adhering to the same liberal culture that we have over here. Multiculturalism is they get to have their own pocket of their own culture. Well, the thing is, what do you mean by culture as well, right? Like, is it we just have curries? Or do we permit a ghetto of Muslimification in London because we want to accept their culture to some degree?
2024, especially for reform. Their rise in the polls has brought with it additional scrutiny, and therefore reform has somewhat adjusted their offering. The most obvious example of this was a U-turn last year, in which they abandoned their policy of large-scale tax cuts and £50 billion of extra spending. So instead of looking at what they promised in 20...
all these parties... This is what's so annoying about it, man. All of these parties have got these wacky policies. And then, as they get closer to government, they think, oh shit, we can't actually do that. So obviously they've decided to get rid of it early before it becomes something they've then got to implement. Yes, dude. Trust, yes. Dude, exactly. Truss did try that. It's funny, actually. I watched a video about that yesterday. But yes, Liz Truss cut a bunch of taxes, didn't fund those tax cuts, okay? And so the markets panicked like fuck. The value of the pound equalised with the dollar, which is crazy. And there was a bunch of government bonds got sold, so the cost of borrowing then obviously increased. Mortgages, mortgage providers were pulling mortgage offers off the shelves because of the amount that was going up by. It was total fucking chaos. And there's this narrative that Liz Truss was attacked by institutions. Not true, by the way. Total bollocks. It was the institutions reacting predictably to the abject uncertainty and insanity that you pumped into the market by suggesting you were going to implement unfunded tax cuts. And that's one of the reasons, one of the contributing factors, why Labour now are so anal about sticking to the fiscal rules, is they don't want to upset the markets in a way like Truss did and cause financial chaos, which only further perpetuates the issue. And it's why it's so frustrating that they've tied their hands with no income tax increases, because they've got to fund it in other ways, and sometimes retarded ways, rather than just, as unpopular as it would be, increasing the 20% tax rate by a couple of pence, and then you'd raise a fucking shitload of money by doing that, and the impact on people, in spite of people fucking moaning about it, would be minuscule. The actual impact of that sort of tax rise is fucking minuscule. You were talking like £20 a month. £20 a month you'd have pay more tax by. And people like act like they've been raped over that. What? £20 a month more? Oh my goodness. It's so ridiculous that there's these hallowed grounds that can't be touched, like base rate of income tax and the fucking pensioners. I fucking hate it, man. It's so irritating to me that they set up these groups that just you can't go anywhere near because it's political suicide to do so. Well, I don't know, man. I don't know. We'll see what happens at the next election. But to be honest with you, dude, I'm not going to vote reform. I'm not going to vote reform. It's not my politics. But some of the proposed tax cuts that reform have got would actually be very beneficial to me, to be honest with you. But I don't think I could stomach voting reform. That would be too much. Keep voting Labour, goy.
2024, we're going to have a look at some of the bigger policies they've announced since, focusing in particular on their plans on immigration, the civil service, and net zero. Let's start with Reform's immigration plans. Now, these were usefully laid out quite plainly in a document published earlier in the year entitled Operation Restoring Justice. Frustrated with the lack of progress on reducing illegal immigration, in August 2025, Nigel Farage rolled out the plan to his party, designed to enable around 6...
Chud Logic mocking the common people for not being able to spend £1,000 a month on energy drinks. Dude, it's not out of touch, man. There are some people that genuinely £20 a month is too much, and obviously you shouldn't put it on their shoulders. But there's absolutely people out there who, in order to help fund certain services, right? Like, for example, right, here's an example of something that Labour did that I disagree with, financially speaking, right? I think it was a mistake to increase employees' national insurance. I think that was actually a mistake. I don't know if I ever really spoke about it before. Hopefully I'm not contradicting myself. But the problem with increasing employer national insurance is... I mean, it has helped and it has funded, but it's like you've done that rather than tax workers, right? But by doing that, you've negatively impacted businesses, which has then had a knock-on effect. In terms of, there was, people, obviously they did two things. They increased employer national insurance contributions, and they reduced the amount that you need to start making national insurance contributions for employers to employees that are earning £5,000. So it had this simultaneous effect that you had all these workers that companies previously didn't have to pay national insurance for, got bought into having to pay national insurance for the employers, and then you increased the burden of national insurance on the companies at the same time. Dude, I know you're trying to wind me up. You're a fucking rightoid. Why are you trying to wind me up with fucking progressive nonsense, dude? So you need to pay more to hire people, right? And the employees that you've got, you have to pay more to pay them. So what do you think happened? What do you think companies did? Like, this mentality that companies just suck it up out of their profit is not necessarily the case. particularly for small to medium businesses. Small to medium businesses cannot just stomach those sorts of raises in tax liability. It's too much to bear. And so it's had, I think, a negative impact on those kind of businesses. Like, for example, here's an example, right? There's a bakery company that recently opened a branch somewhere down. It's happened a few places down south, so I'm not doxing myself by revealing this, right? But they had, because I walked past the store and it was closed, and I was like, "What the fuck? Why is that closed?" I thought it only opened like last year or something, right? And I looked into it, and apparently, the reason that it closed was because there was simultaneous things. They got squashed in a vice, basically. The cost of goods increased. Okay, so that was one thing. But also, they struggled to contend with the tax they had to pay because of these increases in national insurance contributions. So it's like one thing, maybe they could have survived and kept these shops open. But they unfortunately had this issue of having to pay more for the cost of goods. And then also their staff costing them more money in national insurance contributions. So it meant that they had to walk back a lot of their planned expansion in order to, for one thing, pay this tax bill that they had, right? So you think, okay, so this is where you see like the real impact and the arguments that, you know, fiscal conservatives make when it comes to growth, is that you've increased tax, and the concept is you're going to increase the amount of tax you make because you're charging these companies more, but it can have a real world impact on the growth of a company. And then if you allow that growth to happen, what could the benefit be long term of the increased tax receipts that you could get from a broader base that you can tax from, rather than making the base smaller and taxing those specific groups? And I'm not saying that, you know, you shouldn't tax companies fairly or something like that, or that you should have like a Liz Truss-esque plan. I just think that whilst the goal of some of these increases, like to fund the NHS, has worked and the NHS has got more funding now, I think, what are the potential long-term consequences in squeezing particularly small to medium-sized businesses in order to extract this tax money to then fund the NHS? And is there another way that you can do it that doesn't involve putting these businesses in a position where they have to make decisions that are of a negative impact to their long-term growth plans, you know? So there's stuff like that where I just think I think that was a bad decision. And that's on top of other bad decisions, like the fucking way they implemented the removal of the pensioners' fuel payments, the winter fuel allowance. That was very poorly implemented. Just lots of stupid financial decisions that I think are prompted by these handcuffs of the fiscal rules that they've got to go around and desperately try and find all these little pockets of tax, and they can't touch income tax because they said they're not going to do that. It's like Labour have just cornered themselves with all these decisions that they're very restricted on what they can actually do, and then they still have to increase taxes anyway. And people are going to talk about that. So even if you're not doing your manifesto pledge and not going near income tax, well, people are still pissed off with you for increasing taxes anyway. So what's the fucking point, you know? So I think alleviate the fiscal rules a bit. This is, you know, alleviate it a bit so that it's not as stringent, or be willing to go after fucking income tax. And Andy Burnham is primed to do this. He can come in and he can say, fuck all of that, we're not going with that, and either bite the bullet and increase income tax, not his manifesto, he didn't promise to that, politically unpopular, but it's a way of fundraising money, or alleviate the fiscal rules so that you're not as stringent that you need to cover, all government spending with taxation. And there's another thing as well, I can't remember what it is, but basically alleviate that and have a different structure for managing the day-to-day cost of running government. That's probably it, really, in terms of fixing some of these issues. But I don't know, man, it's complicated. But the problem is, Reform come along and they say, well, we'll just increase the base rate of tax-free allowance to £20,000. How the fuck are you going to do that? How much money would that cost? How would you fund that? Who fucking knows? They come up with these fantastical policies. They come up with these retarded and fantastical policies that will never be able to be implemented. But because they're in the opposition or because they're not in office, they can just say it and people will like it and they cheer it on. And they're like, yeah, man, yeah, that's great, yeah. We should just do that. We should just press switch. Just press the fucking switch. I'm going to be streaming for another about 2 hours, probably. Another 2 hours or so before I need to go. But Monday, Tuesday, I'm still doing the school run. I'm not going to be able to stream tomorrow, no. Basically, the schedule is streaming today, no stream tomorrow. Wednesday, early stream because my broadband's being installed in the afternoon. And then Thursday, we'll be back to our normal schedule. So if you're looking for stability and coherence, Thursday, we should be back to normal. That's the plan.
600,000 deportations within his first year as Prime Minister. In order to do this, Reform promised to leave the European Court of Human Rights, or ECHR, repeal the Human Rights Act and replace it with the British Bill of Rights, and disapply the Refugee Convention, the UN Convention Against Torture, and the Council of Europe Anti-Trafficking Convention.
Okay. You've been saying I'll be back to my normal schedule since you went to Vietnam. Yeah, and I was for a long time. And then I moved house, you fucking idiot. Bro, you people have just got nothing going on in your lives, have you? You just don't get it, do you? I've moved house, bro! There's a lot going on!
Justifying their proposals, they argue that activist judges would otherwise use these conventions to frustrate deportations. Under Reform, all asylum claims made by people who illegally enter the UK would be denied, and a new UK deportation command would be created, using data shared between the Home Office, NHS, HMRC, DVLA, banks, and the police to relentlessly identify and detain all illegal migrants.
Dude, the idea is there's nothing, that sort of stuff doesn't happen already. It does happen already, okay? As I mentioned, a business that I frequent recently got a £80,000 fucking fine for having illegal workers or some shit. So it's not as if it doesn't happen. Enforcement happens. And then there's all this flashy stuff that they talk about. And I think, well, is that going to be substantially different to what's happening now? And on top of that, how much will this cost and how will you pay for all of this? How much would it cost to set up all these new fucking fancy fangled shit that you wanted to do here?
Once caught, these migrants would be held in newly created detention facilities before being deported back to their country of origin.
Secure immigrate. Oh.
Held in newly created detention facilities.
Sounds like concentration camps. Why no stream tomorrow? Because I'm busy. I got workers here doing stuff, and then I've got to do the school run, and I've got a bunch of other shit I need to sort out in my life. Also, dude, Tuesday's my day off, bro. You're lucky I stream on a Monday and a Tuesday, bro. It's a fucking privilege. It's a privilege, not a right. Fuck you, dude. Thursday, as I've said, you did before while working in the house. Yeah, and it was a fucking nightmare, bro. I had to fuck off every 5 minutes. It was loud. You could hear it through the mic, but it was fucking loud and annoying. Guys, just accept what I've said. Stop, dude. Just accept what I've said, bro. I'm not streaming tomorrow. Wednesday, I'll stream in the morning as best I can. Thursday, we're back to my normal schedule. That's it. That's what's happening. You're not gonna fucking badger me into streaming tomorrow. I've already decided, dude. We should thank our streamer for graciously allowing us to see for 2 hours. Yes, exactly. Detention capacity for 24,000 will be created in 18 months. The Home Office will build secure immigration removal centres. This will be modular accommodation built in remote parts of the country. Conditions are basic but not punitive. Prefabricated 2-person rooms, canteen catering, on-site medical suites. robust perimeters, and internal movement controls to prevent escapes. This enables detention on arrest, no more bail. The capacity would allow up to 24,000 illegal migrants to be deported per month. Well, where are you going to build those? You say it's going to be in remote areas. Well, do you have permission to build on the area if it's like Greenbelt? Do we want to get rid of some Greenbelt area for the sake of building some fucking concentration camp for migrants? Like, there's a lot of questions about this that I just don't really feel answered. It's just like, yeah, we're just going to build this. Well, is that how? What? And people buy it because they think it's easy. They think, oh yeah, you can just press a switch and build shit. No, it's not that fucking simple, bro. And also, what do you mean by remote? Yeah, you're going to be near some community. And is the community going to be happy with having a fucking, you know, a facility built for immigrants down the road from them?
Before being deported back to their country of origin. In the run-up to the local elections, Zia Youssef, Reform's Home Affairs spokesperson, stated that Green-controlled areas would be prioritised for deportation centres, due to the party's support for open borders. On top of this, Farage has confirmed that, as part of the plans, Reform would be willing to pay countries like...
It's like that's so grotesquely punitive. Because there's a majority of people that vote Green. So what if there's an area that votes Green that wins on a 40% of the vote, and then you've got 60%, or whatever the fucking figure is, not everyone votes obviously, you've got whatever percentage that didn't vote or voted for a different party that then has to put up with that. That seems a bit unfair, doesn't it? What if the Greens win by a small margin, and then you've got a big Reform voter base, and you just stick them in there because the area just happens to pinch out a Green result? The screams of migrants getting tortured in the morning is far better than any quality coffee.
Like Afghanistan, which is still governed by the Taliban, to take back migrants. Taken together, these plans appear to be, by some margin, the most extreme immigration proposals by any major UK political party in living memory. They're also not going to be cheap. Reform admit themselves that the plan will cost over £10 billion over 5 years, which they explain away by suggesting that the current system costs £7 billion per year. However, suggesting that this new system will entirely replace the old system.
What? Huh?
They're also not going to be cheap. Reform admit themselves that the plan will cost over £10 billion over 5 years, which they explain away by suggesting that the current system costs £7 billion per year.
Right. So you're telling me, in order for this math to work, the entire 7 billion, every penny of that gets superseded by this 10 billion amount, and it's still £3 billion more. But that's assuming that the £7 billion is totally consumed by this new measure. Yeah, this is fantastical, man. This is the exact kind of fantastical, fiscally irresponsible shit that these parties that are out of power just get to say without any actual demonstrable process of how they're going to fund it and how they're going to pay for it.
However, suggesting that this new system will entirely replace the old system is slightly disingenuous and is likely a vast underestimate of how much it will actually cost. So let's move on to the civil service. In October last year, Danny Kruger, a Reform MP, stated that the party would aim to reduce the civil service to pre-2016 levels by cutting 100,000 jobs.
Oh, great.
Equivalent to a 30% cut.
Wow, very Elon Musk coded. Do you remember when Elon Musk cut loads of jobs at Twitter and it stopped working properly for a bit? Remember that? That was good, wasn't it? Yeah, do you know what I love the idea of? The entire apparatus of the state having 30% of his fucking workforce cut and then just seeing what happens. And hopefully we don't cut anyone off that's actually doing an important job.
Later in the year, in December, Kruger published a document titled Storm and Sunshine, which outlined in more detail the exact proposals. In total, Reform aims to save £5.2 billion per year in salary costs from all the layoffs. However, when the policy came under additional scrutiny, questions were raised about the plans. In one section, Reform explained that they plan to cut 930 occupational psychology roles, saving more than £60 million. More than 90% of psychologists working in the civil service, though, work in prisons. And when asked about the potential impact on welfare, a Reform source simply stated that...
Yeah, sounds good, man. Dude, do you know what it is? It's like they come in and they go, oh, that sounds woke. That sounds woke. We'll get rid of that. And they don't even, it is Chesterton's fence. It's fucking Chesterton's fence all over again, dude. We'll get rid of it. Understand what it is before you want to get fucking rid of it, man.
Under additional scrutiny, questions were raised about the plans. In one section, Reform explained that they planned to cut 930 occupational psychology roles, saving more than £60 million. More than 90% of psychologists working in the civil service, though, work in prisons. And when asked about the...
I think that's a great idea, honestly. Just get rid of all the psychologists that are currently treating the fucking insane freaks that exist in our prison. Good idea. Great call, Reform. Love the sound of that.
Potential impact on welfare, a Reform source simply stated that prisons will be a much safer place to work under a Reform government.
Trust us! Trust us, bro. Trust us, bro. We got it covered.
Additionally, Reform is also committed to sacking around 2,500 security roles, around a quarter of all security roles, saving around £150 million. The thing is, of the 10,000 security roles in the civil service, around 7,000 of them are based at the Ministry of Defence and Foreign Office, many of them guarding bases and sensitive sites. The quantity of sackings imply that quite a few would have to come from here, which could threaten the security of two of the most sensitive departments in government. These are just two examples of real-world knock-on effects of reducing the size of the civil service at the scale that Reform are suggesting. Now, for what it's worth, there is a case that the status quo of the civil service cannot continue. The Institute for Government...
Dude, this is very similar to Elon Musk and Doge, when there was all this touted money saving that was to be made. And they were banging on about, yeah, we're going to save this and we're going to save that. But when you've actually got the power... it's a lot more complicated than that. And you start to see that, what if we cut this, it can affect this, and etc., 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 you know? It's just obviously just a broad brush approach that you could just say whatever the fuck you want, but in that office is different. And wasn't Doge shut down eventually? It got shut down, if I recall correctly. Wasn't it the case that Doge was like, didn't really do what it was intended and set out to do? Just a total fiasco. Total fiasco in the end. Stupid, man.
Been making this point for a little while. However, they have argued for more of a structural change to encourage better work, not simply reducing...
The thing is, I think you can make changes, and I think you can cut things like the civil service, and I think that you can make cost savings, but I think it needs to be the Chesterton Fence principle, and it needs to be a scalpel rather than a sledgehammer. You need to actually look in diligent detail and assess what can actually be lost without negatively detrimenting. And 30% is absurd. I do not believe that you can cut 30% of the civil service and it not have negative detriments to society. I think that's absurd.
In the headcount of the organisation. Anyway, moving on to net zero. Reform for quite a while have been sceptical of the move towards net zero. Already we're seeing Reform politicians in positions of power repeat this scepticism. Suffolk County Council leader Michael Hadwen stated that he would reverse his council's declaration of a climate emergency, and Jonathan Gullis, leader of Newcastle-under-Lyme Borough Council, described net zero as the worst kind of groupthink. Research by the Grantham Institute at the London School of Economics found that 7 out of 10 Reform-led councils that were elected in 2025 had scrapped their net zero targets. So, what does this mean for a national Reform government?
They're right. I don't know. Well, I know very simplistic views on climate change. I think it's happening. I think that there is a temperature increase across the world. And I think renewables are good. But I don't know I don't know about this net zero thing. I don't know what to make of that. Is it good? Is it bad? Like instinctively I would want to say, well, that's good, surely, but I don't actually know. I don't actually know the ins and outs of it and what it entails and what are the downsides. EV sales have plummeted in the last year. Have they? Oh, I see what you mean. Okay. What's the point in reducing a very slim amount of CO2 while India and China pump as much as they want? Oh, I see. So you're saying we're putting impediment on ourselves, but the true troublemakers of the climate do not have these same criteria, so they can just continue to pump CO2 into the atmosphere. Yeah, okay. Sure. Is there a map of this? The CO2 map? What's the CO2 map exactly? Let's have a look at that. I want to make sure it's accurate. I don't know what an accurate one is. Okay, I don't know what an accurate one is, guys, okay? Oh. Is this one good enough? Oof. Oh my good God, bro. Look at fucking China in the US. Fucking hell, man. You fuckers over in America. Yes, yeah, drink from a paper straw so some dude in the Philippines can dump raw sewage straight into the river with no filter. That is one thing that I find so fucking stupid, man. You know, having to accept retarded ideas on some idiotic basis, and then you look at some Indian river and it's full of shit. Like, paper straws are suck. Paper straws are fucking dog shit, bro. I do not think it's that fucking deep. Just improve recycling aspects and give us plastic straws back, man. Can I even buy? Can I buy plastic straws? Can I buy? I'm gonna keep some in my pocket, just for the sake of it. Okay. Oh my God, man. You can freely purchase reusable, durable plastic straws for personal use at most home retailers. Single-use plastic straws. Single-use disposable plastics are largely banned across the UK. Oh my fucking God, dude. That is crazy, man. Wait, what is this? Wait, dude. Oh, dude, my country's such a joke. I didn't know this. Dude, it is illegal to provide plastic drink stirrers. Oi, you got a license for that drink stirrer? What? That is mental, bro. That is fucking crazy. Oi, you got a license for that drink stirrer? It is illegal to provide plastic drink stirrers and plastic cotton buds, or Q-tips as you Yankoids call them, to customers. There are significant restrictions on providing customers with plastic straws. The ban on single-use plastics was extended to in October 23 and now includes plates, cutlery and other items. Yeah. When you go to the store over here, you just see you've got bamboo ones or you've got like paper plates and stuff. Plastic ones are kaput as far as I can tell. It is an offence to sell or supply drink stirrers to end users and businesses in England. This means it's an offence for you to be sold plastic drink stirrers by a supplier and for you to supply them to your customers. Same for plastic cotton buds. True, it was the Conservatives who did this. Yes, definitely. This has nothing to do with fucking Labour. This is the Tories that did this, okay? Although, to be honest, Labour probably would have done it if they were given half the chance. No, Q-tips aren't illegal. You can have a Q-tip, but you know the part between the two bits of cotton, that has to be cardboard or paper or some non-plastic material. It cannot be plastic. Because I didn't even notice this, to be honest. I mean, Q-tips, who fucking cares, bro? It's fine to have a paper Q-tip because the usage is no different, right? I think it's the same thing, so I don't really have a problem with that. But plastic straws are not fit for purpose. Paper straws suck. Like, you try and use them and they just turn into fucking mush within like fucking 5 sips. Whereas plastic straws obviously are plastic for a reason. It's because they need to be able to sustain a repeated flow of fluid through them when you're drinking a drink with a straw. It's just so obviously fucked, man. It's just so obviously stupid. They don't work, but we've mass implemented them. It is an offence to sell or supply plastic straws to end users in England, but they can still be supplied to businesses. Hey! Maybe I could get one delivered to my business. However, there's an exemption to this regulation for catering establishments. Okay, if you're providing food and drink for immediate consumption, you're allowed to continue to buy customers single-use plastic straws, provided that The straws are not kept in a place where they're visible to customers. The straws are not kept in a place where customers have access to them. And the straws are not offered or provided to customers unless requested by the customer. Oh, okay. Well, I'll bear that in mind then. And I'll see if I can get plastic straws in the future. That is so gay, man. Excuse me, could I have a plastic straw? I didn't actually know that. I didn't know that you could ask, and I'm guessing most restaurants probably keep them. Where's the straws? Where's the plastic straws? Dude, that's going to be the raid. Where's the plastic straws? It's not going to be for the money. It's going to be plastic straws. Where's the plastic straws? Tell me now. I'm going to get you. Disabled people need them. Oh, once again, the disables have got it so fucking good, haven't they? Once again, the disabled have got it way too fucking good. Typical. Absolutely typical. There's no fucking way you can legitimately argue the case for paper straws. They suck. Everyone knows they suck. But they've been forced upon us. So all we can do is just fucking take it, because that's what we do over here. We just take it. Send me your address, Chud. I've got a bag of single-use plastic straws. Just take them around with you. Just take all got a plastic straw. Okay.
Well, the party has previously committed to repealing the 2008 Climate Change Act and scrapping the legally binding target of net zero by 2050. While Reform has previously claimed that this would save between £45 billion and £225 billion, the upper figure here is actually based on Institute for Government figures, most of which comes from the private sector. In other words, this isn't money that the government would save. It's worth pointing out here that other organisations are even more sceptical about the purported savings. The New Economics Foundation claims that, as a result of Reform's policies, 48 gigawatts of large-scale renewable capacity will be lost, costing the UK between £67 billion and £92 billion. Now, of course, without an independent organisation costing Reform's policies, we can't say confidently exactly where the real costs of their net zero policies lie. But again, it seems that Reform are likely significantly over-promising.
What does Gary's Economics think about this? Well, it's got to tax the rich, isn't it? We need a bloody wealth tax. Put a wealth tax in, tax the rich, and that'll solve all our problems. We just got to tax the rich. What's that? You want to put a new tax into place? Why don't you put a wealth tax in place? It's still a bloody wealth tax, isn't it? Put a wealth tax in place, tax the rich, and everything will get sorted. Easy. Hit the wealth tax button.
Yeah. So, all in all, it seems that Reform has probably overpromised in certain areas, and when their plans are subject to some criticism, some issues are highlighted. Right now, with more focus on Labour's woes, this isn't causing any problems for their polling. However, if they remain top of the polls in the run-up to the election...
Is there like a good video about the air conditioning thing?
Their plans will attract more scrutiny from the media and could even seriously damage...
What's the problem with that idea? Wealth taxes don't work. They have been retracted in most countries that they've been tried in. They're expensive to administer. They don't yield meaningful tax revenue. And the very people that you're trying to tax engage in behaviour to circumvent the taxes. They'll move, or they'll engage in practices to reduce the tax liability. So it's not a good tax. They either leave or avoid it. And there's much better ways to tax the wealthy, like property tax, land tax, other means with which to tax them that don't involve an prohibitively expensive policy that doesn't even really yield much tax results. What's this? Oh God, no.
Farage's chances of becoming PM. The latest issue of our magazine is out now, and if you want our best value ever, subscribing and using code SUMMER26 gets you your first copy for as cheap as £4.99, as well as 20% off as long as you stay subscribed. I told you about one of the articles at the start of this video, but this issue's truly jam-packed.
Oh God, what is this you've linked me? I want to watch Andy Burnham's speech as well. He did a speech which I think touched on some of the stuff he's going to get into.
Hey, welcome back to Gary's Economics. Today we are going to explain everything you need to know about the world's first trillionaire. Okay, so this week the world got its first trillionaire. It is Elon Musk. Congratulations to Elon Musk. We're going to explain to you everything that means today.
Right, I'm sure we're going to get a very good economics lesson here. I'm sure it's not going to be utterly retarded populist tripe that totally misunderstands basic principles of economics.
First thing is, what is a trillionaire? What is a trillion? We've had this long-running problem in explaining inequality with the fact that like $1 billion is like so much money that it's like impossible to conceptualize, and people don't understand the difference between a million, which is like quite a lot of money, but like amount that nowadays a lot of ordinary people will accumulate, especially in countries like the UK, the US, and $1 billion, which is like, oh my God, like it's insane, it's so much money. I think the best example we've had to explain the difference between a million and $1 billion up till now is a million minutes is just under 2 years, and 1 billion minutes is just under 2,000 years. So 1 million minutes ago was a couple of years ago. 1 billion minutes ago was like Roman Empire. The problem you have is if you try to extend that to a trillion, then you say like 1 trillion minutes is just under 2 million years, and then once again you're back with the problem of this number is so big that the human brain can't comprehend it. So we probably have to go down to seconds. 1 million seconds is a week and a half. 1 billion seconds is 32 years, and 1 trillion seconds is 32,000 years. Basically, like 1 trillion is just like unbelievably like stupidly enormous number, and it's really hard to just understand how big it is. I think one of the best ways to understand the wealth of the super rich is to look at the passive income that they receive from the ownership of that wealth. So I often use the statistic that if you look at somebody who's worth $1 billion or £1 billion at a rate of 5%, they will make something like $1 million or £1 million a week. If we extend that to a trillion, then we see if somebody's worth $1 trillion, then they will make every year $50 billion. They'll make $1 billion a week.
What? That's not necessarily the case. Just because you're worth X amount doesn't mean that you get that much a week. Dude, what is he on about? That's complete nonsense, bro. What's he talking about?
I think probably the one that's maybe easiest to understand is that a trillionaire making passive income at a rate of 5% will make $137 million every day, $5.7 million every hour. That's about $100,000 a minute.
Just because you have got X amount of wealth doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to make 5% off of that. And I mean, my understanding as well is that one of the things that pushed Elon to be a trillionaire was the floating of SpaceX, was it not? And so obviously people bought SpaceX shares, and just because people are buying SpaceX shares doesn't necessarily mean that then that becomes, you know, something which you can then earn money from. Like, your money could be tied up in assets, for example. Like, use myself as an example, right? I've put equity into the house with the work that I've done. So on paper, I'm worth X amount of money, but it's tied up in the bricks and mortar here. So I don't make any money off of it at the moment. I make £0 off of this property at the moment, but in the future, I might be able to benefit from that, right? In the future, I might be able to take advantage of that, maybe rent it out, something like that. But that doesn't mean that I'm earning money off of it now. And so there could be stuff that it represents as wealth that he's not able to make money off of currently. So this idea that just because you're worth X amount, and it's not to say that Elon doesn't make a shitload of money. Yes, obviously Elon makes a lot of fucking money, and he's very wealthy, and he's got a lot of fucking, you know. It's not to say that he doesn't do well, but this maths, you know, this idea that you're just going to make 5% off of this wealth that you've got is not necessarily the case or true.
$1,600 a second. So that is the passive income that Elon Musk will be making every single day, every single second.
What?
Making about $1,600 every single minute. He'll be making about $100,000.
Yeah, but mate, okay. He's acting like that's money getting deposited into his bank account. Like every second he gets $1,600 deposited to his bank account. That's not how it works, bro. That's how none of this is how it works.
Dollars passive income, not from his work, just from the assets that he owns without even getting out of bed. So that's the number $1 trillion itself.
Dude, also, passive income. How the fuck do you know what passive income, dude? It's so stupid, man. He's confusing this idea of passive income by just coming up with a percentage in his head, applying that to how much he's worth and saying that's the passive income that he's making. And that's not what passive income means. And he's just come up with this 5% figure. How the fuck do you know? Also, I can't imagine that SpaceX is actually revenue generating at the moment. Aren't they investing at the moment? Loads in rockets and shit. I don't know much about it. I've not looked into it. But my assumption is that they're probably on the balance sheet. They're likely going to be running at a loss. Because, and obviously if you're running at a loss, a business can be valued at X amount of money, but it's currently running at a loss. And that means there's no way of drawing money out of it because the business, everything that's going in is going back into it and more so. And the money that you're raising for the company is just, you know, investing back into the company and it's running at a loss. So I'm not an economist. I know a little bit, okay? I know a little bit, but I don't think this makes any sense. I know this makes no sense. And it gives people the wrong idea that because someone has got a certain net worth, it means that they're making X amount of money as cash in the bank, which just is not the case. Like, for example, let's say that tomorrow I set a business up, okay? Selling, I don't know. I don't fucking know, dude. What am I selling? Headphones. I'm selling headphones. I designed this new technology and it sells headphones, but I've not built any headphones yet. I've just got patent pending on the technology. And I go and do a round of fundraising. And I sell 50% of my company for £500,000, okay? So on paper, my business is worth £1 million because I've fundraised £400,000 for 50%. So on paper, I'm worth £1 million. That doesn't mean that I'm making any money off of that fucking business because I've not started making anything yet. So I'm not earning any income from it. It's just on paper, my wealth is £1 million because I've done fundraising that values the business at that amount. So, and if you broaden that out, it's the same with Elon Musk. Just because this SpaceX IPO has pushed him to be a trillionaire doesn't mean he's able to monetize off of that. And whilst it's not to say that he isn't very well off, he is obviously very rich, and I'm sure he wants for nothing, and he's just got, you know, endless resources to do what the fuck he wants with. The way it's presented makes it seem like he's getting 5% of this deposited into his account annually, which is just not true. Exactly. The value of the business is about share price and how much people are paying for shares, right? It's not indicative of how much revenue or passive income the business is generating. It's just utterly a brain-dead populist nonsense that totally misunderstands how economics work, and he gets away with it. He gets away with it, dude. How can you talk about wealth when you fundamentally, on the very basis of wealth maths, are now not all assets are liquid cash flow positive? Yep, exactly. Exactly. This is terrible, man. Elon Musk doesn't have $1 trillion tucked away somewhere in a cardboard box. So stupid, man. Dude, John Beercroft. John Beercroft, some random shitter, is having to explain this to him. Elon does not have or even control $1 trillion. That is a notional value of his shares if they were sold. If his shares were actually sold, the price SpaceX would plummet and it would be almost worthless. Some random shitter on Twitter has got a better understanding of economics than this guy does. It's fucking embarrassing, man. It's totally fucking embarrassing, dude.
It's ungodly large. It's absolutely enormous. And the second thing is this thing people have been speaking about quite a lot this week, which is that $1 trillion is assets that Elon Musk owns. It is not money in a bank. So some people have been saying, oh, well, it doesn't matter because it's not like money in a bank. The truth is, it's probably much more dangerous for somebody like Elon Musk to own real assets, which is like real physical infrastructure out there in the world, things that you need, things that your government need, things that your country needs, rather than just money in a bank. In this specific case...
Oh, so he's saying it's worse. Why? Why is it worse? Why is it bad that Elon Musk... I mean, I know he's a bad fascist guy or whatever, but why is it bad that on his balance sheet, his company is worth X amount of money? Also, the value of SpaceX is not reflected by like the bricks and mortar or assets that it owns. Businesses are also valued on future potential. So it's about what people perceive as the possibilities of SpaceX doing in the future. It's also valued based on that. So he doesn't even necessarily have control of all this infrastructure even. Some of it is just a concept of what SpaceX is capable of achieving in the future. It's like a conceptual thing that it's valued on.
Elon Musk is a trillionaire because he owns, well, he already owned Twitter and Tesla, but he also owns about half of SpaceX, which sends rockets into space. It owns a ton of satellites. That was floated on the stock market last week, and basically traders think that this company is worth $2 trillion, and Elon Musk owns about half of it.
Dude, I got a notification on my, what was it, Trading 212 ISA, and it said, do you want to buy SpaceX stock? Well, I took a look at it because I thought, oh, well, that could be interesting. And the initial thing was like $130 a share. And I don't know much about SpaceX, and I didn't care to look into it. But my gut instinct was, that's a lot of fucking money. That seems like a fucking lot. And plus, I didn't have money to put in it anyway. I'm actually taking money out of stuff like that at the moment. But let's see. Oh, okay. So it looks like it did go up quite sharply to $200. And now it's sitting at $156. Fuck, I missed out. So there was obviously a bit of interest at the start. So it shot up. And then obviously a bunch of people sold the fucking... There's obviously people that got in very early and then sold off when it hit a peak. And now it's dropped off and it's sitting at $150. Nah, dude, I don't think so. Well, how quickly did it happen? I can't really tell here. It doesn't give me the date. But, I mean, yeah. I think if you were willing to... I mean, the thing is, realistically, in order to capitalize on that, you need thousands of dollars to put into it. And then you'd obviously need to be tracking the price all day. I mean, it's day trading shit, isn't it? It's day trade. There's probably day traders and shit that did that. Yeah. Because so it's rockets, and then it's, I think, XAI. I think that's wrapped up in SpaceX, I believe now. Is that right? And then this Starlink thing, which, yeah, what's the appeal of Starlink? You can get broadband anywhere. Well, that's only going to be quite a slim appeal, surely. No, Starlink's good. No, don't get me wrong. Starlink's a fantastic product. I had it on a flight coming back from Vietnam, and it was insane. Massive for military. Oh, okay, okay. Are the military using it? I guess they were using it in Ukraine. Wasn't there some controversy about that? Something. Okay. Anyway, yeah, sure. I don't know, man. I don't know much about SpaceX, obviously. So maybe there is some future potential there. But obviously, I think it's a very hyped thing. There's a lot of hype around it. A lot of hype on X. Who knows what's going to happen with it?
So just his ownership in SpaceX itself is worth nearly $1 trillion. I'm not an expert on SpaceX, and obviously there's going to be some speculation about whether SpaceX really is worth $1 trillion. When somebody owns assets that are worth $1 trillion, if somebody owns a company that's worth $1 trillion, that is either because it is making an enormous amount of profit, or traders think that in the future it will make an enormous amount of profit. So this is it basically. Elon Musk, like all billionaires, like all trillionaires, even like all millionaires, he owns real physical infrastructure. It is physical infrastructure which economists and traders, a lot of them believe you're going to need, your country's going to need. He's going to own the satellites, that's going to be used in things like weather forecasting and the military. Your government's going to need it, and when you need it, you're going to have to pay Elon Musk to use those things. And that is why Elon Musk is worth $1 trillion. I think one of the most interesting things about Elon Musk suddenly becoming a trillionaire.
No, that's not necessarily the case.
Is this happened, I'm filming this on the 16th of June. This happened, less than a week ago, and it was quite sudden. Suddenly, Elon Musk is a trillionaire.
It's not just about using the infrastructure. It's also about these products could grow into a certain market share that would positively impact the share price, that improves the value of your shareholding as well. It's not just he owns the infrastructure. It's about products the company could produce and things the company could do that will have a market appeal that will then benefit the share price down the line. There's loads of fucking things that affect it. It could come down to, there can be, share prices could be positively impacted by complete nonsense. Total fucking nonsense. Total bullshit. Total bollocks can influence and impact how much a company is worth. Does SpaceX even, I don't even know what they own. You see this thing, I don't fucking know about SpaceX, bro. I don't know. But I know this guy knows nothing either, and he's still talking about it like he does.
And Elon Musk didn't actually do anything on the day last week when he became...
I don't know, dude. I don't know who's saying this, that people are going to rely on... Elon Musk is planning on people relying on infrastructure that he owns. I've not seen anything about that at all.
A trillionaire. What happened was, because he suddenly sold some stocks in SpaceX, and he did that on the stock markets, we suddenly were able to get like a valuation of what SpaceX was worth. Until he tried to sell some shares of SpaceX last week, we didn't know how much SpaceX was worth. And once we have sort of asked the markets, asked the traders to determine how much SpaceX is worth, we can see that it's probably...
Okay, but I know nothing about... Did SpaceX not have funding rounds where they went and got investment from, investors, funds, etc.? And that then gives you an early... right. So at that point, you'd be able to know what the company's worth based on how much people are putting in for the percentage that they get, right? So what is he on about? Surely that there's an assessment of valuation at the point there was investment before it was floated. Again, I don't know much about SpaceX, but I just know that this sounds like bullshit. Elon's just a monorail guy from The Simpsons, and you guys are going to feel really stupid when he tries to send people to Mars and they die of space AIDS. And the thing is too, is there's, there's also a Nick clip. What, talking about this? What, he talked about this fucking Elon Musk shit? Sure. I'll take a look at that.
Probably worth something like $2 trillion. That makes Elon Musk a trillionaire. The fact is, Elon Musk already owned half of SpaceX before last week. He owned it last year. So actually, Elon Musk has probably been a trillionaire for quite some time. And we only just really realized...
Yeah, exactly. Also, yeah, there are people that will go into a company and you can assess how much it's worth. And this is what happens. If a company agrees funding, there's due diligence. So the person that's offering to fund a company will have people go in to check the details of the company to make sure it's worth what they're saying it is. To make sure that there's evidence of them having stuff that makes the company worth what they say it is. It's a classic thing on Dragon's Den. People think that Dragon's Den is the be-all, or Shark Tank is the be-all and end-all. But before the money actually changes hands, they actually go in and check that what they're saying is accurate, and they're not just making a bunch of shit up, because obviously it's a fucking TV show. Okay, what is this?
River Forest Groy percent $21. When I hear all the anti-rich sentiment, I'm just like, tell me you're a broke nigga without telling me you're a broke nigga.
Honest to God. Like, honestly, that's all that it is. Because it's not like these people... Here's the thing. There are some arguments to be made that there should be a more equitable distribution of wealth. I don't even like that word, because wealth is not distributed. It does not get distributed. Who's distributing the wealth? If I start a company and I take a risk and then people want to buy ownership of that company because it's profitable, who gave me the wealth? It's not distributed. You could argue that, I'm not going to say that there's not structural advantages in the economy based on the rule of whoever gets the Federal Reserve money first has an advantage, or that there's funds that are sort of tightly controlled and things like that. But this idea that the wealth is like distributed and some people are being given more and other people are being given less, it's not really true. And regardless, it's like, okay, some people might have an argument about maybe it's better.
Yeah, there's this perception that wealthy people just grow out of the ground, out of nothing, and they just get lucky in every aspect of their life, and all of a sudden they're sat on this massive fortune. But reality is a lot more nuanced and complicated than that. And yes, there's obviously some people that get handed wealth from their parents or something like that. But there are also people that have an idea and they literally break their back and, you know, they sacrifice a lot to try and do something with their idea. And then they have an idea that's successful and they're able to build it into something. And then, you know, you can understand people. I mean, I don't really, the Elon Musk thing is, you know, I'm not an Elon Musk guy personally, right? But I do think that this idea that, oh, well, these people have just got all this stuff, there is often a lack of consideration of how did they get there in the first place. And then it comes down into this kind of disagreement between an idea and the labor to create that idea and what's worth more. But yeah, I do see the perspective here.
If the floor would be raised, if there was less wealth inequality. Like, there are some intellectual arguments for this, but the people that are arguing in favor of this, they're just seething brokeoids. They're just people that are mad that they're broke.
Yes,
and
dude,
in a lot of cases, they're broke because they suck. It's not, don't get me wrong, there are a lot of earnest working poor. I'm not going to knock that. Life is really hard out there. I'm really sympathetic to it lately. I saw this TikTok the other day of this guy. It made me feel better. There was this guy and he's like, I'm 30 years old. He goes, and last week I had a full-time job. I lived on my own with no roommates. I had a girlfriend. He goes, but I lost my job. And because I lost my job, I couldn't afford rent. So I had to move back in with my parents. He goes, and because I moved back in with my parents, my girlfriend broke up with me. He goes, 1 month ago, I had a place of my own, a full-time job, and a girlfriend. Now I work full-time at a restaurant. I live with my parents and I'm single. And the guy was like on the verge of tears. And I was like, fuck, like, and that is happening. I am actually deeply sympathetic to that because this.
Dude, you're supposed to feel bad for that guy. You're supposed to feel bad for that guy, okay? You're supposed to feel bad for him. You're not supposed to mock him. He's the example of the person that's struggling.
Happen. And the job market is fucking brutal right now. It's brutal. And it's getting heavy out there. So I sympathize with that. But then there are a lot of people. It really is a coalition of cynical people on one side and then just the bottom of the barrel on the other. People that just don't work. There are a lot of people that simply do not work.
Yes, dude.
And this is why they don't have...
This is the exact argument me and my Green Party mate had that made him get really angry at me. When I was highlighting some of the issues with like the welfare system and the fact that there's people that are just fucking lazy. They're just lazy fuckers. They're lazy fuckers. And then the thing is, they'll point to something, right? And they'll be like, oh, but what about this wealthy person? And what, they're not paying their fair share. And that may be true in some cases, and I'm all for making sure people pay their fair share. But there is this kind of lack of engagement with this idea of how did they get there in the first place? Were they just gifted all this shit? Or did they themselves have to work to get into a certain position? Meanwhile, you got some jobless wretch. You've got some jobless fucking wretch sat on the sofa being like, where's my gimmies? Where's my gimmies? Where's my gimmies? Does Chud claim benefits? No, dude. The opposite, in fact. I pay an absolutely fucking retarded amount of tax because my system rapes me. My system is raping of me. Ridiculous.
Have money. Or they do work and then they just blow all their money. You see people that make no money, and then on the weekend, they spend $100 on liquor, and then they get a $100 tattoo, and then they blow their money on like a designer clothing item, and they say, well, I needed this. It's like there are a lot of people that, like, they say they live paycheck to paycheck, and that's because they make it a mission to blow their paycheck.
Incorporated them? Because the problem is, if you, it's the issue that you, I probably will need to incorporate. I probably do need to do that. The issue that you've got is that if you incorporate, you then have to pay the money. The money is then separate in the business, and you can't touch it. And if you want to touch it, you have to pay dividend tax to pay it out to yourself. And for the amount of money that I need to make in order to sustain my lifestyle, I'd actually pay more in tax if I was to structure it that way. So that's the issue. That's the problem. Is you can end up paying more because you have to pay corporation tax and then dividend tax if you pay yourself over £50,000, which is the most tax efficient way to pay yourself as a company director. But the problem is that you then pay more on the amount over £50,000 than you do as a sole trader. So it's complicated. It's complicated. But then the other problem that you've got is this feels very gauche. When you hit six figures, you have the cliff edge 60% tax rate, because for every £2 that you earn over £100,000, you lose £1 of your tax-free allowance. So your effective rate on every pound from £100,000 to £125,000 is 60%. So essentially, for every pound you earn in that bracket, you keep 40 pence and the government takes 60 pence. And then guess what? When you get to the end of that, it's better, but then you're on the 45% tax rate. So you're keeping 55 pence and the government keeps 45 pence. And it's not to say, well, I probably, I think I need to figure out my finances exactly, and I probably will set up a limited company. I'll pay myself whatever it is that I need, and then I'll take whatever excess is left and invest it in a business account or some shit, right? I'll figure it out.
Raped.
Yo!
400 kicks for Chud. 6 kicks for the crown.
Thank you for the kicks. Thank you. The problem recently is I have needed cash flow to sort this house out. So I've been pumping money into it, right? But once things settle down, I probably will look at setting up a limited company, paying myself whatever the salary needs to be, and then anything else will just get invested in some sort of business investment account, and that will hopefully grow. I need to figure all of that out. That's the plan. But recently I've just needed a lot of cash. I will be getting AC installed, yes. And I need to check, but I can probably do it through the business because it's going to be for the streaming room. But we'll see. In autumn. Probably in autumn, I would have thought. Yes, I'm in a lot of debt. I've got a fucking insane amount of debt at the moment that I need to clear. So that's the next priority, is just paying some of that down. Because obviously it's a bit expensive.
Check every week.
You
know what I'm talking about? You also see a lot of that.
Just ignore
There's a lot
it.
of people that simply do not work, and then there are...
Dude, do you know what the problem is now? I literally, 10 years ago, I could have just ignored debt and done the Sam Hyde method, okay? The problem now is if I ignore debt and I get into problems, I won't be able to remortgage, okay? And then I'll be stuck on a variable rate mortgage, which will be an absolutely fucking raped... It would be fucking ridiculous. I'd be totally raped. So you are forced to manage your finances efficiently, correctly, and not get into unmanageable debt or not pay it off, because otherwise you get raped when your mortgage renewal comes up. So I now have to be sensible, You can ignore shit like credit card. Can you? I don't think that's good advice. The thing is, as long as you're smart, you can just, like for example, I had a bit of money on a credit card that was going to come into payment, but I just set another credit card up because the bank that I'm with pre-approved me for a credit card with a 20 months 0% balance transfer. So I'm just moving it to that, and then I don't have to worry about it for nearly 2 years. So you can just do stuff like that to kind of, you know, bat debt away for a little while, so you don't have to worry about it for, you know, a couple of years. But that's the problem is, if you're using debt to cover up gaps that you're not going to be able to afford, that's when you get fucked. If you're using debt to cover gaps in your earnings and stuff, that's when you start to get into trouble. There needs to be money coming through the pipe at some point. It's good at helping with cash flow issues, but if you are just like, oh, I can't really afford this and I'll never be able to afford it, but I'll just put it on a credit card, that's when you start running into problems. That's the issue. That's you know, that's where you got to be careful. But as long as you've got a plan to pay it off, it's fine to be in debt. And I've got a plan. I recently just rejigged everything, and we're going to be laughing, hopefully. As long as, well, the only downside for me is if this goes to shit. So I do need to lock in and start streaming normal hours again, because it's been a bit raped recently. So I do genuinely need to lock in and crack on. So hopefully this Thursday, we're going to be back to the normal regime. You can't run away from debt without declaring bankruptcy, and then you're going to get repossessed. Debt maxing is a joke. It was never a serious thing. That only works for businesses with projected future profits to pay it off. Yeah, exactly. Dude, imagine the homeless streams. Imagine the homeless streams. That's what I'm saying this morning. You yell at me. Yeah, but the thing is, you're thinking that I'm just like sacking it off because I can't be fucked. Right? It's not that. It's not that. I need to strike a balance between sorting stuff out I need to sort out and also streaming, right? Like, I need to do both. But that's why I'm saying this Thursday we're going to be back to our normal routine, okay? We're going to be laughing. So normally it's Monday and Tuesdays are off, and then Wednesday through to Sunday is when I do my normal streams. But it's just been completely raped recently, so we're going to just reset. I'm going to clarify what my actual streaming hours are, and then it's going to be great. It's going to be great.
For a lot of other people that, like, they make it a mission to not have savings. And it's like, little bro, you can't be doing this. Like, you don't make enough money to be doing this. So you have some people, they're like, you know, I don't have enough money for rent. It's like, bro, you went to a concert. Like, you went to an expensive concert. You bought a handbag. You did all these things. And those are the types of people that are like, what does somebody need $1 trillion for? And then this is where you need to strike a balance. You cannot destroy the productive wealth to give it to people that are not productive. That's always the argument. Elon Musk does not have $1 trillion, you fucking idiot. You know, some people say, what does he need $1 trillion for? You fucking idiot.
God,
he doesn't have $1 trillion. The company that he owns...
Oh, another comment about the lighting. Get a ring light, you look like a hostage. Fuck off, dude. Listen, lighting is the least of my fucking concerns right now, okay? I will get some lighting sorted. Let's get back to a normal fucking streaming schedule. And then once we got that sorted, then maybe I'll worry about buying a fucking light. Fuck me, you guys are so annoying. Yes, dude. Yes, I'm going to get there. Just give me a bit of time. Fuck me.
Percent of is worth $1 trillion. He cannot get $1 trillion liquid. That's the value of his company. And the company has value because of its productive potential, okay? Because of what the company does, because of the technology it owns, because of the hard assets the company has, because of the applications of the technology. And so when they say, well, we need to take that money and give it to these people, it's like what actually creates wealth is entrepreneurship, risk-taking, expertise, technical knowledge, hard work. Like a person that can...
I think this is the fundamental issue with the lefty stuff for me, is that the principle is sound, right? If you've got someone that is unable to work, has got a disability, has got some sort of reliance on the welfare state, or is in a temporary state of unemployment, absolutely those people should be supported. 100%, right? I'm absolutely for that. And I think as big and as rigorous and as strong a welfare state for people that need it, right? I'm 100% behind that. Just because you're disabled doesn't mean that you should be tossed aside by society and not able to eat. You should be looked after, and everyone else should have the burden of that. But I think where the lines get blurred and where it becomes a problem is when you have people that are able to work, and the only thing that's holding them back is either their own mentality and mindset, or, oh, I feel a bit depressed. Oh, I feel a little bit depressed at the moment. I feel a bit sad, a bit too sad to work. Exactly the thing that I got into an argument with my mate about, by the way. You know? Bit too depressed to work. Oh, just shit out another baby. And now with the 2-child benefit gap gone, that'll be another X amount of government benefits. Thank you very much. And the thing is that it's not to say that there aren't people that genuinely need help. It's that there are people that do take the piss. And the answers to that, I think, are not particularly compelling for me, because people point to the millionaires and they go, what about him? He's got loads of money. Let's just take it off of him. How about that guy who works a fucking job and fucking contributes? It's not just about the money. It's about their own mentality. It's about, the value that they bring to society by doing some sort of job, some sort of thing. It's about the tax they pay, whatever. There's multiple benefits to them getting back on their feet and getting back into work. And I just am concerned that there has been, too much of this like sick note culture. How easy it is to get a fucking sick note. Dude, when I was working a normal job, right? It was like that. It was trivial to get a fucking sick note. Particularly for stuff with mental health. You can just go in and you can just go, and doctors have spoken about this. And the problem is that they're in a very difficult position where they're supposed to simultaneously be the advocate for the patient, and then they're also expected to be the judge, jury, and executioner of whether or not they're able to go into work. It's like the system's not fit for purpose. And there needs to be other mechanisms and measures. And the thing is, some of these can last for months. They can last for fucking months. You could have like a 3-month sick note. So they're signing off on you not being fit enough to work for 3 months on the basis of a mental health condition, when that mental health condition could change. And one thing that can benefit it is actually fucking working. So, I don't know, man. I think there needs to be... I don't think it's the right time to discuss how easy it is to get sick days. Sure, I understand. But, consider it a holiday. Just consider it a holiday, okay? I'll take it as holiday. I'll take it as my appointed holiday for the year, all right? But yes, obviously there is, an issue where people have got this mentality where they just don't want to, there's like a broad societal issue that needs to be addressed. It's not just about lazy layabouts. It's how do we get people that are in that mentality into the mindset where they want to move forward with their lives and do something productive and don't just want to fucking rot max all the time. So it's not just about get back to work, you fucking lazy bastard. It's how does society help those people get to a position where they in value doing something that contributes and earns them money. Define productive. Well, I mean, productivity is multifaceted. Someone could be a plumber. Someone could be a streamer. Someone could, go and work in an office or whatever the fuck, Someone go work on a TV station. Someone could, produce content that substantively entertains a bunch of people. Someone could do that even, But yes, it could be any job. And, I get that people don't want to work a shitty job in between. But the reality is sometimes you do just have to do that. And it can help you. It can help your mental to get into doing something and having a routine, So, I don't know, man. And I think there's this all or nothing approach to it too, when I think that there's some people that probably could do something, even if they're debilitated or, injured or something in some way. You can either smush cakes or small animals depending on your God-given fee. Okay, I don't know what you're talking about there. So yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know, I think that, yes, this idea that we fund the lifestyles of people who could be doing something is a problem. And there needs to be a sort of shift somewhere there.
Orchestrate. A conductor, a music maker, a person that could put the deal together. Yes, other people had an idea for an electric car. Other people had an idea for a reusable rocket. Elon did it. Elon figured out.
Also, the other problem with this as well is I think the missing component here is it's not just Elon did it. Elon had the vision, but it is true that the labor was done by working people, right? So all facets are important. Yes, it's important to recognize someone's ingenuity in coming up with the concept, but then it's also about how many people are involved in that process. It's like this idea that, what's his face? Steve Jobs came up with the iPhone and that was it. Well, no, people had to work on designing it and making the technology work, and then it's got to be constructed. You know, there is the working aspect to it too.
Not just the tech, but the economics and the political lobbying and the business strategy, all these things to make it work. And there's very few, there's 1 in a billion people that can do things like that. And that is what moves society forward. It is those labor-saving inventions. That's the increase in productivity. It's entrepreneurship and things like that that is actually what creates wealth and gets us to the next plateau in terms of human prosperity. If you have this mindset of we need to take to give to somebody else, you're going to destroy all the incentives and the process that makes it possible to create wealth. Who is going to want to
also,
do
it is a balancing act, because you can get to a point where the tax is such a level that you inhibit growth. And this is, I think, some of the stuff the UK has struggled with, is what's the right balance there. Because if you allow businesses to retain a certain amount of money, right? This narrative is it all goes into shareholders' pockets and CEOs' pockets and stuff like that. That's not necessarily the case. That money does, can be reinvested to grow the business further. And that can then have a, positive influence and impact, right? It's like Amazon during the COVID. People were mad at Amazon because they were making shitloads of money, but they then reinvested some of that money and put it into extra staff to cope with the fact that they were growing, Well, the triple lock people, dude, pensioners have not paid in for the triple lock. It's a complete myth. We are currently now, working people are paying for the triple lock. The pensioners didn't pay for that.
these things if you don't get rewarded for it, if it's not easy to do it? It should be easy to do business. It should be easy to make money. People should be rewarded for their efforts. If it's punitive, then people are not going to do it. And so you destroy the productive capacities of the country. You loot.
I think that, like, say the Green Party perspective, that kind of mentality, I do think there is this excessive focus on redistributive economic policies, and there is a lack of consideration or viewpoint on what are the negative consequences on a policy that is too redistributive, that takes too much from the top end to stuff the pockets of jobless wretches. To, what is the consequence on the top end? What impact does that have, and how does that, influence growth? And you need to allow people to retain at the top layer of society some level of their profits, so that they can then reinvest it. And it's difficult to know exactly where the line is, but I think Green Party politics would be way too fucking extreme, would be way too focused on redistributive policies, and it would actually have a negative impact. It would negatively impact growth, and it would also negatively impact tax returns as well, because if you've got an economy that's booming and growing, then that can have that impact of increasing tax receipts, because you're taxing a broader base of money than a restricted economy where you're taxing obviously a higher amount but on a lower amount of money. And I think this is the fundamental problem with more extreme redistributive policies, is that you're increasing taxes, which then leads to a restriction, which then decreases the amount of tax that you're making.
Money that is working for us so that it could be squandered on consumption. That's always the problem. It's the same premise of Dude, I'm not against wealth distribution at all.
right? I'm perfectly comfortable. I mean, I think it should be more progressive, but whatever. I genuinely don't have a problem with the higher tax rates. I just think that the 60% tax trap is retarded, and I think you should get rid of that. And you know, if you want, you could even have have X amount at 50% and then have the interim at 45% or something. Like, I don't have a problem with even paying more tax if it's a bit more straightforward, and I'm not losing out on things like my, basic tax allowance. I just think it needs to be more straightforward, and you need to avoid these cliff edges that we have at £50,000, £100,000 and £125,000. I think that you can make it more straightforward and easier to understand so that you know where you stand, rather than having it where you've got these two different fucking edges that you drop off, which I think also probably does, have a negative impact on productivity, because, say someone's on 49,000 and you're paying whatever the effective tax rate is. The moment you earn more than that, every pound that you earn over that, your basic tax rate goes up to 40%. So every pound, you're giving 40 pence versus 20 pence plus national insurance to the government. And you see it, and you literally see it in graphs. You see the cliff edge and the impact that it has is, say someone gets to £50,000 and then they just stop and they don't bother continuing to engage in productive activity, because they're like, well, why should I bother? Because the tax man is just going to take a bigger cut. And you can alleviate these problems by having a more coherent, more progressive tax system. And I'm not an economist. I don't know what the exact right level is. But, obviously it has this negative impact. And I just don't understand why there isn't a move towards a more sensible, progressive system that is clearer and avoids these obvious cliff edges where people just stop.
You have like a labor-saving device like a stove, and Africans are going to break it apart so that they could use it to like fight each other or something. It's like we can use this to make more. We could take the farmland, and if we plant the seeds, we could grow the food, and we could grow food forever. It's like Africans will just eat everything and they won't plant, and then there's going to be no more harvest. It's like this is the same kind of mentality. Yeah, dude, the eat the rich stuff, it's so poisonous. I fucking hate it. And I recognize we might have to go along with it in some sense because that's just the mood of the moment. But it's truly poisonous. You kill the goose that lays the golden egg so you can eat it, and it's just not smart. So anyway, yeah, fuck these broke niggas. These broke niggas, fundamentally, it's just a lack of competence. If you were smart, you wouldn't be broke. Let's be honest. Everybody wants money. If you were smart, you could get it. If you don't have it, it's because you're dumb. No, that's not always the case, but there is some truth to this. And so much of society is just buying off the losers so they don't become darklings and flip over the table. It's true, River Forest Roy, they can't all be rich like us. They can't all be. They can't all be rich like the $100 a month club, you, me, whoever. No, but I appreciate it. Very true. Very true.
We need to give them the EBT so they don't cause more problems. Yeah, I don't like the Elon stuff. I think Elon is overpraised. I think Elon is overpraised. I don't think that Elon is quite as good as these people want to make out. And I think that there's a lot of people around him that facilitate his ideas coming into play more so than these people would like to admit. But broadly speaking, yes, I do think there is a very retarded, excessive redistributive mindset that some lefties have. It doesn't take into account the realities of economics. Much like Gary Stevenson, who I'm not going to watch anymore because he's fucking annoying. But I tell you what I am going to watch. Guys, the King of the North has done a little speech. Andy Burnham. I think he's announced his policy proposals and stuff, hasn't he? I'm pretty sure that's what the speech was about. Okay, 10-year blueprint for Labour. Perfect. Perfection. That's what I'm talking about. Let's see what he's got for us. More immigrants. More immigrants. More immigrants and a wealth tax.
Thank you, everyone. Welcome. Thanks so much, everybody.
Go on, Andy.
Thanks very much, everyone. Wow, what a welcome. Good morning, everybody. Are you ready for this? I'm sounding like I used to sound when I used to DJ across this this great city, and I'm probably doing that because I'm missing it so much. I'm missing
so
all
charming.
of you.
He's so charming.
I am missing all of you. Missing this place, the people. You were just brilliant to me in my 9 years as mayor. I could not have asked for better backing. You were there at my back all the way through, and I will never forget what this place did for me. It's been such a wrench to leave that I've had to get special permission from what people in Westminster call my Manchester clothes. I've had to get special permission to wear them this morning. Sorry, Kemi, about that. However, I have bowed to public pressure on one front. I have bought some new running shorts.
Okay, I like this. It's good. There was a controversy because he went out in certain running shorts. He was getting mocked for that. Okay. This is actually a bit more affable than I think Starmer ever mustered. Dreadful. Oh, God. You guys are so cynical, man. Is Andy a killer? Is he cutthroat? Is he the dorky thing as an act? This is the type of Brit that really appeals to us Canadian brain. Colonise us again, Andy. I mean, to be honest with you, I still don't really rate Labour's chances, but I think this is the only possible outcome. I mean, Starmer just fucked it. That's just how it is. This is the only possible pathway forward that Labour's got. You'll be hating this guy in a month, probably. Probably when he introduces some stupid policy.
It was either do that or change the decency laws, and I opted for the former. But I can't tell you how glad it makes me that we meet at this big moment.
Little keys being jangled on your face. This guy is just a stooge for the Jews to control the chattel goyim. Wake up, Britain. Okay, dude. Thank you, Lowe's ambassador, for that one. Anyway, Lowe's ambassador. Who are you to say anything? Your little fucking party's having a bit of a problem, isn't it? This right-wing rift. I thought Rupert Lowe was based. He said he loves multiculturalism. He might as well have said, well, what about the curries? What about the curries? But we got their curries.
In one of my favourite places on earth, the People's History Museum. It holds real significance for me, and it's
the problem with Burnham, okay, realistically, is that as much as he is the only possible feasible choice, he wasn't ever really that much of a trailblazer when he was an MP. Because I can't remember what he was. He had some ministerial role under Gordon Brown, I'm pretty sure. And I think he was quite forgettable. And then he obviously tried to run for leadership, and that didn't work. So I think his time as mayor of Manchester has been is quite good for a lot of his aspects of his politics. But I guess I just don't really know if that will translate onto going back to Westminster and being Prime Minister. But I guess we're going to find out all together, aren't we? We're going to find out.
Just because one of my old coats is in a glass case upstairs. And
also, I see all these fucking lefties. Bro, I see all of these fucking lefties moaning about this guy because he made some comment about Israel, okay? This is the closest you will get to Corbyn, you fucking idiots, okay? This is literally as close as you're ever going to get because lefties do not have broad appeal in the UK. This is about as close as it's going to get to achieving any of your fucking political projects. The Greens, despite what the polling says, are unlikely to ever have substantive political power, okay? So you're probably better off hoping he does something that's fucking beneficial to you.
Can you believe it? Comes off second best alongside Michael Foot's infamous donkey jacket. It's because these galleries tell the story of our country better than any.
Oh wow, look at this.
I think we need to now reach out and we need to show that we are listening to people across the board, including in the community. It is clear that when we went into the last election, relationships were damaged. As leader of the Labour Party, I would make it my business to put those relationships right. And as a start of a 10, I can say tonight that the first foreign visit I would do as leader of the Labour Party would be to Israel to show that message.
No! He's zogged! He's fucking zogged! What was this meeting? Was this the dude? This is the Jew meeting that everyone has to do. I mean, look, okay. I don't know what the context of all this is. 2015 apparently is when this was recorded. Focus statement visit Israel. Okay. Labour leadership contest. I'm assuming this is in relation to Corbyn and trying to go up against Corbyn, who was obviously very anti-Israel. Okay, well, I mean, I don't really, you know. To be honest with you, he's been mayor of Manchester now for a little while. There's a lot of Muslims in Manchester. He's probably got a very different view on it now.
Anywhere else. How through time it has not been run in the interests of the many. And how ordinary people have fought to change that status quo and make it fairer. Today, we must take inspiration from that history and get ready to repeat it. The time has come to build the broadest possible coalition of people to lift Britain back up to where we all want it to be. What hope can we have that it will be different this time? That's the question I would be asking if I was a voter right now. It's the one I want to answer as clearly as I can today, and in doing so, give the new direction the country is looking for.
Here we go, come on.
After 10 years of political turbulence since Brexit, and 20 years of falling living standards since the 2008 financial crash, Westminster hasn't been working for people, and it hasn't been working for a very long time. In fact, it is broken. And as a result, the country isn't where it should be. It is stuck in a rut, and clearly we can't go on like this. My generation of politicians, including me, must take responsibility. We have...
Dude, honestly, when I see some of your comments, I realise we've got no fucking hope, okay? Because he's not coming out with a fucking screen of Subway surfers behind him, and he's not banging on how he's going to either send every immigrant back or give every immigrant $1 million. That's probably some Green Party politics. You guys like this is... Dude, what do you want from politicians, man? It's honestly insane to me. Politics should be boring. Yes, this is what I want, bro. I want politics to be boring, efficient, good. I don't want it to be all bells and whistles shit. You guys are so fucking hopped up on social media. You want instant gratification politics, and that's not how politics should fucking work, dude. No taxes. Right, okay. Execute or exile the coffin dodgers. Okay, give him time. You might get to that. You might get to that. He should have a video of a bomb hitting Tel Aviv with God hit markers over it in the background. Yes, exactly. Thank you, Rape Meat. Thank you. Yes, I appreciate your support, okay? Thank you.
Haven't been good enough. But instead of being honest about that, the parties have continued with politics as usual. Finger pointing, point scoring.
It is a bit stilted, I agree.
Now, that might matter less in a world where people's lives are getting better. But when they are not, it is dangerous and destructive of what remains of public trust.
Trump wants to boringly get demographic placed in his own homeland. Dude. No, I do not. What are you on about? No, I do not. I don't want to get demographically replaced. Quite the opposite, in fact. And, I mean, the thing is, it's a blank slate, really, for me. I don't know what this guy's going to fucking do and what he's going to say. But he's no Blair. He's no Blair. That as much as true.
In politics, we cannot go through another decade like the one we have just had. We need a new determination to raise living standards of every single person in this land. And we must accept that, to do that, to fix the economy and the country, we need to change politics, and we need to do it now.
I want to lower the living standard of all brown people and rise for white people. You're not going to get that. You're not going to get that from this. Nor anyone now. Now Reupload's gone woke. Reupload's gone woke and said, I don't actually agree with turning immigrants into a fine paste and using them to fill potholes. Now people are turned on him.
So let me state my clear intention as I put myself forward. True to the motto of this city, I am going to do things differently. I am going to break with the more of the same approach that has got us here. I am going to give Britain the circuit breaker it needs. By building a more collaborative politics in Westminster, by taking power out of the centre and putting it in the hands of the people and places who can use it best. And in so doing, creating a new sense of agency, possibility and hope flowing around the country.
No, he's not yet.
We will make politics
Basically,
work.
he is that no one wants to stand up because it's pointless, and I think that Labour want to have a coherence and not seem like they're bitterly infighting. So any contenders have basically stood aside and said, I support Andy Burnham, you know, let's just get him in, get him back on track. You know, all of the information suggests even if someone else stood, he would win and prevail. So he's basically just going to become the next fucking Prime Minister.
For you and the place where you live. I know it can be done because we have done it here. When I started as Mayor in 2017, we set about building a new approach, a new politics based on the exact opposite of the Westminster approach. Place first, not party first. Problem solving, not point scoring. Long term, not short term.
Oh my God, wait a second. Did you see the shit about his watch? Oh my fucking God, dude. Honestly, I was like, what are you on about, man? He's got like, what is it, a Tag Her? He's got a Tag Her watch. And people were acting like he was some sort of like, what is it? They were like, oh my God. This guy's got a Tag Her watch. He's a fake socialist. And it's a watch that is not even worth that much money. It's like a few £100 at most. It's a nice watch, but it's not like a fucking... They're acting like it was a Rolex. Anyway, I didn't bookmark it, so I don't have it anymore. But I do have this AI video, which normally I wouldn't show, but it best summarises what I think the policy should be for coffin dodgers.
Relax. Let it do the work. Okay, that's more than I...
This is what I think they should do to all people. That's what I think they should do to coffin dodgers, personally. Man, I don't know. I just saw it and I just put my take because I thought that's actually kind of funny. But anyway, nonetheless.
A decade on, it's incredible how much we've been able to achieve by working together instead of fighting against one another. The Greater Manchester Way is based on strong partnership between all sectors, public, private, community, voluntary, academic, faith, and our trade unions. We ask everyone to face the same way and then pull in that same direction together. Let me give you an example. When we realised the last Conservative government had done something significant by introducing 45-day work placements for young people linked to T-levels, we set ourselves the mission of finding one for every young person who wanted one. Over the course of last year, we rang round our businesses in the city region, and with the help of hundreds of companies, delivered our goal of 1,000 extra work placements.
New Tag Heuer watch retails between $1,600 and $15,000. No, it was an old one. It's like an old watch. I can't find it now. You're just gonna have to trust me, okay? It was definitely overstated.
That's 1,000 extra young lives changed every year, and it shows what a place can do when it works as one. For Britain to get back where it should be, those same principles need to be applied now to how we run the country. Pull in the same direction, move forward together. But let's not kid ourselves. This is not as easy as it sounds. Westminster and Whitehall are set up for conflict, and they require radical change if the country is to get back on track. I left Westminster a decade ago with the Mayor of the Liverpool City region, Steve Rotherham, because we could see it simply wasn't working for the northwest of England and the people here, and indeed other parts of Britain, the same thing. The Parliament I returned to on Monday is full of good people, many of them here in the audience today, members of Parliament who've joined us. And they are working hard every day, trying to do the right thing for the places that they represent. But it's hard, it's too hard for them to make change. Why? Because power is not in the hands of those places that they represent, but held by an insufficiently accountable, outsourced state. We are one of the most over-centralised countries in the world. And worse, that over-centralised heart of the country is not pulling in the same way, but in different directions. That is the reality.
Okay. Burnham appears to wear a Tag Heuer 2000 series, a quartz dive watch first introduced in the 1990s. It's not an especially fashionable choice, nor is it an expensive one. While certain vintage Tag Heuer watches become increasingly collectible, the 2000 series remains one of the more easy to find watches. Depending on condition, examples typically change hands for around £400 to £800 on the secondary market. Wow. So this guy wears a watch that's worth a few £100 and everyone loses their fucking mind, bro. Meanwhile, fucking Nigel Farage is getting £5 million stuffed in his pocket from some fucking crypto billionaire guy. And these same people don't bat an eyelid. It's so fucking stupid, man. It's so stupid. And yet people buy into it because this is the fucking environment we exist on social media. Where you see a watch that looks nice and you think, oh my God, he's got like a Rolex on.
Reality of Westminster now, both within our parties and between them, and between the departments of Whitehall. I'll be honest, I was worried about what I found on my return last week.
Dude, Nigel's not a socialist. Oh yes, of course, the classic. Oh, why aren't you wandering around in dusty rags? Why are you wearing a suit? Why are you even wearing a suit? Why are you not wearing a dusty Hessian sack that you've cobbled together some sort of outfit from for a sack of potatoes that you found? Why are you not doing that? Why have you got shoes on? Why are you not walking around bare? You can afford shoes. Some sort of fucking socialist you are. Dude, he clearly has got a very sort of humble look. This outfit is not some fucking crazy designer thing.
It is a more fragmented, disjointed place than the one I left. And frankly, unhappier. I will work hard to change that culture, leading from the front and showing how things can be different.
Sorry, where is it in the socialist guidelines that says you can't wear a fucking 20-year-old watch that's worth £500?
Letting MPs be authentic representatives and not using the whip system to create fear or close down debate. Involving more people in the work of the government and drawing on the breadth and depth of talent and expertise our party has to offer. While the political direction I set is not up for negotiation, I will build an inclusive team at the very highest level so that all parts of the party and the country can see themselves reflected and represented in it. And may I say, I will not announce those decisions on appointments, certainly not today, and indeed not until the end of this process. So until then...
A representative should represent their base, i.e. socialists should represent the working class. Yes, and there's working class people that have got watches just like that. You understand that working class people can afford to buy a watch for a few £100 or might get one as a present at Christmas or something like that even, that their working class family bought for them. That is a watch you would see on working class people all over the fucking... Dude, working class people wear watches that are worth a few £100.
Feel free to discount the wild speculation in circulation. Message for the back of the room there. Good morning, Mr. Mason. I will reach out to other political parties to find as much common ground as we can and build that more collaborative approach I spoke about a moment ago. So, a greater sense of unity in Parliament will then allow us to give a clearer sense of direction to Whitehall.
Dude, yeah, bro. Tradespeople will wear like decent watches and shit. They'll wear nice gear. Like they're not it's so stupid, bro. Acting like having a nice dive watch is some sort of sign of opulence and wealth. No, it's not fake Romani knockoffs. Your watch is $1,600. It's such a retarded attack. It's so stupid, man.
I was struck by recent comments from ministers expressing their deep frustration at the Whitehall turf wars. Like Parliament, the civil service is full of good people trying to do the right thing, but they are held back by the structure and culture in which they have to work. It is too adversarial, and too much time is wasted with departmental silos battling each other and battling the Treasury rather than getting things done. How can the country pull in the same direction when that is the reality at the very top? And as mayors...
So the policy is unity but also decentralising, which would be the opposite of that. I think he's talking about having a unity in Parliament and working together as best as where possible. But his big concept is the devolution of power to local areas to better run the local area. Because obviously the concept is you've got this parliamentary elite that sit in London that dictate how things should be for places that are miles away. And yes, you've got obviously your representatives, that your local MPs. But as a group of people, they make decisions that are so far removed from the local area. Why not just put more power in the hands of the local area so they can make a better determination about how their budgets and whatever it is should be spent and done, because they've got a much better insight and understanding as to what's needed in that particular area. So I don't know, man. I mean, I'm a bit undecided on this, really. I mean, it sounds good. What does that look like in practice? I don't know. But in principle, yeah, I don't really see an issue with local areas having more determining power in how things are handled for the local area. That seems fine.
So I'm sure I speak for the front row here. As mayors, we have felt similar frustration over the years when those same departments constantly push back against our legitimate requests to improve our places by devolving a fraction of the power and resources they hold. The truth is this: the country spends too much time arguing and not enough time doing. I'm not sure this Whitehall culture could ever be justified. It wasn't justified when I was a minister.
Let some working class chav lead your country and get working class chav results. There's a reason elites exist. I mean, that's a great concept, but obviously people are not going to buy into that, are they? because they think that some working class guy from down the street that's got a bunch of posts about the Jews or the fucking Browns is going to have a better chance of running the country.
Almost 20 years ago, but it certainly can't be justified now. The stark imbalance in resources between national government and local government is holding back growth. If councils can't fix potholes, what chance do they have of bringing forward major regeneration schemes to get growth going? While national government has got bigger, particularly since the pandemic, local government is threadbare and without the resources to fulfil even statutory responsibilities. This is not just bad for councils and the areas they serve, it is bad for everywhere. It is bad for London and the South East. The whole country suffers when the regions and nations are not meeting their potential, and Londoners are left with an overheated economy and an overcrowded housing market. It is actually bad for national government too, because we will never get the growth up to the level Britain needs unless every single postcode in the land is set up to contribute to it. This country hasn't thought in that way before, but with the Makerfield test at the heart of decision making, it will do from now on. To make it happen, we will bring about the biggest rebalancing of power our country has seen. It is time for Whitehall to accept that growth cannot be ordered from the top down. Instead, it can only be nurtured from the bottom up. It comes from having the power at ground level to make a real difference, from a clear shared vision that everyone can understand and investors can back. It comes from running sound finances, as we have done here in Greater Manchester, which in turn gives businesses the stability and the confidence to invest, increasing their productivity and adoption of new technology. It comes from placing our universities at the heart of local economies, as all the mayors do, and bringing the innovation...
See, this is the problem if you like a PD. When it's a guy just talking about stuff normally, it's boring, which I do understand. It is a bit boring, I get that. But the alternative is like Nigel Farage talking about potholing the immigrants or something. Dude. Cold speech, nothing will happen anyway, yeah. Not even a kebab price cap. Where's the kebab price cap? How is this going to work when Reform just sweep them at local elections? Listening for 20 minutes hasn't delivered a single actionable. I mean, give him time. This is his first kind of comment on what he's planning to do. This is more of an overarching vision. What are you looking for exactly? Dude, I'm already sweeping for the guy. What? Why has he not talked about the grooming gangs? Why has he not talked about women getting raped? What was
approach through startups and scale-ups. It comes from committing to decent infrastructure in all parts of the UK and getting national investors to back the aspirations set by regions. It comes from giving people the security of a good home and good employment so that they can be as productive as possible, from good mobility and an ability to afford...
No, Andy Burnham actually expressed scepticism about the triple lock. But, unfortunately, you've got, what's it called? The third rail. It's the third rail of politics, isn't it? I.e., if you touch it, you'll get fucking electrocuted to death. You can't touch the pensioners. If you even think of a policy that might slightly impede a pensioner, that's it. You can't fucking do it. It's such a joke, man.
Basics. And it comes from not leaving everything to the market.
Basically, it's the pensioners, okay? You can't go after the pensioners. Generally, the rightoids aren't going to like that. And you can't go after people that are too poor, because the leftoids that will go after that. The two groups in society have got it so fucking good. The working poor and the pensioners. It's obscene. I'm sick of it. I'm fucking sick of it, dude. When are we going to start taxing the poor, and when are we going to start liquidating pensioners?
But public intervention where necessary, to set higher ambitions for towns, as we did in Stockport, and kickstart the process of change. This is Manchesterism.
I don't actually know much about Manchester, but whenever I've been, it's been good. Manchester has been good when I've been there, but I don't know about all the ins and outs of the economics.
I think I even saw the mayor of Liverpool clapping at that. It is a vision for good growth and a rejection of the old trickle-down model. And like the ideas this museum celebrates, which grew here and changed the country, so all parts of the UK...
Have you worked a real job? Not selling... Yes, dude, I have. I used to work at normal jobs for years. It's like you were sent a 10-year plan. Well, I mean, you know, I think you're expecting more than what this was ever going to be, but sure. It's, yeah, I don't know, dude. What do you want from this guy? He's not going to lay out policies yet. He's not even the Prime Minister. I'm sure that will come once he actually officially is confirmed as leader of the Labour Party and he becomes Prime Minister. This is just an overview. You expected too much too soon.
Should now be given the chance to develop their own version of the same, focusing on the things that matter most to them. Good growth in every British postcode. What a sea change that would be in the way UK government thinks about our own country. Places no longer forgotten or written off, as they have been in the past, but supported to make the best of their assets, seeing the positives in all places. And there are positives in all places, in all postcodes across this United Kingdom. Let's always remember that.
What are the Browns? What are the Brownies? Dude, you know what's so great about this as well, right? You complain about this guy, and then Nigel Farage or Zach Polanski will propose some totally unworkable, unfunded, unfinanced concepts, and you'll clap like fucking seals for it. Yeah, we're just gonna build multi-billion-dollar fucking pound fucking things to us most. Yes, yeah, that's so good, that's so great, or whatever the fucking lefty equivalent would be. Dude, it's not that great. I don't think it's that great. I'm not sitting here thinking, wow, this is so good. I'm a bit like, I want to know what he's up to and what his plans are. I'm not like necessarily sat here loving this myself, but you guys are so negative. But you cheer on the most retarded, unworkable policies just because it's said by a person you politically agree with.
Powers for our rural economies to address issues specific to them, like inadequate transport. Powers for areas undergoing industrial transition, like Port Talbot, Scunthorpe and Aberdeen. Powers for our proud coastal towns to reimagine themselves for the 21st century.
How do I make money off the press?
And yes, more...
From Manchester or Liverpool? My figurative non-British Nazi vote for Burnham depends on it.
Manchester, right? I'm pretty sure it's Manchester.
More powers for London too, over education and housing, so that London can do more for itself and remain
yes,
the world's...
I did vote for Starmer. I'm a Labour voter. I am a Labour voter, yes. And I'll probably vote for Labour again, to be honest, dependent on what comes up. But we'll see. I'm not making any decisions yet. But Conservatives, Reform, it would have to be some sort of liberal lefty party. I couldn't vote for the likes of Reform. If I voted for Reform, it wouldn't be because of their immigration policy. It would be because they would decrease taxes, which would benefit me. That's it. But I still probably couldn't do it.
Greatest capital city. And you heard that here from Manchester.
Oh, restore. Restore, restore, restore. I'm not going for restore either.
All of it backed by the stability that comes from sound public finances, as I said before, and the discipline of our current fiscal rules. I hope people can begin to feel, hopefully you can, some of the excitement that comes with the change that I'm setting out today. It promises a new era of possibility.
I guess the only issue I've got with this is like, what's in Scunthorpe? Dude, what's in fucking Scunthorpe? What is in some of these places? Because there needs to be stuff there in order for there to be like a feasible chance of some growth. So what are we doing in Scunthorpe? Or whatever other fucking place you mentioned. So I'm all up for giving regional power, but there needs to be something there to facilitate this growth. And obviously the reason there's a lot of power and money in London is because that's where the central driving force of our economy fucking comes out of.
For Britain, possibility in places that haven't felt it for a very long time. And I know, because I heard that from people on doorsteps in the by-election. But let's give them that feeling, that ability to hope, to aspire to better. The change will be the biggest change in our lifetimes to the way the country is run. And it is consistent with the...
Get an Amazon distribution centre and a data centre in there. In Scunthorpe, or wherever the fuck it is. Whatever you... Get some big businesses in there and get cracking.
2024 manifesto. We will create a more streamlined state with a clearer purpose to power up all parts of the country and put a laser-like focus on growth and regeneration, good growth. The change will be driven through the Prime Minister's office in an extended operation based here in Manchester.
So that's the other big point of this. So he's creating what's being called the number 10 of Manchester. So he's creating I guess a Prime Minister's office up north. Which, I mean, again, I don't know what that looks like in practice. But clearly this is a means with which to reconnect with the Labour Red Wall who have voted for the Conservative/Reform over the past decade. So he wants to try and rebuild some connection and trust with Northerners who traditionally would have voted for Labour. So I don't know what that looks like, I don't know what that means, but that would be my understanding of why he's deciding to implement like a radical change like that.
But here's the important thing. It will only be based here. The job of Number 10 North will be to make power flow into the Midlands, into the Southwest, into the east of England, and yes, into London, as I said before, as much as into the northeast, Yorkshire and the Humber, and here in the northwest. It will be about offering new opportunities to extend devolution in Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland by taking power deeper down. The people of Dundee and Bangor feel just as distant from Holyrood and the Senedd as they do from Westminster. Now get this. Number 10 North will be the nerve centre of a rewired Britain. It will be the conduit through which we redistribute power and resources across the UK. It will coordinate all parts of government at national and local level to agree a long-term economic strategy and help.
What does that mean? Well, to me, my understanding is there'll be a central point within the north, similar to Westminster in London, that acts as a centralised point of government, so there's a stronger connection to these communities that feel distant from London at the moment. That's what I think is happening. And, you know, I don't know, man. I don't know what to make of this. Everyone's clapping it. I want to know more about it and what it means in practice. But the concept of more power to local areas is fine. But what does that look like in practice? I don't know. I guess we'll find out, and I guess we'll see. Forward operating base against the Scots and the Irish.
Places set new growth ambitions. It will be given a mission to strive for equivalent living conditions in all parts of Britain, borrowing from the German Basic Law. It will make place-based collaboration the new operating principle for UK PLC, requiring all government departments and agencies to support strategic and local authorities with staffing and resources. And let me say this very directly. And let me say this very directly. The days of Whitehall fighting the devolution power into the regions and nations are over, for good. I have had 10 years of fighting the Whitehall machine, blocking this place's progress, the progress of people here, and I am simply not prepared to accept the same for any area coming after Greater Manchester. The whole of Whitehall will now be required to get behind our places and work together with them to make quicker, more joined-up decisions. Ours will be a 10-year mission to raise living standards across the land. To do this, Number 10 North will support the regions on 3 clear tasks: reform of essential utilities, reindustrialisation, and the regeneration of places. On utilities.
It's very broad, isn't it?
On utilities, we will ensure all parts of the UK are able to take greater public control of essential services like water, housing, energy and transport, learning from the model that has transformed our bus networks here in Greater Manchester. We will set out 10-year plans to bring down the cost of these essentials to individuals, families and businesses.
I mean, realistically, it is fucking absurd to have private bus companies. I think it makes more sense for the state to run the bus networks. I think privatising buses is just retarded. And why not have the state run it? And then you don't have to worry about a profit incentive. You can just put whatever money you make back into the service. So I'm for that. Water as well is obviously another retarded privatised. Why is that fucking private? Why is that? Why? Why the fuck? When there's only literally one option in a given area, do you have a private water company? So, I don't know, man. Some of this stuff is fine. I don't know. I don't really have a problem with it. It's a bit broad brush. Not much specifics.
On reindustrialisation, we will support every region to set clear and credible industrial ambitions.
Yeah, the reason it got privatised originally is not even because the free market was supposed to make it better. It was to do with, I think, the fact that government had some sort of obligation, some sort of debt obligation thing it had to pay to do with the water. They couldn't afford to pay it. So rather than pay it, they privatised it. I vaguely remember reading about it. No, for other services, it would be more and more efficiently. But obviously with water, I don't think there was ever a plan. I'm pretty sure that's what it was. I'll double check.
And provide the support to achieve them, encouraging more cross-UK partnership between places with complementary industrial clusters, as Cambridge and Manchester have done on life sciences. We will consolidate public and private investment at a place-based level and help all areas establish good growth.
Water was privatised. Need for massive capital investment without burning public finances. By the 1980s, the regional water authorities suffered years of underinvestment, government restrictions on public borrowing, and limited their ability to fund infrastructure upgrades. Estimates at the time suggested £24 billion or more was needed over the following decade for pipes, sewers, treatment works, and to meet stricter standards. Privatisation allowed companies to borrow from private markets and raise equity, avoiding Treasury borrowing limits for tax increases. So yeah, the government didn't want to borrow money to fund the water network, so they privatised it so that private companies could fundraise investment instead without negatively impacting, government borrowing, which then has a knock-on impact of affecting how much money costs to borrow for people, etc., etc. Yes, water got privatised. Yes. Yep. Obviously, mental. Obviously, that was fucking Thatcherism in a nutshell. Just privatize everything, and it'll be better. That is the most fundamental concept of Thatcher. Is just make everything market based without really thinking about, well, maybe there's some things that shouldn't be market based and do need to be run by the government. So yeah, that's just where we are.
Funds, as we have done here in Greater Manchester. We are such an inventive country, and going forward we can be the world's leading innovation nation. This is the key to higher growth, and I want more world-beating British manufacturers and service providers at the frontier of new technology and exporting to the world. I will back our scientists, technologists, entrepreneurs and creatives, as I have done here, and show how Britain will be the innovation nation of the next decade. We will get better at capturing full value from their ideas for UK PLC by changing the culture in Whitehall when it comes to backing British industry. For too long, UK public procurement policy has been based on chasing cut price deals around the world, rather than helping our own British-based suppliers become more stable and competitive. No more. From here on, every pound raised from taxpayers will work harder for them, and that approach will apply fully to the Defence Investment Plan. We will make sure that all eligible public contracts are subject to proper social value weighting. And we will do that to make sure British-based companies are in a better position to win those contracts. This change is essential given the need to build our own resilience in places across the country in an increasingly uncertain world. We need to safeguard sovereign manufacturing and production capability across the country in critical sectors like steel, defence, energy, food and farming, rather than just being prepared to let it go, as we have sadly done in the past. In return,
Dude. Import 6 million more blacks and packies. Dude, I'm reacting. So there's just not much more to say. It's quite broad. It's quite broad brush. There's not really much specifics. He's got an overview of what he wants to do. How successful it will be is another matter. And I completely reject all the negative comments about him because this is my new guy now. And he will succeed. You'll all see. You'll all fucking see.
in return, we will recycle maximum benefits for our communities and our residents. For instance, by requiring a much greater supply of 45-day work placements and apprenticeships for young people. I take very seriously the findings of the recent report by Alan Milburn. We need a complete rethink of how we support the next generation to
Johnny's
succeed.
burning the coal.
And it has to start with the
We're never going to hit net zero. We'll be burning all this coal today. No, I'm not streaming for much longer anyway. Dude, I want to cover the AC thing, but the problem is the AC is a very disparate story with a bunch of people moaning on Twitter about it. Does anyone have a video going over the AC fucking controversy?
Education system. The days of a school system configured entirely around the university route will be brought to an end. University is great for those who want it, but when are we going to focus on the life chances of those kids who want something different? When? The country hasn't done that for a long, long time. People have argued over many years for an education system based on parity between academic and technical, and that is what we will build, giving every young person growing up here a clear path into a reindustrialised Britain. Where young people need mental health support, it should be provided as part of in-work support. And we will answer the call from the mayors, and particularly the Mayor of the North East, for devolution of employment support and changing the way we support and sustain people in employment, working much more through our...
Okay, I'm trying to find the controversy about this. Oh, okay, here we go. This will do. This gets us into it at least. This gets us in the mix. And we'll go from here.
To aircon or not to aircon, air conditioning units have sold out across the UK as Brits struggle with unusually soaring temperatures. But with, as you were saying, Kate, 4% of total global greenhouse gas emissions apparently attributed to air conditioning units around the world. They might be cooling your home, but they are, unarguably, they are heating the planet a bit.
So, is it selfish to install air conditioning to battle the heat wave when we know will potentially make them more frequent? Well, former Love Island contestant, a mum of two, Shauna Phillips, says no, aircon keeps her family comfortable.
Honestly, man, this is... I've seen this whole discourse about this, and apparently people are talking about this idea that... I mean, I don't know if this is like a spin on it, but they're saying air conditioning's right wing. But I have seen like an infographic that talks about how air conditioning is going to heat the environment up, so it's bad to run air conditioning. But realistically, if it becomes insufferable, then you have to use air conditioning. I mean, that's just how it is. I get that has a long-term impact potentially. That's the argument, but we got to find a way to remain comfortable whilst also dealing with whatever the future implications of that are. You know. Okay, what is this? Dude. Wait, are those pigs? I thought that was some British women hanging out. What the fuck, man? Did even the pigs have got air conditioning? Well, the thing is, yes, there is obviously this technology argument of, well, why not just have solar panels that specifically power air conditioning, because they go hand in hand. You know, if it's if you've got sun, it's going to be hot, which is going to power a solar panel, which can then power. That's how it works in Rust. Is it not like Rust? You just have a solar panel running. But yes, I think that, you know, this could be a possible solution. I don't know what the technology implementation is like. But certainly, yes, there's ways and means around this, you know. But I think that it is absolutely unbearable. Some of the heat that you've been seeing is so unbearable in a British house because of how hot it is. It's it's 34 degrees outside, but inside it's like 40 degrees with no air conditioning. And it is like a fucking sauna. It's like a sauna in a standard brick British house.
And our kids safe. While doctor and climate activist Kush Naked says we need to be more mindful about the costs to the environment. Okay, so far, everyone at home that's been in touch is saying, I need my aircon. It's not selfish. It's absolutely vital. Explain the case against aircon for us, first of all.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, I've got nothing against aircon in and of itself. Actually, during heat waves like this, it protects people's lives. You know, it stops people from dying from extreme heat, keeps kids in schools, it has huge benefits, and actually it would be great if more people could have access to aircon. The problem though is that at the moment, what fuels the aircon is half of our electricity is coming from oil and gas. And that in and of itself is actually contributing to climate breakdown, which is causing these heat waves in the first place. So if we want to try and prevent these sorts of heat waves causing 35, 36, 40 degrees in the UK, we need to make sure that the energy that's supplying our air conditioning units is green.
So we've had contact from somebody who said mine's running off solar panels, so it's fine. But isn't the argument also it's the emission?
I mean, nuclear power is obviously a great... I'm a big nuclear power guy. People obviously think Chernobyl happened and then that means nuclear power is bad, which is obviously retarded. If it's done correctly, it's a great source of energy. But apparently it's very expensive to build, and obviously there's not as much political will for it because obviously nuclear power has got very divisive. But yeah, I do agree. I mean, oil and gas obviously is not the future. We can't continuously burn oil and gas. It is always having a negative detriment to the environment. So I don't know what the best answer or solution is. I just think that realistically, air conditioning is essential in certain heats. And I think if you want to get it installed and you're able to, you should use it free of concern. Because again, it's, you could look at it from the angle of the Indians are pumping CO2 in the atmosphere, right? I actually favour the more lefty perspective on it, which is massive corporations, they're the ones that are absolutely raping our environment. And the concept of the climate footprint was created by British Petroleum. BP came up with the idea of a fucking carbon footprint to make individuals feel bad about taking the occasional holiday on a plane in order to circumvent and distract away from their own fucking misdeeds. It's crazy that caught on as a concept. The carbon footprint made by the petroleum conglomerates. So yeah, get AC and use it and don't feel fucking bad about it if you need to. This constant pressure and focus on individuals is fucking retarded. And you could listen to it and take heed and decide, do you know what? I'm not going to use air conditioning. And it's a drop in the ocean compared to a day's activities of a massive petroleum corporation. It's fucking absurd, man.
Emissions from the aircon unit itself. The carbon dioxide.
No, it's by and large the problem with aircon is the emissions from the electricity running the aircon units. So actually, if you can switch your electricity provider to one that's completely renewable, or you speak to your MP and tell them that we need...
Yeah, it's all, dude. All of this, this is where I definitely have got the classic lefty mentality on this. This constant retarded focus on individual acts, right? As if that is the issue here. That is the problem. Obviously, don't fucking take the piss and don't unnecessarily be a dick about it. But you meaningfully changing your habits in a way that makes you less comfortable is not a substantive way to resolve any of these fucking issues. It's retarded. It's totally retarded and the wrong focus. And if you genuinely are that uncomfortable in your house that you need AC, get an AC unit or get AC installed if you can afford it, and don't feel bad about fucking using it, man.
Need to get off oil and gas, not allow new giant oil fields like Rosebank that they're currently still considering to go ahead. Those are the sorts of things that means that we can actually make our grid green and that we can actually have aircon without making climate change worse.
But all of that would take a heck of a long time.
It won't be done by tonight,
Are you saying
will
that
it?
in the interim you shouldn't have aircon? You should wait until you can say hand on heart, yep, it's green energy that's keeping me cool.
Well, I think we need to be honest about the fact that it has costs, right? And then
Dude, stick this guy in a fucking oven, okay? Stick this guy in an oven and slowly turn the heat up and watch as his skin is rendered from his bones as he gets torched to a crisp. And then fucking tell me about aircon. Holy fuck, man, I want to see that so bad.
When we face these sorts of costs, we then need to make a decision, well, who should we prioritise? Should it just be someone who fancies being a bit cooler, or should we be prioritising the people who need it? People with young kids, people who are elderly, people who have disabilities that mean that they can't cool themselves.
So rationing
Priority, dude, what do you mean? Either you can afford it and you can get it, or you can't. What is this fucking take, bro? Oh, we're doing more. Oh, there's going to be a new tax now. You're going to have to pay for some single mother who shat out with 3 6 muck kids to have air conditioning installed. No fucking thank you. Fuck off.
Air conditioning.
So surely
trying to be sensible about the fact that it has a huge cost and therefore not just cooling down massive spaces unnecessarily.
Right, you're not in a care home, you're not elderly. Look at you there, resplendent in your youth. Why do you deserve
Finally,
air
a white
conditioning?
woman, this is how it is.
Well, I am not ignorant to the fact that it does unfortunately come at a cost, and arguably us using so much electricity, oil and gas is the reason we're in this position in the first place. However, last summer I was 7 months pregnant in the summer, and this summer I've got an 8-month-old baby and a 3-year-old, and my baby monitor last night said that both rooms at
Can we get a race check, please? Can we get a mud shark check on that, if you wouldn't mind?
7 o'clock at night, which is their bedtime, was 31 degrees.
Wow.
And Kate, like I think you said earlier, that the guidance is if the room is 29 degrees or over, children under 5 should not be in them. Now, what do? Where do I put them? They have to go to sleep.
So you put the aircon on?
So I put the aircon on, and it makes it more manageable.
Yeah, also, aircon units are... I mean, I was obviously looking at this because I was like, how much energy does it actually cost? And it's you know, I can't remember the exact wattage, but it's not... It was actually less than I was expecting it to be, based on like pence of running it or something, you know? Yeah, if you get a split aircon installed, it's actually pretty reasonable. And it costs, I don't know, 20 pence an hour to run or something like that. So it's not particularly bad, as far as I can tell.
But it still wasn't an enjoyable sleep. I struggled to sleep in that, and my little baby is so restless.
Do you leave the aircon on all day, or do you just put it on?
No, so I leave it on throughout the night. During the day, I keep the curtains shut.
Yeah.
But it is like an oven, and our houses are designed to keep the heat in.
Yes.
And I'm lucky that we've got a garden. I didn't live in a house with a garden until I was 18. My first 18 years, I just lived in a flat.
What do you make of Camden Council, who've told people to rip out their air conditioning units?
So my argument with...
Okay, what is this about? Because I heard this and I genuinely thought, oh, that's some right-oid nonsense. But now Richard Madeley's saying it, so I'm guessing it's true.
I'm assuming Camden Council, but many councils across the country, our pensions are invested into fossil fuels, invested into tobacco, invested into so many difficult conversations. They should start there, and they should look at the money that they plummet into repairs that they never actually repair.
Would you tell Camden Council to get lost if they came round to your house and you had air conditioning and they said rip it out? Would you tell them to get...
Yeah, I think they're focusing on the wrong thing there. The point is not on individuals whether or not they have aircon. The point is how can we actually get people safe, comfortable, healthy lives.
Also, the other thing I was reading about as well is that because of the way that split systems work, in the winter, rather than turning on the radiators to heat your home or heat a room, which can be inefficient or more inefficient, you can use because it's basically a heat pump. You can actually also then use it as a like room by room heater, which is more efficient than using a radiator to heat a room. So it's actually like the best of both worlds, that even in winter you get some use out of it, and it's more efficient to do that than it is to use your central heating. So I'd watch the Technology Connections video. No, I didn't watch any video about it. I was just researching because I'm thinking about getting AC installed, like a split system thing installed. Just in like probably, to be honest, it would probably be the office, the kids' rooms, and downstairs is quite cool, even in higher temperatures. So honestly, it should probably be fine. But definitely the office and probably the kids' rooms, because it was really fucking hot. His contractors reckon, no, this is all self-research, just looking it up to see how much it will cost. But also, you know, it's an investment because it adds value to the property too. Obviously, you know, air conditioning is a bit of a novelty in the UK. Yeah, I was looking at the Mitsubishi units. I trust like a Mitsubishi brand. I'd probably go with something like that. You know? Just like how I invest in slot machines. Yep, exactly the same thing.
Lives, but not make the climate crisis worse. And so their focus really should be, like you're saying, divesting from fossil fuels and making the electricity supply that we have greener.
So Camden County's planning officers wanted the residents to remove it because of concerns over too much carbon dioxide being produced, and of course that has an effect both on the environment and potentially on the people there. They just said it should only be used as a last resort, and windows should be open at night.
Okay, what happened? Planning inspectors required at least one homeowner to permanently remove 2 AC units from the rear of their property, ruling there was no justification for them. They said units failed the council's cooling hierarchy policy, which prioritises passive low-energy cooling methods before active cooling. So it's not broad brush like it's been presented, but there have been a few instances of Camden Council. Because the problem is that if there's certain modifications that require planning permission, so it could be that they didn't meet that, but it does sound specifically like it was about this cooling hierarchy policy, but yeah, it wasn't a blanket ban. So I don't know, man. Make of it what you will. Make of it what you will. And yeah, there's certain things you need to get planning permission for.
I think they were on a first floor and there were security issues. So there's a debate to be had. I think what people feel is when we are trying to be conscious of doing the right thing for the planet and manage our lives ourselves, is that sometimes it can feel like, oh, for goodness sake, we're individuals. We can't battle the system. If we just have our aircon on for a short bit, is that really doing any harm? It almost feels like it's penalising the little people that could do very little else to change the world.
Yeah. I mean, in this specific example, I think Camden Council were on the wrong side. But broadly, the point that they're trying to make is that when you're building buildings, you need to build them prepared for this type of heat. And so actually what we should be prioritising is building buildings like they have in Spain or Greece, where actually the structure of the building...
Oh, that's great. What about buildings that already exist? What about the ones that already exist that are built for fucking cold, rainy winters? Oh my God, dude. Just let people install AC and stop being a fucking twat about it, man.
Itself is different,
So
and it's
stupid,
able to
man.
cope better with the heat.
But the problem that costs money. Who's going to pay for it? And we're struggling with homes as it is.
And the problem with that, of course, is that what about when winter comes? It's a lot colder here in the winter than it is in Spain. Laura's got a hand up. Did you want to say something?
You got a point, Laura. Come on.
So if we all had air source heat pumps, which is something that the government are trying to move to, they actually give you heating in the winter and they give you air conditioning in the summer. So that is probably the best way to go. Again, they could be solar panelled and then battery storage as well.
And Brian, and Laura also fed some information earlier, talking about that level of 30 degrees.
What if you guys store up all the cold from the winter and let it out in the summer? That's actually a good idea.
Do you know, apparently it's illegal to transport cattle in this country when the outside temperature is 30 degrees or above. So even the cattle are treated with a degree of consideration that perhaps we don't show ourselves, our human selves. Anyway.
Someone needs to tell the London Underground network about that then, because I was on it yesterday and I was cattle and I was struggling to breathe.
You are not cattle. Never in our eyes. But I agree with you with the Underground. It is unbearable. Absolutely unbearable. Listen, we asked you, is it selfish to install aircon to battle the heat wave? 14% of you said yes. 86% of you said no. Thank you both very much for coming in.
It's a very British debate to have, I think. We wouldn't be talking like...
Thank fuck. Thank fuck for that. Anyway, guys. Is there anything else on this air conditioning debate? Oh, there was something in Europe. Let's have a quick look at this before I go.
Aircon for all versus long-term climate policies. Is this just addressing the symptoms and not really the root causes?
Thank you very much. It's a very important question. Not only only addressing the symptoms, but in fact really aggravating climate change and aggravating even local warming in the cities. Because air conditioning, what it does is actually puts the local indoor heat out on the streets. It makes the urban heat even worse.
That's not true, by the way. That is total bullshit. That is total bullshit. That is total fantastical bullshit. I mean, what an absurd concept on the face of it. But they're actually arguing this on fucking the news now.
And also global warming, because cooling is expected to add
Disprove it. There's a study they did where they looked at this and it turned out to be bollocks. I can't remember the ins and outs of it, but what a ridiculous concept anyway.
5% more electricity demand until 2030 than even data centers, which means that if we only compare to artificial intelligence, this is about 5 times as much. We talk a lot about the energy from artificial intelligence, but not so much from cooling. At the same time, of course, it is very important that we are
Wait, is this the thing? The heat doesn't disappear, it goes elsewhere. Yes, AC dumps a bit more heat outside than it takes from inside, but the outdoor is vast enough the heat dissipates. And that's Fahrenheit, by the way, not. So yeah, you see there. It's like totally fucking negligible. So this narrative, for some reason, I mean, again, that's a fucking graph on Twitter. Take from it what you will. But I didn't, diligently research this. But from what I understand, this is a totally bogus talking point that some progressive climate activists have pushed, which is just not based in reality.
Providing thermal safety to our residents, because heat is killing in Europe. It can kill as much as 40 to 60,000 excess deaths, so people in a hot summer all over Europe. So it is crucial. But I would consider more taking the Swiss approach, which means that we provide allow access to the elderly or the vulnerable groups, and otherwise we try to implement measures that in the few really extreme days, such as what we are experiencing now in some countries, and some countries are already over, we'd rather take temporary measures to provide safety, for example, in cooling centers during those days, which happen just a few days about every year.
Dude, honestly, stuff like this does make me glad that we're not participating in this fucking farce anymore. Do you know what I mean? Cooling centers, bro, what the fuck? This isn't a joke, this is a serious news station. They're actually suggesting cooling centers. Just go to your local cooling center if you want.
So far, for a while, it would really only hurt us a few days every couple of years. But then we have to take these measures, for example, cooling centers, or also have to accept that perhaps there will be temporary reductions in productivity, and perhaps home officing and other measures can help in these difficult situations.
And I'm not sure if you've seen, but the European Commission is under criticism for turning off the AC for some of its staff and leaving it on for others higher up in buildings. I guess this shows really the wider problem we have across Europe.
Oh my God. I mean, it's obviously because I'm guessing it's the same as over here, but buildings, the heat rises, so you get higher temperatures on higher floors. But it's just funny, the idea that you've got these sweat boxes downstairs, and I'm presuming you've got like the executives at the top, they're like, fuck off.
As you're describing, regarding access.
Exactly. So access to air conditioning is a crucial issue. At the same time, it is also again important that to understand.
Oh, dude, wait! You've just unlocked something I forgot to talk about, right? All of these fucking morons that are saying that supermarkets are turning off refrigeration units to save money. What the fuck are you on about, dude? What? Do you even understand how it works? Why the fuck would a supermarket turn off a refrigeration unit to throw out all the food, right? Waste that opportunity cost just to save a few fucking kilowatts of energy. It's the most retarded talking point I've ever heard. The reason they have to shut them down is either because the refrigeration units are breaking because the heat that our refrigeration units are not rated for the heat they're operating in, so they're desperately trying to overwork itself, or alternatively, they have to turn it off because of this issue to prioritise other things like, say, a freezer. They're not willingly turning off refrigeration units to save money, right? They have to because they've got certain... The way it works is you need to refrigerate food at a certain level, and if you don't, even though if it's perfectly fine to eat, they have to throw it away because of food regulation standards. And you obviously can't have potential food poisoning and shit happening. But yeah, honestly, it's crazy, man. On Twitter, I have seen people unironically claiming that supermarkets are turning refrigeration units off to save money. Do you understand how supermarkets work, bro? Do you actually understand how they work and how they make money? As if tossing a load of food to save a few pence on refrigeration is going to be a better financial solution for them.
Understand that the solution is not universal access to everywhere, everything, because right now, exactly the very reasons why it had to be turned off is because of capacity shortages. And if they suddenly try to provide access to everyone, that means that our capacities won't be able to survive because we are now already jeopardizing the success of the green energy transition, because what we see is that we are now adding more energy demand that we are able to provide with new sources of renewable power despite our unexpected success with the deployment of renewable energy sources. But certainly, of course, it doesn't mean that the elites of the elites will have to have access and the others don't. So we do have to look at everyone's needs. But again, I do believe that perhaps temporary measures where everyone has a temporary arrangement for these few days to get by and still be able to work, but even more to be able to stay healthy is more important than the solution to have full access immediately to everyone to air conditioning. Because the problem is once you have access to
hang on a sec. Who is saying that we need to give people air conditioning? Who the fuck is advocating that we need to have everyone be able to install air conditioning? Some people are not going to be able to afford it, and that's unfortunate. But like, if you can afford it, get it and don't feel bad about it. That's the fucking solution to this. Just fucking dude, you can get a portable unit, and I'll let it go this one time. Just fucking Klarna it, okay? Just Klarna it. Just fucking Klarna it, okay? 133 quid a month for 3 months. Surely you should be able to afford that. I mean, come on. Just being a bit cool.
Air conditioning, the culture also changes. We have a lot of cultural adaptations to hot days and how we get by in heat, and we would lose all of this if we suddenly have all air conditioners.
Okay. I'll tell you what you need to do. This is what you need to do, okay? Remember that it's hot, and arrange to get air conditioning in the winter months because it will be cheaper. You'll be able to get an air conditioning unit for probably 2/3, if not half the price in winter, because they'll obviously sell them cheap because people obviously are not going to be demanding it in the winter. So you get it in the winter, and then when summer comes around, you got your cheap air conditioning unit. Tough it out this year and get it for the future. Wait, what is this?
Years ago, the heat was different, but the heat today is so intense. And it seems to go right into your body.
Kathleen is 78, and like the other residents of this care home in
Womp womp. Well, here's a positive of the heat wave. Maybe some of these old fucking cretins will be dying off.
In Bristol, she's struggling to get used to Britain's new extreme heat waves.
And I think England got to change. We've got to adapt to this weather because this is what we're going to be having now.
I wouldn't worry about it. I wouldn't worry about it for you particularly because it's not something you have to think about for much longer.
As temperatures soar, they're using ice baths and ice creams to keep the residents cool.
Oh, is that for me?
Yeah. It's hard enough getting the elderly to drink water at the best of times, but manager Sarah says even more so in this heat.
The challenge is getting them to drink enough because, you know, although the ones that have got more capacity will drink, the ones that have got diminished capacity, it's very difficult getting them to take on board any sort of fluids.
Well, I mean, maybe that's God talking to us. Maybe that's just God giving his message. Listen, you can lead a horse to water, as they say, okay? Let's just leave it at that.
That's why we normally turn to ice cream, because everybody likes ice cream.
83-year-old Pat says she knows what's to blame for the rising temperatures, even if others are not convinced.
According to Trump, it doesn't exist. This climate change. They should have listened to Charles years ago. Definitely. Forgive me, King Charles.
As temperatures soared over 30...
Wait, how is an ice cream a place for drinking? Well, because there's water. There's water in there, isn't there? There's some fluid. It's like, I don't know if you know this. Okay? I don't know if you know this. But you can actually just drink Coca-Cola and survive. You don't need to drink water ever.
6.4 degrees.
That's a myth. That's a myth that you're told that you've got to drink water. Not true, in fact. Although, to be fair, I've been drinking loads of water recently. I've been on my water arc.
Office declared today the hottest June day on record, surpassing the previous peak reached only yesterday, as an unprecedented heatwave fuelled by climate change brings life-threatening conditions to the UK, which finds itself utterly ill-equipped to cope.
In extreme weather like this, there's a massive health impact. The more vulnerable people are young children.
Too hot, me too hot. Me too hot, you drink water, me too hot. I don't know what, okay. Whatever, man.
Children, babies, older people, people with chronic illnesses, pregnant people. So we've got to really take the extreme heat alerts really seriously.
After the London Ambulance Service yesterday recorded its highest ever number of life-threatening emergencies, today NHS doctors reported machines used to treat cancer had stopped working, with one doctor saying hospitals with no air conditioning were dangerously underprepared for the extreme heat.
Yeah, honestly, that is mental to me. I didn't even conceive of that. Like, we don't have air conditioning in hospitals. That is fucking ridiculous, man. Why on earth do we not have air conditioning in hospitals?
Schools too were struggling to cope, with more than 1,000 closed. Analysis exclusively shared with Channel 4 News of more than 19,000 schools in England found that nearly 3/4 were operating in temperatures above 30 degrees Celsius, while one teacher in northwest London recorded a temperature of over 37 degrees in their classroom.
See, the problem is there's people that are like, oh, the school kids should just be forced to crack on. You actually have got a negative impact on your ability to do things at that heat. But I guess I'm not going to convince you guys. I'm not going to convince you guys, am I? Hey? I'm not going to be able to convince you guys.
The worst affected areas in the red zone, and we're not just talking air temperatures. Greenpeace used thermal imaging cameras to measure surface temperatures, including right here outside our studio in London, where the pavement measured 60 degrees. And up the road, a train platform in Islington was 62 degrees, and the granite slabs surrounding King's Cross Station measured 54 degrees. All examples of the extreme heat people are facing in urban centres, where concrete and tarmac and glass and, crucially, a lack of tree cover are turning streets into sweltering heat traps. The Mayor of London visited a fire station in Islington today, where they showed him new equipment especially designed to fight urban fires like those that hit the capital 4 years ago. So, Mayor, London hit 40 degrees in 2022. If that happens today, tomorrow, this week, next week, is London any better prepared to cope?
Well, I think this shows that climate change is real. Man-made climate change has consequences. One of the consequences of man-made climate change is more frequent and more extreme heat waves. And this should be a wake-up call for those who are delaying taking action on the climate emergency, those who are wrecking those of us taking action on the climate emergency, for us to, wake up, adapt, be resilient, mitigate, but also reduce our emissions, but also recognise the consequences of decades of inaction.
Decades of inaction.
Because he got voted in? Because people wanted a Muslim? I don't know, man. London, I don't know what the ins and outs of London are, but I mean, is it a problem to have a Muslim as the mayor? I don't know, man. I think that's fine, personally.
Action that's left the UK dangerously
all
vulnerable
Browns anyway.
to extreme weather, with infrastructure, housing, schools, hospitals that's built for a climate that seemingly no longer exists.
Well, let's go to Anya Pop, who is in Stratford-upon-Avon.
Okay, I do need to go soon. I don't really give a fuck about this, but let's see what they say about Europe. Rest of
In Europe as well, with Paris soaring to more than 40 degrees Celsius.
Oh, I heard about this.
French police have just imposed a ban on drinking alcohol in public from midday tomorrow. The UN said that the savage heat wave showed that the climate crisis looked like in practice. Warning, it's just getting started. The terror of the rising sun, where getting hosed down in public is now the definition.
That's one of the cooling centres there.
It's obvious the Jews are focusing their GOI beams on the UK to ensure the roach-like shitskins are the only ones who can inhabit the area.
Okay. Thanks for 303. That's crazy, but thank you nonetheless.
Of luxury, in a heat map of Europe filled with menacing red. Overnight, France experienced its warmest nighttime temperatures since they began measuring in 1947. Sunrise and daytime in France brought more sweltering heat as temperatures exceeded 40 degrees centigrade.
That's crazy, man. 40 degrees.
So high, they triggered the shutdown of 2 nuclear reactors as a precaution over rising river temperatures. In Italy, the government has announced the highest red alert for 17 cities on Thursday. 5 deaths this week have been attributed to heat exposure. And in Spain, record temperatures of 45 degrees were reported on Monday. While there is some let-up from that record, it's not much. Monitoring bodies in Spain count 213 fatalities between Sunday and Wednesday that could be heat-related. A recent report from the Barcelona Institute of Global Health points to a grim new reality for wealthy nations. The heat affects richer countries more than the cold, and it's something that we'll have to get used to.
Heat can be a bigger killer than cold, depending on which country you're talking about. Unfortunately, temperatures are increasing, and particularly the Mediterranean area is warming up quicker than other areas, and perhaps this new heat is the new normal. And if we don't protect ourselves, if we don't adapt very well to the heat, then we get more deaths as a result as well. So that's why it's very important to take the right climate and adaptation measures to reduce the risk, in particular for vulnerable populations.
Concern for heat is spreading eastwards. In Germany, the authorities issued warnings against a dip to cool off after 3 men died in the Rhine in Cologne. While farmers are also having to deal with the new realities.
These days, it's terrifying how quickly the wheat changes colour towards light and white. And just a week ago, it was a succulent green. Day to day, you can see the wheat change colour, which is a sign that it is rotting.
The next few days will be unrelenting for Europe as the meteorological maps move from deep red to deep purple.
But I think to the medium and longer term, we really need to think about the infrastructure that we have. In particular in cities, what we see, the city centre is normally 4 or 5 degrees hotter than surrounding areas. In a city like Barcelona, it's very difficult. We feel the heat. We live in an area where it's warming up faster than other regions in the world. And we don't have, for example, a lot of green space. More green space, cool cities. So that's what we're looking for.
For those who can still think, here's a question. Can Europe cope with life at 40 or well over? And is this the new abnormal? Well, Camilla Bourne is the CEO of Electrify Britain and a former advisor to the...
Okay, we get the gist. I need to go anyway. Yeah, man, I mean, it's obviously very fucked, and I think that sometimes Americans just don't really understand the plight of the average Britoid or Euroid that's having to deal with some of this stuff. They're just like, what's the problem? Just turn your aircon on. Maybe stream tomorrow if the workers finish early. We'll just assume that I'm not streaming, and if I manage to get around to it. Dude, it's not just the workers, man. I've got a load of shit I need to do as well. Listen, I'll stream Wednesday in the morning, then the internet's getting installed, and then on Thursday we'll be back in business, normal schedule, and we'll hopefully have a bunch of stuff to get into as well. It's going to be great. It's great. But Yeah, it's 21 degrees today, so much more manageable. Much more manageable. God, Mormon. Dude, Mormon Logic, dude. I get you on with the stream, but you're being real. Why are you being like this? Please stream tomorrow. Please stream. Dude, it's fine. We're back in business before you know it. Well, I don't know what's the forecast over the coming days. Apparently, there's another fucking heat blizzard or something coming. Let's have a look. Let's have a look at the weather. I mean, apparently it's going to be mild for the next 2 weeks. Oh no, it's not. I'm just reading the wrong thing. Oh, actually, no, it's not. Well, the weekend it's coming in at 20 odd degrees, low 20s. Should be fine. Should be fine. What's this new heat wave that's coming though? Yeah, I'll just switch the fan on. I'll just switch the fan on and it'll be fine. We'll be laughing. Oh, dude. Wow. Yeah, guys. Don't be using your air conditioning. Meanwhile, China's pumping out 12.29 billion CO2s into the atmosphere. What the fuck, man? No AC in the property. AC is not the norm over here, so I need to get it installed. But the problem now is that getting it installed, I'm going to have to pay a premium because everyone wants it fucking installed during the summer. But if I can just wait till the winter or the autumn, I can get it installed then. And I'll be able to get a better price because it's less in demand. And yeah, by the time next summer comes around, I'll be laughing. I'll be laughing. Dude, the supply and demand. Obviously, in winter, it's going to be less of a cost, or it'll be better to get it installed in the winter. Yeah, I'm sure it's going to be busier in the winter than it is in the summer. Yeah, good one. Also, the other problem as well is that I don't want to do any more work on the house now for the next few months because the windows is the absolute last thing that I'm having done. Because honestly, the endless parade of tradespeople that are coming through the doors, it gets a bit like, okay, I just want to be able to be in my house and chill. So electrician's coming tomorrow to finish some work. Next week, the final piece of the flooring downstairs are getting done. Then, after that, the windows are getting done, and that's the last of it for now. That's the last round of stuff I haven't done. Oh, dude. Okay, guys, I really do need to go, though. Right. Thank you very much for watching. My apologies. It has been haphazard recently, but things are coming together now. And later this week, we should get back to a fairly normal schedule. And, we should be laughing. But, guys, thanks for tuning in. Thanks for watching. Thanks for sharing the laughter with me today. And I'll see you all later this week. Be good, have fun, enjoy yourselves. Is anyone live that I can raid? I'll raid Power if he's live. Because I'm such a nice guy. Yes, I will get to the lighting at some point, okay. Harry's not even live. No one's live. I'm going. Thank you. Good luck, Godspeed. Have fun, enjoy yourselves. And I'll see you all later in a couple of days. If not tomorrow. But probably not tomorrow. Don't expect anything. Bye.